Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Libertarian National Judicial Committee hearing the appeal of the disaffiliation of the ex-Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. I just saw that Angela McArdle and Ben Weir are on the list of the New Hampshire witness list, are on the list of the witness list.
They did witness some reasons to disaffiliate.
They did. There we go. We have a bingo card, everyone, and you can play along too with bingo if you go to the LP_Allies X account, and there's a link to one of 30 randomly and uniquely generated 30 times bingo cards. We thank the individual who provided the bingo fodder. I'm not sure that I'm allowed to say who it was. There, like it's not a huge secret. I just didn't ask the permission, so I didn't come up with it.
It was Angela McArdle.
It was Angela McArdle. It was actually Angela. It was actually Angela McArdle's child. Very intelligent. Yeah, it's Arthur.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. Children are off limits in politics. That was not a dig at Angela's child.
For those who are
here's ours.
Too lazy to make your own, here's ours.
But
it looks different than normal because Amanda made it.
I did, but it looks so good because it's got the font. Look at these, everyone. So Kyle, Kyle, can I see? May I see Mud Pie? Because Mud Pie has friends now. I said, can I see Mud Pie? Not can you make me larger?
Okay, this is unacceptable.
So
this
Kyle actually
thing here is just
demanded this. No, Kyle demanded that I purchase additional capybaras.
Yes, but
him.
Kyle often has bad ideas, and we just don't listen to them.
But these are really
ignore
cute.
it.
No, these are his. I'm holding them for him. I'm holding them for a friend because Kyle's moving soon, and so I didn't know when they were going to be delivered, so I had them delivered to me for safekeeping. This, Kyle's is already named Mud Pie. This is Moon Pie.
This is not Mud Pie. You're
lying. This is Pumpkin Pie.
That's
Kirby. And that's Pumpkin Pie because his eyes look like little pumpkins.
Well, see,
I realize the herbivore killer whale.
You're justifying the criticism of you guys, by the way, right now. You have like too many stuffed animals for an adult.
I mean, it's not my fault that Kyle is a capybara furry.
Yeah, just because I ran the Louisiana affiliate account doesn't mean you have to break out all the furry stuff.
Yeah,
seriously.
I was just doing that to defend people.
Don't kink shame, Phil.
My shoulders slope quite a bit.
We're not gamifying the party's downfall. Tonight is the night we see the party
figuring
rise
it out.
up.
Shit.
Tonight is what the resurrection from the Phoenix happens. Looks like good words.
She's dropped
I'm
a
not
pie.
having a stroke.
Pumpkin Pie is fine. Moon Pie is fine. They don't balance on shoulders very well.
It's almost like that's not their function.
They have it capped at 2 hours, supposedly, Rebecca, so we'll see.
And we have it capybara'd at 3 capybaras.
That's cap.
Does yours fit on your shoulder? Yours does, okay.
Yes, my shoulders are huge.
Your capybara is also larger than these guys.
It's like a pauldron.
Hey, Amanda, did you look through all the bingo cards?
No, why?
Because I'm wondering if any of them have a space that says the meeting starts late.
I don't think they do, because I looked at what the prompts were, and I don't think that was one of the prompts. So I'm sorry for preventing you from getting
my card doesn't have it.
When you say you looked at the prompts, you looked at like Austin Martin's underlying code base?
No, I looked at the I looked at the potential squares. So we had more than we needed. So I think I looked at all of the items that could go in the squares. I don't think any of them were the hearing starts late. But Archie, I can't help you if that's not on your card.
So you're saying that this whole thing is rigged, and
you are the all-powerful vice chair. Of course, you can help me. You're just choosing not to.
It might be because I want you to learn to help yourself. As a libertarian, I take that seriously.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. How is everybody?
I'm very excited for tonight.
Yeah.
Yep. However, I am not very excited for how late this is starting.
Is it actually starting late, or are they just late to put it online?
No, I think it's actually starting late.
Don't have an answer for you.
I am partly the reason y'all are seeing this at all, by the way, because evidently Ken was trying to figure out how to set up this hearing so that people could watch it while also setting it up on his own Zoom to make sure that they didn't get intruders and porn bombers. And I did the all-powerful gesture of making sure that that Evan called Ken.
Are we sure
which was harder than it sounded.
Bombings from? Are we sure there won't be porn bombings from the actual participants?
I cannot make any surprises.
That could be one of the bingo cards.
A porn bombing is one of the bingo options. It's not a.
It says they're gathering the documents. I have a secret update that says that they are gathering the documents.
Did you guys see that McCardle put in a last-minute amicus?
I did not.
Yeah.
Was her amicus written by the same thing that killed her snails?
Probably.
Nah.
For those who don't know, that's Grok. If I see JK's dog, I'm leaving the party. That's a fair thing. But if you do see his dog, you then have one more reason to go for pain and suffering as a member of the LNC.
To go for pain
You just
and
add
suffering.
that into the lawsuits that we all know are coming. I don't think they're coming from the LNC necessarily. Maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not there. But I know for a fact, because I've been told by them, that LPNH is intending to sue no matter what happens after tonight.
They're gonna sue us for letting them to come back.
He says that it is on. It is not.
It says they're gathering documents. Is it?
Oh, it is on. It is.
It
I've
just
been watching.
went up for me.
Start this hearing. We did give both sides the opportunity. Obviously, the appellant side filed their brief. The respondent side filed their brief. There's been a number of amicus briefs. We have
a number of amici, Ken.
A format for this hearing. Just so everyone knows, the hearing, we're going to give 15 minutes to the appellant to speak first, 15 minutes to the respondent to speak second. This is up to them what content they want to present to this committee. Then there'll be a period of 30 minutes
the size of this?
is set aside for questioning the appellant, 30 minutes questioning the respondent. This committee does have the ability to vote to extend time if they so choose. And then we will end with a 5-minute.
I'm assuming their YouTube is going to primarily be whining Hoppians.
We'll get the first word and the last word.
Would you believe that Kaufman's only 22 years old?
Persuasion is on them. It's only fair to give them first and last
Yeah,
words
I agree.
so
We're
they
closing
can
their chat.
Persuade.
Fuck 'em.
Is it
only
crazy?
our
Is the
unholy
chat
army of
crazy?
the Knights of
We'll
Chat
start
gets to
this
speak.
with me reading the motion that the LNC passed.
Speaking,
that is the
as I
topic
mentioned
du
there,
jour for this hearing.
make sure to go see Chase Oliver if you're in
So
LP
the
Washington.
motion that was
That's how it
passed
should
on May
be.
25th by the LNC.
Scan that
reads
code. I'll
as
give you 5 more
follows.
seconds.
The bylaws are clear that affiliate parties shall not endorse the candidate of another party. Despite this, the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire openly and publicly endorsed President Trump during the election. Furthermore, they have crudely and repeatedly undermined our own candidates and have espoused numerous anti-libertarian positions on a national level.
What a beautiful
Be it
motion.
resolved that because of these
It
reasons
is a good
and more,
motion.
Thank
the
you.
Libertarian National Committee moves to disaffiliate the Libertarian
I
Party
presided
of
over
New
this
Hampshire, mandating that they cease and desist the use
I don't
of
know that
the
I've ever seen
name
Jeremy
and logo
attempts to look like a human being
until
before,
such
and he's not
time
doing a good
as
job
the
of it.
LNC recognizes a new affiliate in
His
New
face is
Hampshire
very
that
red.
shares our party's foundational values.
You'd think if he was making as much off of X as he says he is, he'd be able to
And it
afford at
passed
least a $25
15
camera.
to 2 to 1. Just to make sure we're all clear on that. And also, when I read
Well,
this,
his
I said President
neo-fascist
Trump,
game
but
show
when it
or
was
whatever the fuck he
verbalized
does
at
for the
hearing
Free State
or the
Party
meeting, it did say Donald
took all the
Trump.
money
That's
for
irrelevant.
camera supplies.
But just to be very clear, so
Fucking
we're all clear
R.N.
on what was done.
McIntyre coming on there talking about
this did
how
pass
we
15
must
to 2 to
remove
1. It met the
all
threshold of
democracy.
3/4
I mean, I
of
guess
the
he is
entire
just
committee,
literally
which was
becoming a red
required.
fascist.
I mean, are
and
you sure
those
that-
are
yeah.
basically the facts of where we're at.
Did he just get kicked
Uh,
off?
with
Jeremy
that,
Kaufman
No, he
says
turned,
hates
leaned over, and then he was
are
gone.
now going to move
Jeremy Kaufman
says
into
says he hates
Oh, I didn't,
communists, but
the rules
then
of
implies he
decorum.
read.
Hey, treat this like an actual court. Like, let's treat it with some respect. Is basically the decorum here. Those
Kelly, are you
that
watching our
are
bingo card?
participating, it would be beneficial to
Yeah.
everyone.
I was not,
including
because my
themselves
hand was
at the
bleeding, and so I was putting on
So-
liquid bandage.
Yes, so we are
Stop
now into
bleeding,
the.
dude.
But
the
you can
opening
also bring the
statements.
bingo card up whenever you
Mr.
want.
Hewitt, the floor is yours for 15 minutes. The time I see as 8:10, so you have. But it just turned to 8:11, so you have till 8:26 to. And you don't have to. By the way, neither party has to use all their time. Completely optional. So.
Mr. Molman, if I could, before I start my opening statement, a quick procedural request of you. The instructions do not specify witness time, except that I see they say with leave of the committee. So I'd like to request leave of the committee to allot 10 minutes each to two witnesses, Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Hubbard, and 5 minutes each to Ms. McCardle and Mr. Weir. And if I could, I would like to call those witnesses
Give Ms.
after my
McCardle
opening
10 minutes, man.
statement,
Come on, why
but
not 10?
before the
Oh.
committee questioning of me,
Why are you censoring
for the
Angela McCardle?
reason that a few of the witnesses have some time constraints. Angela McCardle has to
Why isn't my
deal with
face
a
on screen?
newborn baby, and so I would
Why
ideally
haven't
like
been
to
replaced by a
dispose
bingo
of the
card?
witness testimony before we move on to the 30 minutes of
The
questioning.
people want to see my
Okay, yeah,
face.
those darn children always getting in the way. I'm
Did
joking,
you write that
Uh,
line?
So I don't know that we had time.
Amanda.
30
What, the
minutes,
people want to
because
see?
that
Oh,
adds up to
yes, I
30
did.
minutes of time.
The
I actually
dark
just
children
texted him, yeah.
I don't believe that we had time set aside for those witnesses. We'd have to talk to the committee.
I assume what
get
McCardle has to do with this,
approval of that.
Alexa, is that
So
she was the
what I
chair
understand
during
you're
a lot
asking
of
for
their
15
craziest
minutes for the
bullshit,
opening from you, Mr.
including
Hewitt,
the endorsements
and
of
then,
Trump.
30
And so I'm
minutes
assuming
possibly-
she's going to be
from
like,
those
we
witnesses
worked with them,
before
we
would
knew
go
it wasn't
into
serious,
30
we
minutes
were
of Q&A.
dealing with it, this is a new evidence.
Or in the alternative, Mr. Chair, if I could have some guidance as to the total amount of time I might be allotted for witnesses altogether, so that I know how much to divide between each witness.
Okay, so it was our intent that your opening statement was your free-for-all for anything you wanted to use, which includes witnesses or anything to that extent. So that was our intent. If that is not enough time, if you feel that that is not enough time, I can ask the committee if they'd be willing to extend the time for you for your opening statement period before we get to Q&A. I can't answer whether or not they would be willing to do that, but I can make that motion. We can ask the committee.
Well, I would love to call some. I would love to address the substance, the bylaws, and the Roberts Rules questions. I think that will require some time before your questioning to raise some substantive arguments. And since there was no underlying factual adjudication, I would love to call a few witnesses. So I would request leave of the committee to do a 10-minute opening statement at least, and at least 20 minutes in total of questioning of witnesses.
Okay, so that's 30 minutes instead of 15, basically, for what we had allocated for a 15-minute opening statement is essentially what we would be looking at there.
If I understand correctly, that there
Hello
is
from
no
Michigan. Hello to
alternate
Michigan,
way to
Jennifer
call
Long.
witnesses other than by sacrificing
Jennifer,
my
good to have
votes.
you.
That's my
That-
request.
Absolutely.
That is correct. Yes, Ms. Sheeran. That was the intent. So I'm going to ask right now of the committee, is there objection to extending time for the opening statements from 15 minutes to 30 minutes for each side? Is there any objection to that?
Dixon
I object.
objects.
Okay, Mr. Dixon objects. So,
As do I.
okay, and Mr. Goldstein objects. All right. So let's do this. There's an objection. So let's
Good
go
point,
ahead and take a vote on this real quick. Dr. Moulton, are you in a position where you're able to take a roll call vote? I know we weren't necessarily planning on that, but are you in a position
Sure.
where you could do that?
I
Chuck's
can
on
do
the
that
JC, right?
if you all want.
Yes.
Do you want me to do that now?
Restate the question, please.
The question is
The-
whether we will extend the opening statement period from
The
15
JC
minutes
is
to 30 minutes.
Mary
And we'll give
Jingle,
that to both
Sam
sides. So,
Goldstein,
again, it's
Ken
optional how
Mullman,
much they want
Pat
to use, but
Dixon,
extending the
Jeff
time
Neal,
to 30 minutes
Ivans
for opening
O'Brien,
statements
and Chuck
for the
Moll.
appellant and the respondent.
Hey,
Those
could
are
you
the
15
could you show the
Increasing time from
YouTube
15 to
comments
30.
real quick?
for both sides.
I hear Austin's
Okay.
being kind of spicy.
I don't know that we really need discussion. Mr.
It's a nice
Hewitt
burger.
gave his explanation on why he would like that.
LP National hates liberty itself.
Oh.
Look at
I don't know
that.
that anybody, unless somebody really
Well.
wants to discuss it. I see Mr. Dixon and Ms. Jingle both have her hand up. Is that for discussion or is that for?
I'd just like to hear some rationale from both, or either Sam or Pat.
So
We can
I
control plus it
re-summarize
enlarge the
what- Oh, you
text.
want to hear rationale for why they don't want to extend
Yes, yes.
time?
I'll be
Okay.
happy to. We don't have time. We've sent out the procedure. The most important part of this, in my opinion, is our ability to question. We've reviewed a lot of these briefs. That time needs to be preserved. We cannot be extending time this much.
I'm actually fine with it.
I agree with what Pat said. We set time limits for each party, and we are not in a position to extend this much beyond what our end time is.
It's half an
anyway.
hour total,
Someone
guys.
is-
That's why
It's going to be
Someone is
peanuts,
mad
really.
that Pat Dixon and Sam Goldstein are
I'll
on the
just quickly
JC
speak in
thinking it's a
favor of it
kangaroo
because
court. Even though
I
that's
think
not
it's
how this works.
this is a big deal, guys. I don't know if you know this, but like this is from what I've been able to research. This is the first time that there's been an actual true disaffiliation of an affiliate in 50-something
What?
years, right?
No?
Like there's been constructive disaffiliations over fights
no.
over leadership and stuff.
Well,
It's debatable.
I'm not worried
New
about
Mexico
that.
happened.
I mean,
So that's my take on it.
This is the first time
and
there's
why I say
an
I will
appeal
be
where the
voting in
JC is going to rule on it.
So.
Could we also
any-
hear from the respondents spokesperson on this matter, since they're involved in this?
If there's someone on the respondent side, Mr. McGee, is Mr. McGee here?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're under LNC secretary. I apologize. I was looking for your name. If there's no objection, let's hear from Mr. McGee on the matter.
Personally, I'm actually not
In
opposed
true
to extending
libertarian
time.
fashion,
However,
we will spend more time debating whether to
I
extend
will not
time than
be
we would if we
using
had
the
just
additional
extended
time.
time.
yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Somebody is making
So-
slurpy sounds.
With that said, is there
They're
any
trying to-
further
they're trying to win the
discussion
favor
on,
of the
this is
JC.
basically a motion to extend time for this period.
This is an asthma
from
stream now.
2 15-minute periods to 2 30-minute periods. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. Dr. Moulton, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Miss Jingle? Miss Jingle?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Dude, somebody is
Mr.
eating
Bryan?
like
It's gross.
Yes, extend
something
time.
out of a bowl.
Mr. Neal?
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Dixon?
No,
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
I will
Bill, is
vote
that
yes.
you?
Nope.
Mr. Molman?
You
No,
were
it's
Archie.
not me.
Time is extended. I'm
So
sorry.
Archie,
there are
you are muted.
4
Unmute
yeses
whenever you're back.
and 3 noes.
All right. With that, then the motion passes. Mr. Hewitt, you have a total
I've
of
been
30
told
minutes
there's
to
been
present
another
your opening
attack
argument
on
and your witnesses before
Do
we
we have
hear from the
to
respondent
open
side,
the
who will also have the same opportunity. They-
stream
they've expressed
comments
that they
every
won't
time
take that
someone's
much
talking
time,
about you, Kyle?
Whatever, it's their time to choose.
We're not talking
to
about
use
me.
it. And then obviously we'll continue
It's,
with the rest of it where we'll go into Q&A. But you have
It
30
can't
minutes.
Point
be,
of personal privilege real fast.
Yes, sir.
You want to remember we had a discussion about interjecting some personal time in this meeting?
Yes. Okay. So I'm sorry. I should mention that as well. So, and actually, since we're doing 30-minute opens, we might do one after. The committee talked about taking short breaks in between each thing, just so we're not here
Yeah,
on
Lexi,
a,
it doesn't
you
look
know,
good.
3.5-hour death march. That we
Isn't
actually
this
have
like-
some time
Well,
to
like,
relax.
Some
He
sort
knows
of
that at least one
alcohol
black
problem?
person is
Us
probably
together
watching
alcohol.
this, and so he's
I think
very
that benefits
angry.
everyone involved. So at the end of each period, now that we've extended
Do you think
30 minutes,
he's
I think
normally
it makes
drinking
sense
at
that
this
we
maybe
time?
take
Yeah. That's what it
30
is?
minutes At the end of each
And his
30-minute
body's like
period,
must have alcohol,
at
but he couldn't
least,
come here
if not
drunk.
5. We'll play it by ear.
I mean,
but just so
he's not
everyone
said much. He
knows
could
what
be
to
drunk.
expect. That we'll take a break.
Maybe that's why his
between
camera
period.
keeps going off. He's going to take
that-
shots of alcohol. I don't know.
Yeah, we can chill out for a minute. So, all right. With that said, I'm reading that it is 8:19. I'm going to guess that by the time I quit talking, it's going to be 8:20.
I'm glad you
With
told us
30
that.
minutes, that'll take your
Thank you.
speaking period,
Usually
Mr.
how
Hewitt,
Ken
to
is.
8:50 p.m. Eastern Time. And so you are welcome to begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to first put our position on the
Who is
record
this,
with
like-
This is
respect
their
to 3
lawyer.
different
Is
issues.
this
This is
their
their
lawyer?
AI lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to focus on
He
my
is.
He's like a he looks like a college Republican that
That
may
is literally
may or
what
may
he
not
is.
have gotten on his knees
First, I
for Peter
filed
Thiel.
or attempted to
That's
file.
literally what he
You
is.
think he sucked
five
Peter
years
Thiel
of
off?
He is
supplemental
the
I-
lead
attached.
lawyer for a
I
Republican
will
back in New Hampshire.
attempt to introduce that into the record
Well,
once I've
you better
called
watch
a
out if he's Peter
witness
Thiel's
later in this
I
statement.
wanna
significant other. He
hear
might
it.
get thrown out.
However,
a
to
window.
whatever extent that additional pleading and evidence was rejected, we wish to put our objection on the record to the rejection of that pleading under JC Rules 2.9 and 2.3, which contemplate multiple kinds of briefs, documents, and supporting evidence, and because we are the party whose rights are at issue in this hearing. Secondly, we want to put our objection on the record to the committee's rejection of 2 filings by groups of 6 to 10 Libertarian Party affiliates in support of
That's
LPNH.
a lot of extra words.
A separate brief in support of LPNH by
Indeed.
the Libertarian Party of North Carolina, and a brief by the Libertarian
But
Party
they're
of
identical
Hawaii.
briefs.
We object on the record to those 4 rejections for the reasons stated in my reply brief and the 10 affiliate amicus brief. And we would ask, although we know the committee can't take it up at this moment, that the committee reconsider under Robert's Rules 61.9, as this is a disciplinary proceeding, the rejection of those amicus briefs. And lastly, I would note that we do agree on the merits with Mr. Cizilki's amicus brief that
They're actually
a
amicus
quorum
boxers.
is required to fill JC vacancy seats. We don't plan to focus on that issue otherwise, but because some amici were confused about our position, we wanted to be clear on that. And we do think that this committee should read amicus Cizilki's arguments and consider formally the question of whether the quorum requirements in the bylaws govern vacancy appointments before it reaches the merits of
Okay,
this case.
legitimacy of the
So I'd
JC's
like to talk
questions.
now about
If that's on your bingo
social
card.
media. And I hadn't
second.
planned to talk about
Let me
social
take a
media, but the reason I want to focus on this a bit in these first 10 minutes here is that I noted that the LNC intends to call a witness to speak to discussions between some LNC members and LPNH that happened in 2025. And
Oh, no.
the content of those conversations was focused only on social media conduct, not on the Trump endorsement. So I do want to discuss the question of whether social
Two things
media
can be bad at the
conduct
same time.
not defined in this motion or during the LNC meeting at which this vote happened can be the basis for a disaffiliation motion. As you all heard Chair Molman read a moment ago, the motion alleged generically that LPNH has undermined candidates, that it's expressed unspecified numerous unlibertarian positions. There isn't a shred of specificity about that within the 4 corners of the motion to disaffiliate LPNH. As we documented it in our petition, there was not
They
even,
are on
believe it or
different
not,
monitors.
there was no specificity about that at the LNC meeting at which this vote occurred. You can listen to that entire recording. At no point does someone quote a single tweet or statement prior to voting on this motion. There were motions
need
to
to.
enumerate lists of particulars that were rejected. And one LNC member in opposing one of those motions said, quote, "I may not have a list of particulars, but we all know what's been going on up there," unquote.
End
Even
quote.
the
That
LNC's
is true.
respondent's brief, which we think, by the way, would be clearly too late to give notice of cause, included exactly 2 social media posts. And those were both posts by Jeremy Kaufman, made in his personal capacity.
That
did
wasn't
not
the
even
cause.
address LPNH. So I'd like to give a couple reasons why any evidence or argument that relies on LPNH's social media posts to sustain disaffiliation are really beyond the pale
Is this
of
kind of
what
shit
it's
posting?
appropriate for this
Can we,
committee to
Can we mark
consider.
off shit posting on bingo?
And one reason is, first of all, there's a lot of discussion in the pleadings about the Roberts Rules of Order understanding of
Lord,
for
shit
cause.
posting. I'll
But
take shit posting.
without even looking at the Roberts for cause standard at all, we can just look at party bylaws 5.6.
Oh, there we go.
Bylaw 5 says at least 3 pertinent things. It says the LNC shall have the power to revoke for cause. It says that the motion to revoke for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation. And it says that at the hearing, the burden of persuasion shall rest upon the appellant. Now, there's at least a couple of interpretive principles from Robert's rules that we should bear in mind when we're trying to make sense of what those requirements mean. And just one of them that I want to highlight here, since I want to abbreviate this statement a little bit, is Robert's Rules 5669(2), which says that when an interpretation of a provision renders another provision absurd, then the alternative interpretation must be taken as the true meaning. And the reason that's important here is because if some general statement like unlibertarian positions and undermining our own candidates.
Oh, it's
if
anti-libertarian. Is that
can
on there?
be the basis of
Anti-libertarian is on
alleging
there,
with
yes.
specificity
got
the
a creepy
cause,
grin going
then
on
the
there.
idea that the burden of persuasion is on the appellant, who is us in this hearing, is rendered completely absurd. It has essentially no meaning. That concept of the burden of persuasion being on the appellant really presumes that the appellant has an opportunity to rebut a definite allegation. And the burden of proof provision there has no meaning if the disaffiliation motion can just say this affiliate consists of bad people doing bad things, and the affiliate then needs to wait for a hearing to find out what that is. And it doesn't help, I think, if the affiliate is supposed to read through a dozen, 24 different amicus briefs, 6 or 7
Yeah, of
different
course. The
Harlos briefs.
LPNH had no
some
idea
briefs
they'd
which
ever
I
gone off
couldn't
platform.
conceivably have had an opportunity
They had
to
no
read
idea
because
they were
some
undermining
briefs were
candidates
posted,
or posting
within the
things that
past
were harming
few
the party.
hours. If
Yeah,
those
they
amicus
never
briefs
talked to you
were
about
so
that.
thought that somehow
Yes,
those
never.
constitute
They were never
sufficiently
censored, or
specific
it's never been brought
notice
up.
of what the wrongdoing is, then the idea of the burden of proof being on the
Yeah,
appellant
they didn't know they were doing
is
anything
rendered
wrong.
absurd. And the other the other concern here, I'll just note quickly, is that this committee's opinion in Phillies, where it was applying the Roberts for cause standard, it pointed out under
It's
that
not this
standard, an
committee.
accused has the
That
right
is
to
an
be
error.
apprised precisely of the conduct in
Every
which she
JC is a
alleged to
unique
have
JC.
engaged,
They are not
in
continuous.
order to prepare her
They
defense.
cannot
And
be
so no matter where you look to
relying
define, for
on,
cause, and this was an application
what
of the
previous
Roberts
JCs have
for cause
ruled as
standard.
their own ruling.
But whether you
They
look
use
at
those as
Roberts
if
they're
they
not
were
bound.
amici.
cases or something else,
Correct.
for cause is always a limiting principle on the disciplinary authority. It's not an empowering principle like at will. And if that principle prohibits you from doing only one thing, it prohibits you from saying these are bad people doing badly bad things, and that's why they should be
Badly bad
disaffiliated.
things.
So we would ask that under JC Rule 2.8, that the committee reject and strike written or verbal content that purports to use LPNH's social media content as a basis for sustaining disaffiliation. That's true because of 2.8a.
No.
It's outside the committee's jurisdiction because it has not been
Or the amicus is not yet
noticed.
mentioned.
As I said, it wasn't even in the respondent's brief.
Directly.
And under K, because K says the committee can strike and exclude anything that fails to comply with the rules and bylaws. And the entire structure of the rules and bylaws presume
Correct, Nathan.
notice with specificity of specific wrongdoing.
The Phillies case was about
Now
Karen
I'd like
Ann,
to talk for a couple
not
of
about a
minutes about
disaffiliation.
the Trump so-called endorsement vote.
So-called endorsement.
61
It
through
was like
63
directly
We're
an
getting
endorsed
close to
Robert's
define
rules
endorse
is an
here.
integrated whole.
Not
and
quite yet.
We focus on, and especially in the respondent's brief that I'd like to introduce, we focus on why this concept of for cause in Roberts is a substantive requirement of what Roberts calls the basics of a fair procedure, where there's notice and there's an investigation, there's an opportunity to be heard, and there's findings. But something else that I want to point to here is
That
that
applies to members,
the
though.
JC rules and the bylaws provisions that talk about this JC, they are full of words like
Full of words.
appellate,
Full of words.
They're full of words. This is exactly
It
how
is
my
very
essays,
important to history over
my
here.
essays have been characterized
like
as full of
Black's law
words.
definition of appellate. Appellate always presumes
words.
that there was
Too
some
many tags.
underlying adjudication. Appellate presumes that this isn't a court of first impression. You all mentioned at some length just a moment ago, this committee has limited time. You want to hear a narrow set of issues.
Which
You
is
don't want
important
this
to
function
history.
as some sort of
Yes.
quasi-investigative committee where you hear
say
extensive
quasi?
questioning of lots of witnesses.
Yes. The
That's
JC.
something that should have happened in an
Quasimodo.
underlying adjudication.
Instead of
And
quasi.
an interpretive principle. I've mentioned a few of these from Roberts. One is 5668 2-4, which says you should presume the words in the bylaws were chosen with some purpose. So all these words like appellant,
You shouldn't do
appellee,
that with
we
the-
should
Yeah,
presume
it-
these were
except-
chosen with
except the
some
part where you
specific
say no
purpose.
affiliate
They're
can
not just
endorse a
random
candidate.
words
Yeah.
that are synonyms
That
for
part
for
was
procedure
just
or
randomly
something.
thrown in.
Endorse
And
was
a
just
couple
This guy
of
sounds
other
like a dumb
separate
fucker
arguments
often.
are that a background principle in Robert's rules is that there
You
is
should become a Trump lawyer.
basically a fair disciplinary process. 63
For a
7
member.
says these
is
are
an
the basic
affiliate, not a
elements of a
member.
fair disciplinary process, and these steps must be followed
Well,
in the absence of
But no,
in a
that's
sense-
specific
important.
disciplinary
In
provisions.
a sense, they're
in your
also
bylaw.
a member.
63:7, it says
We're not collectivists
must
here.
be followed.
Like in the
Now,
All Powers
again,
sense.
61 through 63, everyone agrees that the text of those rules is focused on members and on officers, but
So
it talks at great length about the concept
he's making
of
some like
for
Robert's
cause,
mistakes
and
here
it
that are
says the
obvious enough
norm in Robert's
that, like,
rules,
I'm
which is
picking up on them,
incorporated in this,
which means
this
they're pretty
party's
obvious.
bylaws.
And Richard
is
Brown
that
is a parliamentary
this is
lawyer.
the basic default.
So
this is
I'm
a fair
expecting,
disciplinary
while,
procedure is
and
the
I love
default.
Richard,
If you don't have
while
something
Richard's
else,
response is going to
default
take
this,
28 of the 30 minutes possible.
disciplinary procedure.
That Richard has.
And then finally,
responses to
there's a
this.
separate argument, which we highlighted in our initial petition. This initial Dixon committee created under this Jarvis motion in 2021. The
was made
LMC
by
has
Iron Man.
responded here. Well, there was never a motion to kind of adopt the findings of this committee.
I'm excited that his
formally
forehead
by
is
the
LPA.
LMC. But the original motion creating this
It is kind of
committee
odd that he supports us so
said
strongly to
it
get that
contained
tattooed on
within
there.
it
You know?
I know.
this idea that this was going to be a model for intervening
Emphatically,
in
too,
the
with the
internal affairs of
exclamation point.
affiliates, and it said that it had some of these elements of a basic disciplinary process: findings, recommendations, and an investigation. So, because I would like to go to some
We are
witnesses,
12
that's all
minutes
from me on
in.
those
I
topics
understand
for
now
but
why
I
he
look
doesn't
forward
want
to
this to be a
taking
10-minute thing.
questions, and I would now like to call.
He's calling witnesses, guys. He's calling
I think
Angela
we'll go
McCardle.
ahead and go with Angela McCardle since she needs to
Oh,
leave.
called it.
He's not going to Kaufman
needs to
first.
leave.
Kaufman's
Angela,
going to be
still
the
here.
piece
Kaufman's
de
the
resistance.
star witness.
Fantastic. All right. Well, everyone just heard your names, Angela McCardle. Angela, what was your role
Back
in
the
the
witch.
party in 2020?
You can just say it, Archie.
I was the national chair for the latter half of 2022.
And
wonder when
did
she
you
left.
write a letter to the Libertarian Party of New Mexico in August of 2022?
Look, LPN
Yes, I
mentioned.
Okay, and what was
LP
that
New
letter
Mexico,
about?
mark it.
Done.
Believe the August letter was regarding
Can we-
Libertarian Party of
can
New
we
Mexico's
cross-examine
illegal
her?
I
convention.
thought they were gonna.
Why the
call her to
National
talk
Party
about
viewed it
LPN.
as illegal, and
If they don't
they
cross
could come
examine her,
back
it's
into
ridiculous.
compliance.
I don't think they
Okay.
usually do.
And I'm going
just-
to.
they just bring her up and like,
ask
why did you
the
embezzle
committee to
$50,000?
accept on,
Well, no,
the
it's just he asked like,
record
why
the
were you removed
document
from
that
the
we've
party? What,
entitled,
is there any
Petitioner's Reply Brief
controversy
and Motion,
surrounding
which
your
has
position
letter
inside the
attached.
LP? Is there
Mr.
any
Coleman,
Assuming
question.
Mr. Molman, because
Did you
I of
collaborate
my
at all with,
limited time, I should not
members of
discuss this
different
with the committee
parties?
now, and we should take this up at some point after
Why
I've
is there
concluded
now
my opening statement.
Fucking
Sure,
built-in
and by
AI
the way,
captions.
and I'm pausing your time for a moment.
'Cause y'all were talking over it.
You're more than happy, or we're more than willing to take your reply brief in this hearing. Any documents, any evidence you have to bring forward, this is the time to do that.
Okay, well, I'd like to put onto the record the reply brief, which has this letter attached. This is the first exhibit.
I really
on the
wish we
reply
had
brief that I'd
Justice
to
Berman
ask,
Supreme
Mr.
still.
McCardle about.
Agreed.
That'd be
so,
great.
and this letter, what did you ask Libertarian Party of New Mexico to do specifically?
Movement Libertarian is correct.
The August 9th letter.
Yes, the August 9th letter.
Just one second.
This is consuming their 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That was
This
part
was
of the vote.
about. You said this was about their constitutional convention being invalid.
I love the idea of having a
Yeah,
witness that
I'm just
doesn't
looking at
isn't
it
prepped
because there
for
were
this.
2 letters I sent.
Clearly, she's not from Shreveport, Louisiana, because then she would have sent those letters.
I think in this letter, I think in the first letter, in the July letter, we sent more requests for them to come into compliance with their own bylaws and the national
Their argument was
bylaws.
going to be she did it
And
correctly.
I think in the August letter, we talked more specifically about member rights,
Evan, your
why we
face
were
has
getting
subtitles.
involved, and
I don't know why the subtitles
addressing
popped
this
up.
issue with the secretary.
No, Evan's face has subtitles.
If I said that
Hmm.
I'm looking at the letter and you asked them to repudiate their July Constitutional Convention as null and void, and to recognize their previous constitution as their valid constitution, does that sound correct to you?
I mean, I would consider
witness.
the freaking. I would consider the freaking bylaws to be notice of asking them
What
to not
next
endorse Donald Trump.
steps was the LNC discussing if the Libertarian Party of New Mexico did not comply with this letter?
Disaffiliation and trying to claw back ballot access via the Secretary of State.
And so disaffiliation was being discussed. What process were people discussing using to disaffiliate Libertarian Party of New Mexico on the LNC at the time?
Setting a meeting, setting an
where that we do
advance
not
notice
have
meeting.
cross-examination.
And what kinds of things did people think were going to happen at this meeting?
Well, we would hear from the affiliate. We would hear from people in support of the
Jimmy looks
affiliate.
happy.
We would hear from people who supported disaffiliation. You know, essentially like a mini disciplinary hearing during the meeting.
In these discussions on the LNC,
But I thought
did
this was the
anyone
first
ever
of its
suggest,
kind, so
"Hey, we
there
don't need
was
to
not
do
a
any of this
disaffiliation
process.
hearing.
We can just vote
Well,
right
except
now
the other kind.
and just
Except the other
unilaterally
time, just the
disaffiliate
first.
the Libertarian Party of New Mexico at will," or anything roughly along those
Do you know what's
lines?
wild?
Yeah.
Dennis
think that there
Pratt,
were
the
a
moron
couple of
that he
people
is, puts out
who-
something where they're going to play progressive
who
bingo
proposed
watching a
that,
disaffiliation,
you know,
and
and
then
some of it was going to be
labels a bunch of
discussed in
words
executive session, which
that
I
we will
won't
like.
repeat. But
The other side will
majority
literally never use.
of the LNC
Most of these are like
said that we
stuff
had
that's not going to be added.
give due
You
process.
think anybody's going to say
basically.
toxic
That we
masculinity during
we
their
were not
fucking
going
thing, or
to be
microaggression? Or
Well, now
able to,
you are.
quote
No.
unquote, pull that off.
Well, no, it's not
not gonna
us. They're saying
happen.
like during
People
the
on the
actual
LNC weren't supportive
JC
of it.
hearing.
Members weren't supportive of it. It was going to go to the JAC. It was going to create
Members weren't supportive of it.
potentially a legal
You have no idea what
issue,
members have
and
ever
that
wanted, Angela.
maybe one or two people thought that that was fine, and maybe there was going to be an argument made via Robert's Rules of Order or some other, you know, governance policy that we weren't going to have to give them notice, but the majority of people didn't believe that.
So
and
Nathan, I
didn't
wanted to
believe
give
that
her
it was going
some
to stick even if we
leniency
tried
on
it.
that part, on the part where she sounds kind of high.
What did the
Because
Libertarian Party
like
of New
she's
Mexico
pretty late. Like she
after
just had a
you,
baby, right? So
sent
she's
them
probably
this
still getting
Yeah.
over that
this
brain
ninth
fog.
letter? What was the next step?
That's
They
understandable.
sent, I think shortly after that, they sent out a press release saying that they had disaffiliated from the National Party.
And did you know they were going to do this?
As a capitalist, she owned the means of production
Not
of a baby
officially.
factory
I
for
mean,
9
I had
months.
an idea that they
And
were
so she's
going to do
tired.
it because they'd
She's
been
tired, boss.
threatening
Well,
it, or there
you,
had
I
been
mean, you do
rumors of
own
it.
yourself.
It was a few years ago, so I don't recall exactly, but I didn't know for sure that they were going to do it.
So how did the Libertarian Party of New Mexico announcing they were disaffiliating themselves bear on the subsequent
This is
LNC
speculation.
vote
She's
to
talking about
say that the Libertarian Party of New Mexico
how they
is
would
disaffiliating?
have disaffiliated, but they disaffiliated themselves.
Well, that, you know, that escalated and sped things up pretty quickly. That basically disposed of the majority of arguments
I mean,
saying that we were
I
going to
would
have to have
say that
anything like a
violating
disciplinary
a
hearing
shall in the
or a
bylaws is
trial
constructive
because they
disaffiliation.
were, you know, improperly disaffiliating from the National Party. They were not going to cooperate with us. They were not going to fight it. They wanted to be disaffiliated.
Great. All right.
Kaufman looks like
thank
he
you,
put a
Angela.
hair
That's
tie
all
around his neck.
for me for now. And because of the format of these questions, I suppose neither council has the opportunity to question each other's witnesses. I guess, is that correct, Chair Mullen?
That's
Do it.
correct. At least not in this.
Do it.
period.
All
right. Okay,
Thank you.
Angela.
He
thank
said
you
not
very
in this
much. I appreciate
period,
it.
so there might be
I'm going
cross.
to ask
That's what
Nick
he said.
Hubbard to come up now.
Angela,
Come on down.
was this during the time where
Nick,
you were
can you
stealing
hear me?
$50,000 from
Yes.
the party?
Hey,
Do you even remember
hey,
what
Nick,
was going on?
Thanks for joining us. When did you join the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, and what roles have you had in the party?
Ooh, rolls.
I believe I joined
I'm really glad that they don't have it showing.
spring
who's
or
talking.
early summer of 2021. I think my roles were I was on the politics committee at one point. I was vice chair
You
for
had 2.5 months to prepare this.
2.5
And their
two
witnesses
executive
are like,
committees, and
2.5 minutes to
then
form a fucking
stepped in as
sentence.
chair at the end of
I teased my
2020.
friend Richard about how slow he's being, but they don't.
Were you
have
vice chair
any
when
betterment here.
Ryan Bloodworth proposed that the executive board vote to endorse Donald Trump?
Yes.
Were there different factions at the time represented within LPNH?
Yes.
So just one, we're a little pressed for time here, but one area where some libertarians in New Hampshire are divided on Trump, including among libertarians who identify as right-leaning, is on President Trump's trade policy. Where do you fall in that debate?
I'm opposed to Donald Trump's
count for
interventionist
right-wing?
trade policies.
When you were vice chair
Uh-huh.
and chair, were
Chat.
board members in general
I said
aware
right-leaning.
of your
Does that
views
count for
on
right-wing?
controversial
Yes.
issues?
I believe so, yes.
And did you support Bloodworth's proposal to endorse Trump?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe Jeremy Kaufman was instructing Ryan Bloodworth or the other board members to endorse Trump?
No.
Yeah, of course.
Do you ever recall Jeremy Kaufman saying it would be a good idea for the LPNH to endorse Trump?
He did openly.
No,
publicly.
I don't believe that ever happened.
He did in a post.
And after vice chair,
He
you were the
absolutely
chair.
did.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll find this.
Yes.
Were you ever contacted as chair by the LNC about the previous Trump endorsement?
Not to my recollection.
You didn't
Do
need
know
to. It's
if,
against the bylaws.
Other LPNH board members were ever contacted about the Trump endorsement specifically by members of
We
the
never
LNC?
knew it was bad.
I don't know that. I'm sorry.
We didn't know we were a political party.
The LNC did not ask you to rescind or disavow the Trump endorsement vote. Is that correct?
Did the police ever tell
not to
you
my
that
knowledge.
murder was bad after you killed the person?
To my
before
knowledge, that
arresting you?
never occurred.
But officer,
I'm
I didn't know
And
she was
I've
three.
submitted to the chair and the secretary the 2024 bylaws. These were the bylaws that were in effect at the time that you were vice chair when this Trump endorsement vote occurred. Do you recall those bylaws say that candidates are nominated by the party at conventions and not by the executive board? Does that sound correct to the best of your recollection?
From Jeremy Kaufman. Thank you for sharing my support
I
for the
don't recall, I'm
anti-war
sorry.
candidate Donald Trump.
Okay.
The
I
shirt
don't
I'm
have
wearing in
the
that
bylaws in front of
picture is from my War is Gay video.
All right.
And many Trump
Do you
supporters would
remember
enjoy.
let me ask you
And
this
he
then. Do you remember
just
the
blatantly
executive
supported
committee
Trump.
ever
And
voting
it happens
to decide
repeatedly
any
throughout his
other
tweets.
candidate that
Can you-
LPNH is going to endorse?
Can you send a link to that?
Yeah, of course.
I believe those votes occurred at the state conventions.
Yeah, that would fit. That would fit with the bylaws. All right, thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I appreciate it. And
Which
I would
this
like
this
to
website
bring
is
up Ben
on the
here. Ben, if you're available.
Amici or in the
Yep.
Amici.
Ben, fantastic. Thank you all
For those
so
who are
much for
interested,
being, so
I thought it was a
patient.
fantastic site.
Ben, what positions have you held within the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire and when?
When I first moved here in 22-23, I was I believe
Quote,
an at-large.
Trump was the better
at
choice for
my
sure, but nothing
first
real is going to
term
change.
on the
95%
board,
of Americans are
and
still
then,
communists and always will be.
I did take a year off, and then in 2025 at the convention, I ran for chair and I got that position, and I held that chair position
From Jeremy Kaufman,
until
I'll vote for Donald Trump and nothing but
late
Republicans.
fall
members
of
the United States Libertarian Party.
2025, where I had to resign due to other political obligations that were occurring at that time.
Running as chair as a Republican.
I was also
Thanks,
on
Ben.
various committees
Yeah.
and on the Libertarian National Committee as well during that entire time.
You were on the
22.
LNC when you were chair, right?
Correct.
He was
Yeah,
on the
from
LNC when he was
2024
running
to
for chair.
2026.
And as chair.
you were
But
elected
he was
as
also
chair
running, as
after
Ben
the
just said,
Bloodworth
as
board
Republican
voted
for
to
chair.
endorse Donald Trump.
Correct.
And you have submitted an amicus brief, and you've spoken in that amicus brief about the fact that you were outspokenly and vocally opposed to the Trump endorsement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think any. Yeah, it's pretty public information that I was adamantly opposed to the Trump endorsement.
All right, Ben. And then while you were chair of the LPNH and while you were simultaneously on the LNC, did anyone on the LNC ever say that you had violated the bylaws or LPNH had violated the bylaws through this Trump endorsement vote?
They never implied that I was responsible for the previous board's endorsements. I remember it was spoken about on the LNC to some degree, but never in any kind of serious capacity
literally-
in terms of reprimand whatsoever.
He is lying through
Did
his
you
teeth.
meet with,
There are public
did you have a
posts about
meeting
this on
with
the
Stephen
public
Michaela?
list
I apologize
where
if I'm
people
mispronouncing
called
that.
As a matter of fact,
in
while
a
he was there,
subsequent meeting
Sam
with
Bowler proposed
Jeremy Kaufman as well,
disaffiliating
and the
them
vice chair.
and was told it's within the final 6 months so they couldn't
Yes,
do it.
as well
That's
as
why
the
the
former
censure
comms
happened in the first
director,
place.
Brian McWilliams.
In either of those meetings, did any of the
He
LNC
is
members ever bring
blatantly
up this
lying
Trump
here.
endorsement vote?
No, actually, the only things that were mentioned, we came up with an agreement between the LNC and LPNH.
Which was not honored.
Where we
You're
would
right.
stick by 3 rules as long as they weren't violated against us, and that was no
Yeah,
inter-party
and the
attacks.
violation,
We can
one
stick
of the
to
rules was,
sophisticated disagreement on social media.
that the LNC couldn't
and
tell you you
provide
were in
context
violation of
when
the
being
rules.
controversial.
And we never did that.
It
was
there
not
was
slick.
nothing ever talked about in terms of
See
Trump
fucking Kaufman
endorsement.
laughing over here?
In fact, it was
Right?
Psychopath.
most people were of the opinion that this was kind of a bygone. Like it was
Kaufman did
not really
go
anything
full
that people
Joker
were
mode,
even thinking about anymore.
at his
Was this, when you say agreement, was this some kind of
Free
contract,
State Project
or
hearing,
was
too.
it just an
He
informal
must be
discussion
watching lynching
about how you were
videos.
both going to proceed?
We had a verbal discussion,
There was a
and
written agreement.
amongst the LPNH board, we had an agreement of what we would submit to the LNC, and I submitted a letter
As
to
long
the
as the LNC didn't tell them they
which I
were
can provide for
violating the agreement.
If they're
The second they
interested.
did, they got to
It
break
is
the agreement.
public, and it basically it talks about the entire conversations of everything that went down during those calls about communications on Twitter and stuff.
And it had nothing to do with the Trump endorsement vote.
Not even a little bit.
And you've said it was about not attacking other libertarians. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Basically, no inter-party attacks, aggressive language, slurs, no right-coded insults, gay, retard, racist, incel, stuff like that, as well as calls for disaffiliation or removal of other party members from other parties and stuff.
And what happened to that agreement?
Remember that was on the card.
Well, pretty quickly after this agreement came out, we stuck to our guns and we actually were following all these rules even well past the fact that we were getting attacked right immediately after it was released. And, we stuck to these rules for a good while, and
5 minutes.
eventually, we just kind of went back about our old ways there. But there's pretty much, there was no mutual respect given.
There's no mutual respect. You
Trying
demanded
to come up with any kind of agreement there. We were basically extending our hand, but the hand was slapped away by
said that you should be
many other party
disaffiliated. They weren't
members.
part of that agreement. They weren't part of that.
All
You
right.
cannot
Thank you, Ben.
demand
Nothing
an action
further,
by a party that is
for
not
now.
part of the
Much
agreement.
appreciated. I'm going to ask Jeremy Kaufman to come up
That's
with the
not how
last
that
few minutes
works. Someone
They got
said
2
2
minutes
words
left.
to us.
2.5.
Here and ready.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Here,
We
buddy.
just have a few minutes left. What positions have you held in LPNH and when?
I have been the chair of LPNH since
I
our
have been
convention
the chair
earlier this year.
LPNH.
Prior to that,
No,
I
he's not.
spent a full term as secretary after being elected in our 2025 convention.
How he talks.
And I served as interim secretary from the end of 2024 into the 2025 convention. Before that, I was the chair of the comms team for around a year. And then prior to that, I was just a
Rose could be
comms
up here and it's hiding in the chat.
member with other people acting as chair. So I've really risen through the party over the years.
And what was your position on the
Like a
Bloodworth
swamp gas.
board's attempt to endorse Trump?
I, as someone who was not eligible to participate in that meeting, and as the first meeting I was ever on the LPNH XCOM, mostly took a back seat. I did have some concerns, specifically
like
because
thanking
of
them for the endorsement.
some of the things that are happening now. I do think that there is an obligation
say
for
you
the
didn't approve of
Libertarian
it.
Party to support Libertarian candidates, and as the chair of LPNH, that's
Shit,
the
you
way I
literally
would like it
changed
to
the
function.
bylaws to make it against the
Were you
bylaws
present
to support
for?
Libertarian candidates.
Sorry,
you
I need
lying
to
sack
ask
of
first.
shit.
Did you
Wow.
personally think libertarians should vote for Trump separately from your view on what the LPNH should have done?
I think that's a complex question that depends on your views as a libertarian and what you
No, it
put
does not.
primacy on and how you view voting itself. Some libertarians think that you should never vote for the lesser of two evils.
Oh,
Some
lesser of two
libertarians
evils
see
mentioned.
themselves, such as I
Card.
believe Walter Block has made this argument, that you're trapped in a democracy, and you should, in fact, just vote for the lesser of two evils, even if that person is not a libertarian. So this is, I'm well read on my libertarian literature. I've been a libertarian
Obviously
since
not.
as soon as I learned the word. And this is an area where libertarians have argued for a long time. Should they be purists or should they be
something just right when you learn the word?
Do you
That's
agree
very
with
strange.
Ben's characterization that in these meetings with LNC members, the Trump endorsement was not brought up?
Not a single time.
What will it mean for the Libertarian Party as a national organization if disaffiliation is upheld?
Ken opened this meeting
That we
by
have to
talking
support
about how
libertarian
serious
candidates.
and unprecedented this is. And I do hope that all JC members are considering this. Libertarians like to have these sayings about they're neither right nor left, or, we should fight the state,
We don't say
not each other.
We do
Every
say we should
political
fight the
test
state.
I've taken my entire life, and I will admit this is one area where my Twitter haters get me a little bit, as I keep taking these political quizzes, and they keep saying I'm a libertarian. Every single one I take when I give my answer says, Jeremy, you're a libertarian. And so
They really don't.
I do see this as the LP risking tearing itself apart. I think this risks
He literally
setting
was
off
calling for it to be torn
a
apart.
cascade of events
he ran
that
for
means
the
that
purpose
every
of destroying the
convention
party.
is a fight about kicking
I really
out
wish you could
states
cross.
so that various
Hopefully, Ken
factions
allows it. Hopefully, someone moves for
can
it.
control the party. It seems that the Libertarian Party itself
Oh my God.
now exists in this state where most of the time is
Austin
spent
Martin is
fighting
taking a shot
over
at LPA.
who controls the
During
party.
this on the
And I
public
think that's
Kyle.
a really
Okay.
disastrous outcome. The LP is supposed to be built on these principles of decentralization, local control. I mean, even if you just imagine how libertarianism works, people have different cultural views, people have different social views, people put primacy on different issues. In a libertarian
we have a
America, people are
platform.
going to sort themselves out. Different types of people are going to live in
Did
different
he answer
places.
the question?
So
the
yeah,
question
LPNH
was,
can
do
be
you think
a very right-wing
libertarians should vote for
voice.
Donald
It
Trump?
can take different perspectives on
Yeah,
issues where
he's
libertarians
completely
disagree
dodged
than
it.
other libertarians do.
Time is very
But in
important to
any libertarian
history.
America, those
And
people are
that's
still
why
going
I'm
to
wasting
exist.
it now.
And from the
But Dr.
perspective of those
JC.
who don't like us, it sure would be
Okay.
better if we all live in the New Hampshire gulag, than
I'm
you're
sorry,
stuck
that was
living
not the
amongst
question.
us.
The question was, what do you
So
think will happen?
I think this risks some really bad outcomes. I think the people who are voting on this should think really carefully about it, because I think it's not going to end here. I think it only
The
will
full force of
further
New
tear the
Hampshire
party
will come
apart
upon
over
you.
time.
Chairwoman, could Mr. Kaufman have 1 to 2 sentences to answer a final quick question?
With the indulgence of the board. Any
No.
objection? The board is not objecting. The committee is not objecting. Go ahead.
Jeremy, what is the status of Andrew Allgood's membership in LPNH?
Andrew Allgood has been
Oh,
suspended
he said it's all
pending
good.
an investigation. We take due process and doing things the right way very seriously. I would like the Libertarian
Is that
Party.
on the
I've been
bingo
through the
card?
court
I know
system.
trial is.
My company library was torn
No
apart by the
trial
federal
is.
government.
Nothing
And I
about
think if
all
there's
good
a
on
bare
this one,
minimum
on ours.
that we ought to follow if we want people to respect us, is our court systems and our procedures should be better than what the federal government does, and not worse.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes this period. Committee members, we had originally talked about doing 15, 15, and then a break, but we then extended to 30 minutes. Is there a desire to take a 5-minute break here? I know I've been taking notes on all this, and my hand hurts. I've been writing down things that I want to ask questions about or have been thinking about. Is there objection to 5 minutes right now?
Do it.
I'm not seeing any objection. We're gonna stand at ease then for 5 minutes. We'll return at 8:58 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you so much, Mr. Hewitt, and thank you for your presentation to your witnesses. Stand by. We're gonna let the LNC speak next, and then we'll hit Q&A.
So Ian Hewitt is
to those watching
a
this
lawyer that focuses mainly on
hearing,
religious
I
liberties.
guess
Is
I'm
what I'm
hoping
looking
that
at
that's
here.
the only people that are interested, because I don't know why else should we be watching this.
Which is why he's
Stand by.
supporting such good,
We'll be back in 5
strong
minutes.
Christians like
Just,
New Hampshire.
Mr. Moment, just so you're aware,
Yes.
the live stream will be continuing.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
can't pause it.
Yeah,
So-
that is a great point to bring up to everyone. Is the live stream is still live? Please mute yourself while we're in these.
I really want McGee to cross
breaks.
examine.
It'll be better for everyone involved. Nothing embarrassing occurs if you turn off your camera and mute your mic. So that's what I'm going to do for the next 4 minutes.
Come on, kid, leave your audio on while you go to the bathroom.
Has anybody ever done that in a Zoom meeting?
I have not.
So.
I have accidentally left this camera on when I've been in LNC meetings, and I turned my LNC Zoom camera off, and so y'all have like seen my pajama-clad legs. It's very embarrassing.
Scandalous.
I was really embarrassed. I'm not seeing any objections.
Wait, we did. You're not seeing them.
I'm not seeing any objections.
So
wait, I object.
While they're gone. Make it big.
Oh, if only you put LP New Mexico instead of Colorado.
We did put LP New Mexico. It got crossed out.
Oh, different.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, some people have LP Colorado on theirs.
We do.
Some people have legitimacy of the JC as question. We heard that. We heard various social media references, although none to follower counts. We heard references to shit posting, although not in so many terms, so that might be contested later. We don't know. We almost heard war criminal. We did not, in fact. We heard references to due process, if anyone has due process on their card.
That's correct, Dave. They blamed the previous LPNH and have pretended basically that it's not this LPNH.
It wasn't us. It was us.
The funny thing is they're trying to claim that that's the previous LPNH, but then they're saying we have to rely on precedent from previous LNCs, and previous JCs,
you got to stick with one,
etc. So talk about special pleading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jeremy Kaufman is taking shots at Evan in the chat.
Evan has noticed this. I would advise Evan, if reading the chat bothers you, don't read the chat, minimize it. I do read the chat. I'm impervious, basically. I actually like to. This is completely serious. I have a meditation exercise I used to do when I was first getting started doing shows. If I was on a hostile show and I knew that the chat was, or the comments on YouTube were going to be hostile to me, I would, after the fact, go and scroll through and read the comments. And if I had a reaction to any one of them, I would continue looking at the comments until viscerally I felt nothing and just breathe through it and just kind of notice what I was feeling in my body and then go on to the next one. And you kind of become desensitized to nasty comments if you do that.
Hey, Kyle.
Amanda, I have a question for you.
Oh.
Yes, Archie.
Are you like the ghost of Marcus Aurelius?
Marcus Aurelius wasn't cool, man. Seneca was the party stoic. Seneca's where it's at. Heraclitus is also pretty rad, but you only get the fragments. But I would do a stoic meditation on reading mean comments about me.
I'd be there for that.
Yeah.
I can also add to the comments.
You can also just say things to me, Phil. Well, I'll meditate as you throw insults at me right now. This is going to be fun.
Hey, Kyle. If you go to YouTube and you set the size to like 150%, and you use like the chat pop-out feature, you can move the chat to the left side of the screen, and then put the live stream slightly past it.
What?
I'm gonna need some.
Those were words.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a feature on in the YouTube comments. It has like the little 3 dots at the top of the comments. You can hit that. You can pop it out, so the comments become their own window. And then in that you can control plus to like enlarge the to change the size of it.
Right.
So we can actually read them.
Or Kyle could just be a cool computer nerd and run OBS.
You don't want to do that. The last time he did that, it was not good.
It wasn't OBS's fault.
That is true.
And Kyle's
It was
probably
a
like
12-year-old
coding
MacBook
his
that
own
was
viewer.
exploding.
Is that what Jorgensen actually had? Was like a 12-year-old MacBook? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm surprised
And
that
it
I've
was like
become like
the-
self-aware by that point.
It was like the OG MacBook Air.
Okay, so if I hold out my arms, then they dip over, but like they don't roll off.
Oh.
The capybaras.
Have you heard of tape?
I'm trying to balance two capybaras on my shoulders just organically. I don't want to have.
I know how to insult you, and you can't withstand it.
Was mentioned. Yes, Dave.
What?
I know how to insult you, and you won't be able to withstand it.
I
You
won't be
will
able to.
cry
I'll
so
cry?
hard.
Are you just going to call me like a MAGA
you have
lover?
No, I'm going to say the
He's
truth.
going to call you a moderate.
Amanda
that would
can't
mean-
balance capybaras on her shoulder.
That is
See, she's crying.
crushing. I am crying. That's
Definitely,
that's what that was.
Okay, maybe
horrific.
it's from laughter, but I made her cry.
What if you impale one on your hair?
See, I can. Okay, so balance on my head, just not my shoulders.
That's because your head's larger than your shoulders.
My head's not larger than my shoulders, Kyle. That's physically impossible.
And also,
Well,
the
no, it's
spike is
physically
penetrating the
impossible the other way
capybara.
around.
It is absolutely not physically impossible.
Your shoulders are almost as thick as your average piece of A4.
Hey.
Rose is finally here.
Hey.
I made it. Told you I would.
Finally,
The
a
one
rollover
thing
theory.
is that we still haven't. We still have not invested in getting Rose a good microphone.
That's true.
Or
Yeah.
a curtain rod.
First, I need. No. This is an art exhibit representing my life. Okay, you guys see how it gets increasingly more tilted the longer I'm in the Libertarian Party?
I see.
It's as tilted as Rose is.
It's
It
slanted.
just gets more and more tilted. It represents my mental state as I get involved in this party.
That's why I keep it at afar. I kind of keep it at arm's distance.
You keep that John afar.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if anyone does have blame previous LPNH, that should be marked off. That
Absolutely.
did happen.
100%.
Yeah.
I did say that one aloud when Dave asked. No trial
I
has
should
not
have
been
given Kaufman more time. I'd have
I
a
know.
bingo by now if Kaufman had more time.
I
He
met
gave
my quota.
Kaufman less time than Angela saying, and looking up a single thing from 2022. It was amazing. Are they
Yeah,
back?
argue for more time and then have completely unprepared witnesses.
That was
Are they
pretty
bad?
early.
Yeah,
Is there a
there's people
position or a
talking. Oh,
place
that's weird.
better
It
in your
paused.
home or wherever you are, where you get better reception?
Oh no.
I'm sorry, now I'm not hearing.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna
Jonathan!
ask. Committee members, can you turn your cameras
McGee.
off? I know that when we have problems with Zoom, sometimes it's a bandwidth problem. And I'm going to turn my camera off, and hopefully that'll help.
Jonathan always
with
has
Mr. McGee's
2-bit
bandwidth.
internet.
Jonathan always does have
Go
really
ahead,
bad
Mr.
internet.
McGee.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
We
Oh,
were
God.
talking
Kaufman's
about
refusing
the
to turn his
censure
camera
for
off.
conduct, and the behavior continued,
Oh,
and
he
then it
did.
started getting choppy.
No, he didn't. It just went to his Ken's because he was talking.
Okay. Then I'll back up. So again, as an aside, it's worth noting for consistency that regardless of the steps taken by Chairman McCardle in the case of LP New Mexico prior to vote to disaffiliate them, the plain language of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Mexico would not meet the specificity standards that the petition now demand of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Hampshire. Second, a great deal of ink has already
Sorry,
been.
this is still choppy. I really want to be able to hear his words.
Have him call in. Yeah.
Mr. McGee, I apologize. There is an ability to dial in as well.
Yeah.
And with the if you wanted to do that instead, I think the committee would like to give you your full time and also be able to hear. My ADD brain can put your partial sentences together because I hear everything partially anyway, but not everybody thinks like that. Would you prefer to dial in? Is that better?
Did he just say he has a super ADHD brain?
He said
Is
an
that what you
ADHD
said?
brain.
I can do
ADD
that
brain.
if that's what the
That is the will of the committee, Jonathan. Please dial in.
Because you just lost what the committee wants. It turned into unts, and that was what we heard. Like we lost a chunk of the sentence, which I put together. But again, you should be able to dial in. There should be a link there on the audio to dial in. I'm going to pause your time here. It happened at 9:04 is when we started losing you. Wouldn't mind dialing in. I see you coming into the waiting room.
Ken, also, are Mr. McGee's remarks in writing that he could post into the chat or something?
I assume that both parties will be giving us more documentation at the end of this, evidence, and I hope that will be there. But this is the hearing, so I'd love to.
His
actually,
internet is so bad. We
because
need
we're
to
not going to read that
crowdfund him.
tonight,
Like,
right? That's
Yeah.
going to be for us to consider.
We can,
But for the Q&A
I can
portion,
probably
I think
find
it's
some
good
old
to hear this.
AOL dial-up
Mr.
CDs.
McGee, are you with us? Are you able to speak now? Can we hear you?
Hello?
We can hear you. Yes. Are you good?
Okay.
Way
All right.
better.
Sounds better.
I'm going to resume your time here. We'll just extend your time
Come
for about a
on,
minute,
Jonathan.
which is fine. So go ahead. Please continue.
All right. So, okay. Where was I? As an aside, it's worth noting for consistency that regardless of the steps taken by Chair McCardle in the case of the Libertarian Party of New Mexico prior to their disaffiliation vote, the plain language of the motion to disaffiliate.
Did Kaufman just give kind of like a little bit of
New
a fruity
Mexico
wave
would not
there?
meet the specificity standards that the petitioner and supporting
Look
amendment
at me. Look at
of the
me.
motion to disaffiliate LP New
Oh,
Hampshire.
right here.
Second, a great deal of ink
I've
has
heard
already
him at
been
Pork
spilled
Fest.
on the
Yeah, I was
substance
thinking
of
more
what
like he was
actually
a
said
carny and was going to start
by
like
LP
popping
New
his
Hampshire
head
on their official account over an
I
extended
heard
period
he
of
hates all the
time.
gays
So
so
I
much
will not read
publicly
it into the
because he's
record.
very privately
The written
liking
submission's already before you
some
do
gay
that at
stuff,
length,
you
and
know?
I don't
How
think
it
the
usually
committee
is, self-hate.
needs it repeated out loud to understand its weight. What I will say is this: an affiliate is entitled to robust internal debate, to genuine disagreement with national leadership, and even to sharp criticism of this very body and its decisions. None of that is at issue here. What is at issue is an extended pattern of public statements issued through an official party channel that go well beyond disagreement and beyond criticism, and that the Judicial Committee's own members have had the opportunity to review directly in the record before them. I will close with what remains true regardless of anything heard tonight about how New Mexico was handled. In November of 2024, this affiliate's executive committee endorsed a candidate of another party for president in direct violation of our bylaws. That is conceded. The question before you is not whether New Mexico received more process. It is whether LP New Hampshire received a fair process under what our actual bylaws say, and whether the conduct that followed the National Committee's own formal warning of the affiliate justified the vote you are being asked to review. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Ken, you're muted.
Ken, you're muted.
See, I'm trying to be a good host, and I'm talking to no one. All right. So Mr. McGee's comments did not take a half hour. It is the prerogative of this committee. We had talked about having a break at this moment. Do you guys want to take a break right now, or you want to keep going?
May I ask a question first?
Of course, Dr. Moore.
I see there's several other LNC members here. Were they meant to be called as witnesses by Mr. McGee, or are they just available for questioning later? I'm not
They're
sure what's going
available
on.
for questioning.
Okay. All right.
But since we have time, we're
committee
calling
members,
Angela
what would you
McCardle.
like to do? Would you like to take the break here, or we keep on trucking?
I would say we begin our questioning of the appellate, of the petitioner.
Is there objection to continuing forward and having the appellant Q&A session begin?
No.
Seeing no objection, we will begin. Committee members, I will ask you to raise your hand. I will call on you. Mr. Dixon has got his real hand up. So we'll start with Mr. Dixon.
Well, thank
His
you.
real hand.
Mr. Hewitt, should I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to note that we're starting this at 9:09 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry.
All right. Can I go?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Hewitt, should I refer to you as Mr. Hewitt or counsel, or how should I refer to you?
Mr. Hewitt's fine. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. Mr. Hewitt, so I'm going to ask a question, and I have other questions, but I'm going to pass the baton after this one, okay? In your opening, you referred to some of the amici that questioned the validity of our committee. And you, if I understood you, you were saying you were joining their opinion that there wasn't a quorum, we're not properly constituted. And if we agreed with you, would you agree that we would end this meeting, not give a ruling, we have no standing, and the LNC action stands?
No, I wouldn't agree with all of that statement. I don't think the LNC action would stand. I think
It literally does.
the better
That's what the
argument
bylaws
is
say.
that it would default to a reversal of the LNC.
Well, it
No,
doesn't.
it goes the other way.
So clearly, how do you come to the conclusion that the default would overturn the LNC? There would be no recourse other than this committee. So how does it default to overturning the LNC motion?
Because there is a default
there's no recourse.
affirmance clause in the bylaws, and the default affirmance clause is very specific. It says that there's a 30-day period in which, if this committee does not act after this hearing,
Then it affirms the
then
LNC.
by default, the the LNC's decision to disaffiliate us is upheld.
Yes.
And because there would need to be some kind of default decision,
Oh,
if
man,
this
that's quite a
committee
knot.
could not adjudicate this issue, the only way there could be a default affirmance would be under that clause. And one reason I think we know this is true is
If
this
there's no
committee
JC, then the
has
JC fails
taken a
to
very
deliver a
firm
verdict.
stance on multiple
Ergo,
different
it's
issues
upheld.
that where there is permissive language in the bylaws or rules, that permissive language
I feel like
is
Pat right now.
exclusive of everything else. So if there's permissive language saying sustaining members may file amicus briefs, that means no one else, no other organization, no affiliate can file an amicus brief. Permissive is exclusive. If it says LPNH may file a petition, that means LPNH may not file any other kind of pre-trial pleadings or briefings at all, but people can file many amicus briefs. That specific permissive grant is preclusive of everything else. So in the same way, if there's a permissive default affirmance saying that the LNC gets their default affirmance conditional upon this hearing, and there being a hearing of a JC, the JC does not act in 30 days, that's the only way in which a default can
All right. Well, I'm going to pass the baton, but
It doesn't say if there is a
I see
JC, it just
failure
if the
of the
JC doesn't
Judicial
act.
Committee to
If there's no
rule within
JC, the
30
JC doesn't
days
act,
shall
it's upheld.
constitute an affirmation of the National Committee's revocation of
gracious.
affiliate party status. There's an exception if it's before a national convention. So my interpretation is different than yours, but
That
I'd like-
exception, I'm sorry, Mr.
if you want to respond, I want to pass the baton, but
if you want to interrupt.
The exception is to the default affirmance clause. And the default affirmance clause says the LNC's decision is upheld if this committee meets and does not act within 30 days. That is the only situation in which a default affirmance is provided for. And if there is no judicial committee, then there's no judicial committee hearing. Again, this isn't the argument that we would like to primarily emphasize, but since you asked about it, we agree on the merits with amicus Wilkie's position.
I want to pass the baton.
Thank you.
Putting a lot of stake in that
Mr.
default
Chair, if
affirmance.
I could quickly add, in case it is helpful to the committee, Mr. Kaufman is also available to answer factual questions, but I'm more than happy to continue to answer questions as well.
Mr. Hewitt, what I'd like to do is have the committee direct questions to you, the general questions anyway, to you. And if you want to defer them to other witnesses, that is your right to do so, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, I've just got a couple simple questions, Mr. Hewitt. The bylaws are clear that an affiliate party shall not endorse the party candidate of another party, correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Did the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorse Donald Trump for president of the United States in 2024?
Well, I think
yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
They did not endorse that. You
He's saying this
conceded
one
in
didn't.
your
It's not a continuing
original,
body.
appeal that they endorsed.
His argument.
Donald Trump.
There was
for president.
there was an endorsement vote by the board. This isn't
And when
an argument I
publicly
led
posted-
They
with
released a
because
statement.
I understand that it may not be the most persuasive argument, but we don't actually think that the executive board had the authority to endorse a candidate. The
And yet they
bylaws,
did.
which were in effect at the time, which
Was
I
there a
asked
default
that be
affirmance?
introduced
We don't
into
have the
record,
authority, but
say
we're
that
going to do it anyway, and
candidates
then
are
pretend
endorsed
like
at the
we
convention,
didn't
and
do
those
it.
must be
Oh my
libertarian.
God.
If it's not in the
So-
default
Then I've
affirmance,
got a follow-up
comrade, if
question.
it's not in the bylaws that
How
they
did
can't,
Chase
then they
Oliver get
can.
on the ballot?
Then
in New
whatever they
Hampshire?
do, it doesn't
Did the
align.
Technically,
Libertarian
I
Party of
didn't
New
murder
Hampshire
them because that would be
effectuate his
illegal.
ability to be on the ballot? Yes or no?
Yeah,
But
does
I
that
did.
count
I don't
as
know
a
the
defined
answer to
They may have
The
endorsement?
voted on
question
the
is
knife in
no,
the
I
chest,
believe.
but that was
Ian,
I
you
against
can
the
can
defer to
bylaws.
Mr.
You
Goff.
know?
You can defer to me.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire both donated, allocated substantial money to ballot, what's it called, signature collection
Access.
for a co-ballot that included Chase Oliver and our governor candidate. We allocated, I believe, something in the $6,000 to $10,000 range for that, and many LPNH party members participated
I had
in
no
the
idea
activity
they
of getting
supported
Chase Oliver
Chase.
in the ballot. It is absolutely and unequivocally true that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire helped Chase Oliver be on the ballot.
Did they
in
endorse Donald Trump?
2024.
Did they endorse Donald Trump? Yeah.
I've no further questions at this time.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Pat Dixon's about to rip.
Get him.
Mr. Chair, I assume I'm deferring to you as to who shall go next.
All right.
Ken, you're muted.
Ken, you're muted.
Yeah, of course I am. Miss Jingle is next.
Yes, thank you. I was also muted. So I couldn't tell you were muted. I have a couple of quick questions, and then if I have time to come back, I will. The Trump endorsement was supposedly made on November 4th. Several times in your brief, Mr. Hewitt, it stated something along the lines of Jeremy Kauffman was not in attendance at that meeting. I understand he also did not have a vote, but that he was not in attendance. You almost touched on this in your questioning of Mr. Kauffman earlier, but then you sidestepped it. I would like to know
Do we get
from Mr.
discovery
Kauffman if you
of
would
the
be so
internal
kind as to
documentation of LPNH?
allow him to answer whether that is in fact the case, that he was not in that meeting.
Yes, I'm happy to defer to Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you.
So I apologize if Ian and I got information crossed here. I was on that meeting. I was at that meeting. I was not eligible to vote. I was appointed to the executive committee on that meeting because
He
we
was
had
there
a
and he was elected
resignation
secretary at
leading
that
into that meeting. Per LPNH bylaws, members who are appointed to replace a resigning member are appointed as interim members, and for the first,
I wonder if he spoke.
I should know the number off the top of my
For
head,
or against
something
it.
like 30 to 45 days, they are not eligible to vote. And so I did not vote on any matters in that meeting, as I was not eligible to vote. And as that was my first XCOM meeting, I also did not participate in that meeting. As a secretary, I mostly
Why
took
didn't you
notes.
reverse the decision
Mr.
immediately to
Kaufman,
endorse
thank you
Trump
so much for
once
clarifying that.
the board
There have been
formed?
several amicus briefs that indicated that you were there, and that was concerning to me. I appreciate your answer. The other quick question
I
that I
apologize
had.
for the misunderstanding.
No, thank you. The other question I had is for Mr. Hewitt. It's a grammatical question. There's a paragraph 13. I don't know if there's also a subcategory, but what it says is that
It says paragraph 13 of what document?
your appeal.
What is
that? Did
It's
you mean
the paragraph that
Crudonian
mentions that
mutualism?
Mr. Kaufman was elected chair of the LPNH in March of 2026. Okay, maybe you can find that.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Then in paragraph 14, it says others were elected to leadership positions at that time. And there's a specific quote, none of these officers ever supported endorsing Trump. Mr. Hewitt, is it your understanding that you wrote it in such a way that this construction intentionally meant to exclude Kaufman from the officer group that never supported
I did not
endorsing
support
Trump?
No,
I did
no,
not- Sorry.
certainly not. And
I'm a
Jeremy,
grammar nerd.
if I could clarify, since I drafted that, no, my intention was certainly not to exclude Mr. Kaufman. My position
He
and
did
what I was
endorse
trying
Trump,
to
though.
kind of develop
He
with Mr.
literally
Kaufman a
said
moment
so in
ago is
tweets,
that Mr. Kaufman
showed them already
did
on this screen.
personally indicate it may make sense for libertarians to support Trump, but he never advocated for LPNH to endorse Trump, and he was critical of the idea.
Changed the story then.
I can personally tell my
Yeah.
friends they should vote for Trump, and I can be against my running club endorsing Trump. And that was the distinction I was trying to draw.
Thank you. I'm just a grammar nerd. Okay, appreciate it. That's all I have for
Copley
now.
even says
Right.
that to say that endorsing
I have
Trump was a
Mr.
mistake,
Dixon
one has
again.
to make the argument that
But
Harris
Mr.
would have
Dixon,
been
you've
better.
spoken once. If you don't mind, I would like to hear from Ms. O'Brien first, and then we'll come back to you.
All right, thank you. Actually, I also wanted to take a second. Obviously, most of the people here know me, but for anyone watching and curious about this, I wanted to explicitly state that that I was vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire from 2006 to 2008, and my mother is one of the founding members of LPNH. And I just want that to be like known and clear. I don't think it has any bearing on this, but I didn't want people to suddenly say that they didn't know that and that that had some relevance here. So I just wanted to, for the record. So first off, I guess my first question is for Mr. Hewitt. Your petition says that the LPNH formally repudiated the endorsement. What was that process? Like, when did that happen? And
why didn't it happen immediately? Why did it not happen?
That happened
before the dissolution?
subsequent to, and it's dated, so you can see this in the exhibit, but that vote happened subsequent to the disaffiliation motion. The reason for that was not that members were not hostile to the Trump endorsement prior to the disaffiliation motion. It's just that, and I attempted to kind of develop this in my questioning, there really wasn't anyone bringing up the Trump endorsement as a going concern. It was not seen within LPNH as
that's an issue.
This is
That's an
something
issue.
people are holding against us or associated
Well, he's
with
saying
us,
from
and
the
this
LNC.
is something that we need to address. You heard from Mr. Weir, and you can see in his amicus brief that he was always outspokenly critical of the Trump endorsement. Mr. Hubbard, who has not only was he against LPNH endorsing Trump, he has all kinds of objections to Trump as a,
I feel like
as
you
a
don't
candidate.
maybe not know who
he was
Ovens
vice
is.
chair and then elected to chair. His views on Trump were well known. And so what I wanted to develop there is there was always opposition to this Bloodworth board attempt to endorse Trump, but the recognition that this was going to be sort of the leading cause for disaffiliation, that this is something some people were still going to hold against the LPNH, made everyone want to go on record. Whatever happens with this procedure, we want to be clear that we disavow this action.
So why are they still promoting other Republicans?
Understood. This, I'm going to ask you this question. You may want to defer it to Jeremy, but so was there any other method to denounce, disclaim, reverse, repudiate the LPNH endorsement of Donald Trump prior to the actions of the LNC? Either when Ben Weir became chair, when Jeremy became chair. Like, I understand you're saying that they didn't think it was being held against it, but there was no action whatsoever to try to give people a different impression, so to speak.
I'm happy to defer to Mr. Kaufman.
Yes, you are.
I would be happy to start citing at least 20 tweets, probably as many as 50, where LPNH attacked Trump, denounced Trump, said
After
that his
endorsing him.
policies and actions are bad. I know that there have been submissions of my own personal posts that have been made to the JC, and I guess, you know, if this whole thing is arguing over tweets, we can start pulling them up and looking at them or whatever. But LPNH was absolutely unequivocal in attacking Trump a number of times throughout 2025 and 2026. And myself personally has plenty negative things to say about Trump.
Yeah,
And
they're
so this
fine attacking
entire,
him after the election.
Hearing is about, are you willing to say bad things about Trump? You're welcome to ask my
Yes, now that he's been
ask
elected.
questions of me directly and how I feel about him and all of these things.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate that distinction. I'm just noting that LPNH made no official attempt to renounce its previous endorsement prior.
Okay. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not the kind of guy who is into these resolutions and formal statements. No one reads them. People read tweets. Okay, the whereas.
How about
it's not
when you-
1980. No one cares
You've taken
about this
back
crap.
over a
It's my,
party that is
sorry,
disaffiliated,
I
or sorry, that
shouldn't
has
speak that way, I guess, on the official hearing, but I just do not think that these are
endorsed.
the types of
I mean,
statements
it's
that are
still up.
compelling to the type of audience that we're trying to
this
attract.
is still up
because we
right
heard
now. We should look
absolutely
live page.
nothing from
The
the LNC
endorsement.
or the Libertarian Party. Again, we only got the current XCOM was only elected in March. Okay, I was the chair for a couple of months before this attack came out against us, if I knew that there was lingering concerns about something that had happened 2 years ago, I would have addressed it more promptly. In 2025, we had new elections. Every single LNC,
The
every
state party
single
was
LPNH
censored.
executive committee member who endorsed Trump was not
Censured.
elected again, and there were reasons that that happened. The only executive committee member who was elected again from the 2024 LNC, which endorsed Trump, was the single executive committee member who did not endorse Trump. Okay, so our body had taken care of this. We hadn't heard anything from the LNC, and so this idea that we needed to issue some formal resolution simply was not on our radar. And there's this misperception outside of New Hampshire that New Hampshire is this monolith, this thing that is like this zombie hive mind, and that could not be more incorrect. We are
hive mind
very
includes
divided
multiple
internally
minds
with a
working together.
variety of opinions about Trump and Israel and all these other things that people want to put us in a box over. And so we felt that we had fixed this in our 2025e executive committee elections when we replaced every single board member who did.
Libertarians.
Jeremy, if I could also
10% of a
add, actually,
coalition
Ms. O'Brien, the best answer to
on,
your question really is the election
May
of
the
Nick
20th,
Hubbard as
right
chair.
before the
And I'd
national
hope
convention.
to have a few more minutes to kind of develop this with him. I mean, this is the kind of thing in an investigative committee you can go into. But Mr. Hubbard is really well known to not be a fan of Trump at all. He certainly, Mr. Hubbard identifies as on the right, but he views people on the right who support Trump, that are right libertarians supporting Trump, as sellouts, basically. He is quite hostile to Trump on a number of issues. His views were well known, and the members of LPNH elected him as chair. We only briefly touched on that in my questioning, but the main other thing I would point to is Mr. McGee has mentioned LPNH tweets a number of times. In fact, he kind of led with that in his remarks, and the Trump endorsement was almost an afterthought. And
The Trump endorsement
certainly
was
on its
tweeted,
Twitter account,
so
I've
it's still up.
personally seen a number of tweets prior to this disaffiliation critical of Trump, especially on foreign policy, on the LPNH Twitter account, again, before this disaffiliation happened.
Certainly understood. Jeremy, I had a follow-up on one of the things.
June 1st.
We've kind
We're
of
talking about
danced
how
around
good
this
Trump
question.
is
I
and
understand
working
that
with
you say
Ron
that
DeSantis.
libertarians have different opinions. Did you yourself endorse Donald Trump in 2024?
I did personally endorse Donald Trump in 2024.
Didn't you say that he
Understood.
didn't
Thank you.
earlier?
He did say that. he
But
did.
I was also
Okay.
very clear that that was a personal statement of mine. There are Libertarian Party officials who are live streaming this hearing, giving their own commentary, and they say, this is my own personal commentary. And the party has a ton of very clear precedent about people being able to speak as individuals versus people speaking as party officials. And I do not believe at any time as a party official I said, that we should endorse Trump.
Absolutely. I'm actually simply noting that the LPNH made a decision, you said, to elect Nick Hubbard, which could be perceived as as kind of repudiating the previous thing, but then they've also added you, who had endorsed. So it's just as viable.
Terry.
You know what I mean? It doesn't
Hi, Terry.
necessarily mean something. I just wanted that clarity. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to pass this off to somebody else because I don't know if I have other questions, and I think Pat has his hand up. Mary, Ken, I'm leaving this to you.
Yeah, I see Dr. Moulton has his hand up, and I don't believe he has spoken yet. I do have, once Dr. Moulton's done, assuming no one else new jumps in, Mr. Dixon, then Ms. Jingo. So, Dr. Moulton.
Okay, so you've just talked about the distinction between a personal endorsement and endorsing on behalf of the party, or speaking on
You're a
behalf of the
state
party.
chair, and you endorse a candidate.
What
It
I'm
is acting
confused
as the
about
party.
is you seem to be making much of the fact that there has been turnover in the board. But if someone is speaking on behalf of the party, and isn't that the party's position, and doesn't the party need to be held accountable? So under your theory of agency and fiduciary duty, what prevents affiliate officers from repeatedly violating the bylaws, then immediately resigning and filling the vacancies with others in a musical chairs way to avoid accountability
That's a good
for what
question.
happened?
I think that the LNC if the LNC had acted between November
They literally had a Trump
Ian's
agent
letting
as
me
the
talk, now I'm
chair
gonna get off the
that had to
rails.
get removed.
But I think that if the LNC
Like,
had
what?
acted, we didn't talk about this. I think the LNC had acted between November 2024 and
had a Trump
LPNH
supporter
replacing
as
its
chair.
XCOM in February or
that
March
we had
of
to rip out of
2025.
receipt for
You know, I would have been like,
financial
I can
misdealings.
understand
Like, what?
that.
You got a job in the
Like,
Trump
I don't-
administration, Phil.
I
Well,
get completely the Libertarian Party
I
being
still think they just put her
frustrated
under, you know,
or finding that kind of act unconscionable, finding it a violation of the bylaws. I think that's completely legitimate.
playing Battleship.
There,
in a
let's
random
also
floor in
note that in
DOD.
2024, LPNH was not the
thinks
only
she's actually-
affiliate to
actually
endorse
controlling the
a
boats.
non-Libertarian Party candidate, nor are we the only affiliate in history to endorse a non-Libertarian Party candidate. So this is a very unique application of the
all the
rules
time.
where you're
So-
essentially suggesting there is no
LP Colorado
timeline.
retracted
It doesn't
before
matter
being
what an affiliate has
disaffiliated.
done to attempt to cure it. And so again,
Right.
I made this comment earlier.
Although
what you're inviting
Colorado was
is
mentioned,
a
right?
consistent
Yes.
and
Well, no,
ongoing
no, not
factional
directly,
battle
not
in which
directly.
any
No, take it
dominant
out.
faction in the Libertarian Party can purge affiliates for any action that they've
So,
taken
June
at any
15th,
point in their history.
This year,
And if that's the Libertarian
after
Party that you
disaffiliation,
want, I do think it's the
do you
Libertarian
ever
Party
think about
that
how
you will
women's
get.
suffrage was obviously a mistake?
I would like to
since
add to your
55%
question,
of men
Mr.
voted for Trump in
Moulton.
2024.
The best
while
answer,
only
I
46%
think,
of
is
women voted for
a
it.
letter like
Do you
the
ever
letter
allow
that
yourself to have
the
ordinary
McCardle
thoughts like
LNC
that?
sent to the New Mexico affiliate saying, you are out of line, you must correct this, or you will pursue further action. And part of what I hope to develop in the limited questioning of witnesses that we did is, had that happened in this case, had the LNC sent a letter like that, there were more than enough people within the LPNH that either were opposed on principle to the Trump endorsement, or at least thought it was procedurally stupid, that those people would have carried the day, and this Bloodworth board sort of stunt of purporting to endorse Trump, that just wouldn't have reoccurred. The letter would have resolved it.
Dr. Moulton, do you have any? It looks like you're back on mute, so I'm going to assume you've completed your questioning.
Yeah, I'll come back for another round later.
Okay. Mr. Dixon.
Yes, Mr. Hewitt, I have a hypothetical.
All right.
Imagine in 2 years, the Libertarian Party
Back to
has a
speculation.
presidential candidate, and shortly before Election Day, within days, an affiliate endorses an opposing candidate. They send out press releases and social media, hey, vote for the other person. The opposing campaign says, hey, look, the Libertarians want you to vote for us. The LNC gets wind of this. They say, we got to get control of this situation. So they schedule an LNC meeting to deal with it. They don't know what action they're going to take yet, but they schedule a meeting, and it may be the day before Election Day by the time they actually have the meeting. So they go into that meeting without a motion formed yet, because they need to talk about it. And during that meeting, they say, we have to disaffiliate, because if we don't, that affiliate still speaks for us. We need to get control of the situation. They disaffiliate. They follow 5-6. And then they send, the national party sends out press releases and so forth, try to get control of the message to the extent the media covers this at all. Are you arguing in that case that cannot stand because there was not notice?
I'm arguing that that would be an excellent case for disaffiliation of the affiliate for cause, and that the affiliate would be owed whatever process the LNC secretary would be owed if the LNC secretary has said, I'm LNC secretary and I endorse Trump, and the board wanted to proceed against the secretary to remove the secretary
No,
as
because
an
there's a
officer.
policy
There
manual and
would
an
still
entire different
be
set of rules.
a for-cause requirement. Perhaps
even
there's a
read
way
it?
to fit a for-cause proceeding
apparently,
into
according to him,
a 48-hour
the secretary could
timetable,
endorse
but
Trump as long
the
as he doesn't
for-cause
say that he's the
requirement
secretary.
in Robert's rules would apply, and that would be a basically procedural requirement of some sort of notice, investigation, and finding. And we know that because
Does he
if
not
you control
recognize
that
that there are different
for-cause
rules for
in
affiliates
Roberts,
versus
every
the
single time
secretary?
it comes up,
No, he
probably
5630,
does, but he wants this to be muddy.
2616, 63.1, it's always about this basic procedural fairness of notice,
Even in RONR,
opportunity
there's
to
a difference between
respond,
standing,
investigation,
difference in
findings.
standing
Maybe they
between
could have done
officers
it
and other
quickly, but they
entities.
need to do it.
Or so it sounds like you're saying that the for cause means there must be notice. Is that right?
For cause requires notice, and if you don't want to look at Robert's rules, by the way, that's in the Libertarian Party bylaws.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
So
No, it's
when
not.
you say
It
for
doesn't
notice,
define it.
We need to provide a notice
what
that
would
you've
be
disaffiliated them.
perceived as valid notice. If they tried to make a phone call or send a text message, there's no confirmation that anyone receives it. Is that notice?
Well, if someone doesn't need to receive notice for it to be notice, I mean, that's a pretty, let's assume there's a good faith attempt
so I can just
to,
go
in fact,
outside and
notify
scream
them.
real loud.
At that point, I'm
You have
not
been
noticed for
served
this
with the
committee to
call.
speak with.
So if there's evidence that, hey, we
Donald
tried
Trump
to
can
contact you,
declassify
that's
with his
good enough?
mind, I can send
About
notice by
this
thinking about it.
specific thing, not some totally unrelated
God.
thing several months ago.
I feel
Well,
like
in the
Ian should
hypothetical I
have taken
gave,
some Adderall, like,
it would
Kaufman
stand
is taking to
if
make his face
somebody's in the meeting and they say, we got to pass a disaffiliation motion, send an email right now. We sent it. Okay, let's vote. We don't need to worry that they got it yet. Is that right?
No, that wouldn't be notice. If you sent an email and then went into the meeting and voted, I can't imagine how that would be good faith attempt to notify them. They would have
Oh,
no
that would
opportunity
not be
to
good
respond.
There's no much of a good faith
No,
attempt
not-
at
not
notifying.
If
The
you were
bylaws, what are
engineering
we
the
doing here?
timeline so that they had no opportunity to respond, no, that wouldn't be notice.
So really, in that
It
case,
resulted in a
the LNC
disaffiliation,
couldn't do
Nathan?
anything, right?
They would be precisely as handicapped as they would be if an LNC officer endorsed Trump and need to be removed for cause. Same limitations would apply. Now, perhaps you
wouldn't, 'cause they have
could
different
temporarily
understanding of
disavow the
bylaws
affiliate or
and
temporarily
Roberts.
suspend the
gosh.
officer. You can suspend maybe their ability to engage in wrongdoing while you're doing the for cause investigation. But if the bylaws require for cause, the bylaws incorporate Roberts. Roberts defines for cause as you've got to at least check these basic boxes procedurally. Then, absent an amendment of the bylaws, that's the procedure that's owed. The bylaws is a contract.
Okay, before I pass the baton, I just want to understand here that if the LNC follows 5.6, that is the procedure for disaffiliation, correct?
He's arguing that there's something
There's
embedded
not a-
for
Yes, bylaws
cause
Article 5, 6.
You go to
is
to
5,
cross-reference
Yep.
Roberts.
Now, you seem to be suggesting there's a hole in 5.6.
Angela was lost as fuck.
Because 5.6
I
does
never
not
said anything
say
was important.
you
And
don't. You're not excluded from having
Counsel
to give
Hewitt
notice.
literally
so there's
said
a
that
hole
they
in
didn't
5.6,
endorse
and
Trump.
you need to go to Roberts. Is that
There's
right?
no way we can recap that, Alexa. I'm sorry.
No, notice is
Like,
right
it's
there.
just like it's
in 5.6.
impossible to recap what's going on here.
Okay, I'm looking
Not-
at 5.6. You're saying in 5.6 it says notice has to be given?
A motion to revoke the status of an affiliate party for cause must specify the nature of the
I will
cause
say the only thing that maybe
revocation.
Oh,
you
right,
could
you're,
argue
well,
is
you're
that
using
not notice.
cause and
Notice
Ian
is
is
not
kind
in
of
his words.
backpedaling. He's not
is
able to really
notice, but it
defend his
doesn't
It's a
ideas
motion.
really
The motion is not
well.
notice.
and you're
They endorsed
using
Donald Trump.
cause as defined under Roberts, right?
Well, it depends, by the way, on what part of the motion we're talking about here. If we're
Bylaws
talking
also
about these
supersede
social media
Roberts.
posts, then even if you think this JC hearing is
No,
sufficient
he's making a second
notice,
mistake here.
nothing in the motion
Because he's already
specified the
admitted
cause
that
for
there is
revocation when the motion says bad social
rule
media conduct.
to allow for
There's
appeal,
no possible way
which
that the
means
burden of proof
that
can
the
lie on the
LNC
appellate
can
there.
do
But
this
the
without
basic-
notice.
Yeah, the basic
because
There was
construct
a
there is
for
censure.
cause
period
Movement
after.
is the
Libertarian, there was a
Robert's
censure.
rules construct. The
Yes.
And
bylaws
they repeated their
incorporate Robert's
behavior,
rules,
actually
and
doubled
Robert's
down,
rules very
got
extensively throughout
after
61
the
through
censure.
63. It discusses for
So it's not like
cause
they tried
as
to rectify their
these
behavior at all.
basic elements of procedural fairness.
Good
And it
is
even says
relative,
if
Alexa.
you lack definite procedures as to what the
He's doing
disciplinary
a lot
procedure
of things
is,
that would definitely
default to
screw
these
with,
basic elements.
All right, so
the jury.
cause and nature of cause, it's
Well,
not
yeah, that's a
sufficient
good
to say
point.
they violated 5.4
Well,
of
they
the bylaws.
previously censored.
If,
So it's not
if
like
they
they didn't
say
know
you violated
were issued.
5.4 of the
No,
bylaws,
there was notice.
that's
That
the cause
censure is
and
for
the nature of the
sure notice.
cause. You're saying no,
and
it
I would say the
isn't.
bylaws are notice for the Trump
So
endorsement.
the
This
line
was fascinating.
says that a motion to revoke the status of an affiliate party for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation.
Are you going to
So
argue the
there's
motion must be for
there's
cause?
two clauses in that sentence. The second
No.
clause is the motion to disaffiliate for
He's
cause
arguing
must
that-
specify the nature of the clause for revocation. That second clause is dispositive on this social media thing. Then there's the first clause of the sentence, which is the motion is to disaffiliate for cause. And then earlier in 5.6, it says that the LNC has the power to disaffiliate an affiliate for cause. What for cause means, and This committee said this in Philly's case. I know
This
this
is not
committee
the
takes
same
the
It's not the
position
same committee.
precedent
It's not a
isn't
continuing
binding, but it's
body.
been done before.
LPNH is, the
is
LNC is.
it said
Correct.
that where you use this term for cause, you have
I don't know why I said
imported
correct as
the
if you
Roberts
were
Rules concept of for
not knowing
cause.
this.
And Roberts Rules has an extensive concept of for cause that is some kind of
That's
notice,
not
some
true
kind
either.
of investigation.
Well, that's
and
not how that
findings.
works.
The
That's not
bylaws
So
cause.
supersede
my answer
Roberts.
differs depending on which clause of that sentence.
And Roberts doesn't define for
I'm
cause.
gonna-
This is
I'm gonna
something that I
pause this
actually
right
was
here.
arguing with the
We're
parliamentarian
technically at
about
time.
recently because of a
Mr.
thing going
Neal
on
has
for
not had
LP
an opportunity
Georgia.
to speak. I don't know if he wants to or not.
Altogether, I talked to four
Mr.
different
Jingle wanted to
parliamentarians.
speak
They
again.
all said the same thing.
Looks like Pat
For
would like to
cause
speak
must be
again as well.
defined in Roberts
I'll
by
move for
the
a 10-minute
body.
extension if
Otherwise,
that's
it's
what you
just
need.
kind of
Well, I'd like to go 15.
Okay.
Pat's like, I'm
That
ready.
amendment.
Pat Dixon's like
That's
coming
right,
down to
Dr.
the top
Moulton
rope.
also wanted to speak again. I see his hand up as well. So here's what I'd
I
like to
want
do.
Jeff Neal
if
to
we
say
can.
something.
Mr. Neal, do you have any questions that you would like to ask? You have not had a first bite at the apple. Are there any questions that you would like to ask at this time?
Not at this time, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's no problem.
So would you call that?
I'm just trying to make sure everybody at least has one bite at the apple.
My
how
hand
about
would be-
you? How
my
about
hand would be
you?
up if I thought you were ignoring me.
How about you, Ken?
I'm pretty satisfied with your all's questions right now. So
Sure should go
I'm
last,
okay.
Neil.
He wants to go back on.
Y'all are doing the job for
Mr.
me,
Dixon was
guys.
in the middle of I don't know how much further he had to go to finish his line.
I think 2 minutes.
Okay, and then Miss Jingle wanted to speak, and Dr. Moulton wants to speak.
So let me try this. Close
so-
this up, Mr. Hewitt.
Real quick, hold on. Let me do this. If there's no
Oh, I'm
objection,
sorry, we didn't extend.
So if there's no objection, we're going to hear Mr. Dixon wrap up his within 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to hear Miss Jingle for no more than 10.
No, that's
Oh, we can examine Jeremy's hairline.
No, it froze. Did it freeze everyone else?
I think they're just doing this on purpose. Yeah, it did freeze though.
Kyle, did you know that you're muted? You're muted. Kyle, why are you muted? Kyle,
I
you're
know
muted.
Cal's frozen too.
Kyle's muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Keith.
Okay. So what I think we have to do now, as we're obligated to do, is we have to say what they would be saying.
Yes, we need to
build into the
reenact.
audience.
We need to reenact
Yeah.
what we think is happening right now.
Who do you want me to be?
Oh.
Okay, I didn't practice for the role.
Did we lose connection here? Or did they?
Evan says it must be the feed because they're fine on YouTube.
Oh, weird.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Kyle did it.
Kyle, you need to refresh your access, I think.
Yeah, 5 to
It's
win.
always Kyle. Just blame Kyle for everything.
Hopefully it's less
Yeah,
than
Kyle-
that.
It always works.
And Dr. Moulton for no more than 10. Hopefully it's less than that. And then we're going to call this section done. And I'm going to go down to the bar and get a drink.
Because I was reading about
I'm
parliamentarian.
joking,
Parliamentarian just
but,
call me.
The point is
confirming
that
the same
we
things
will
I was
call
saying,
this section
but also
done
saying
at
that
time.
he
Is there
really
an
wished that
objection
the
to
LNC
that?
was doing a better job of arguing his case here.
But anyway.
Jeff
All right,
Jeff
well,
Neal just
let's start
pulls
here.
up his
Is there
glass.
objection
He's
to
like,
this
I already
procedure
got
right
my
now?
drink.
Mr. Dixon, go ahead and finish up if you can within 2 to 3 minutes.
All right. So where I want to close this out, Mr. Hewitt, is
I wonder if Jeffrey
you're
Neal,
relying heavily on Chapter 20 of Roberts.
Arnold Kaufman and
That's
Co. are the
61
reason
to
why the building got
63.
destroyed, by the way.
That's
That whole
discipline
group
of
people
members
don't
and
give a fuck
guests.
about the party.
And
I
my
wonder if he knows that.
interpretation of that entire section has to be discipline of individuals such as officers of an organization. You seem to be saying that an affiliate is a member and that disaffiliation is disciplinary. The dictionary definition of discipline, as I understand it, is to modify behavior. If a child's misbehaving, a smack on the bottom or a timeout will prevent that, but breaking that
I
bond,
sent Nathan the link.
There are way too many fucking cooks in this
no
kitchen.
longer connecting, is that actually a disciplinary? So I'm asking you to, where would we point to say Chapter 20 actually applies in this case for affiliates and discipline?
Well, I don't see how it couldn't be disciplinary because clearly the removal of an officer is disciplinary. That I think that's unambiguously clear in the bylaws. It's unambiguously clear in Robert's rules, which is incorporated in the bylaws.
Dissolving
removing someone or expelling a member, which is also disciplinary, that requires this basic for-cause process. That's also severing the connection. I think you raise an interesting question as to whether an affiliate is a member. I could see arguments on both sides for whether an affiliate is a member or not. But in any case,
just because they were behaving
5.6
like members
says
doesn't
affiliates
mean
are
they
disaffiliated
are one.
for cause. And so it just so happens that Robert's Rules has this extensive 61 through 63 section on what for cause is. If you control F for cause, it's always got these basic procedural elements. And there are all these principles in Robert's Rules that are part of the bylaws that tell us how we interpret a provision like this. You interpret it in harmony with other provisions of the bylaws. The principles underlying Robert's Rules section says subgroups have the right to be heard. That's recognizing some
not
sort
dom
of group,
groups.
not just individuals. There's a preference against instability, and you're supposed to avoid absurd interpretations with the bylaws. So
and you have not, comrade, you have not avoided absurd interpretation. I rule you out of order and sentence you to life on
for
Zoom.
cause in the officer removal context involves at least some minimal elements of process. That's also a legal definition of for cause.
All right, Mr. Dixon, if you don't mind, we'll go to Ms. Jingle next.
You can't handle the law.
Okay. So I'm going to
bylaw.
address this to Mr. Hewitt. I'd be thrilled if you want to toss it to Mr. Kaufman. And I understand your legal skepticism, or I sort of understand your legal skepticism about social media as something that we should be judging. But in a number of amicus briefs, there have been numerous mentions of Mr. Kaufman posting inflammatory and anti-quote statement of principle comments on social media, some specifically espousing violence against elected officials and other public figures. My question is this: were any of these posts official approved LPNH posts? And if so, what was the thinking of the LPNH Executive Committee about these posts?
I'm sorry, could I clarify before I defer to Mr. Kaufman? Are you asking about tweets made from Mr. Kaufman's personal account or from the LPNH?
He has no idea the type of.
I don't know, because people were referencing these things. There were a number of mentions in the amicus briefs. The question could be reconstrued to say, did Mr. Kaufman ever post official things espousing violence against either elected officials or other public figures? And if so, if they were official,
I would be damned by that question. I think.
What was the thinking of the LPNH Executive Committee about those posts? Were they approved? Did they discuss it, etc.?
Well, I will defer that to Mr. Kaufman, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out there are, as you pointed out, there are many different tweets in many different amici, and it makes it hard to know what tweets specifically we're talking about. And this is precisely why it's so important that even throw out Robert's Rules. 5.6 just on its face, the bylaws say with specificity, spell out the cause for revocation. And so I would ask, if there was some violation of some agreement even, why not at least mention one tweet in the LNC meeting? Why not have one tweet in the letter, and we could then discuss specifically
we
that
had no
tweet?
idea.
I'll defer to Mr. Kaufman, but there's no possible way we could have had any sort of notice and put on any sort of defense about a specific tweet unless we knew what that tweet was. But I'm happy to turn that question over to Mr.
Kaufman knows the
So
tweet.
let me just follow up for a minute here. I believe Mr. Kaufman knows the tweets I'm talking about. And I'd be happy to hear his response.
Mr. Kaufman, I defer.
Yes.
Well, I would start by echoing Ian's answer, because that's exactly what I was going to say. This is
I'm
why
just going to defer
you
to
need
what he said.
an
What is the
official
exact
procedure.
URL?
It is, again, I've been investigated by the federal government. I spent 5 years of my life fighting a civil case against the federal government because I kept unpopular content on the internet for tens of millions of people during COVID. Pretty libertarian act, I would say. The procedure there involved an actual investigation, involved actual fact finding, involved legal discovery. So the fact that it's defend an ambiguous cloud of tweets, what is going on? You guys are supposed to be better than the federal government, not worse. if we're trying to rally people to our side, then we ought to be showing
not
that
really
we govern
answering the
ourselves
question, is it?
better than the federal government
She
governs us.
specified the tweet.
This is not that. If you would like to read out any specific tweets that you found objectionable or anti-libertarian, I'm happy to go through them one by one. I care a lot about the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire. I'll stay on this call for the next 6 hours. We can have a full cancel session, and you can read every tweet off one by one, and I will tell you why I
cancel?
think they're libertarian or why I said
No,
them.
it's not on
I'm
there.
not interested in defending an ambiguous cloud of tweets. I would instead pose to you, why do you think the Second Amendment is useful? Why is that necessary to defend our liberties if there's under no scenario a gun can be fired?
No, I see.
I actually don't find that tweet particularly
And I'm not
objectionable.
the one that's answering questions here, so
Yeah, that was
I'm
the
not going to
least
answer that.
questions
Something for you to think about.
But I
Local
appreciate your
media.
point. I appreciate your point. I guess let me boil down my question to this. Did the LPNH Executive Committee approve any posts that you made that called for, say, if somebody kills Kamala Harris, that will be fine, etc.? There were several,
Okay.
and it could be that those were your personal tweets. I'm totally happy to hear that as the answer, but I just want to know if the LPNH had anything to do with them.
Sure,
Any
I'll offer you a
position.
couple of follow-up statements and information that might be helpful here. So one, in general, if LPNH has deleted a tweet, that's an implication that we don't stand by it. Now,
Did it delete
it's not
the
necessarily true that
endorsement?
every
No.
tweet we have
That's
not
why the
deleted,
endorsement's
we stand
still
by
up.
today, because it's difficult to go back and go through every tweet. But if there's a tweet that you're concerned about, look it up. If it's been deleted, that is
Look
an unambiguous statement
look up
by the
the
Libertarian Party of
endorsement.
New Hampshire under my leadership that I
Which
don't
we've
stand
already
by
brought up
those
in here.
tweets.
Yep.
And I have already deleted a number of past posts that I do not think are appropriate for the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire.
Is
to
the
make.
endorsement still up?
Okay, and again, that's not saying that there aren't some we missed. A lot of tweets have been made over the last 5 years. I haven't read them all. Second, as someone who has led teams of individualistic, bright, creative men and women,
But mostly
you will
men,
not get good
because
work
I
out
don't
of
think
them
women should be
if
literate.
everything that they want to do requires a committee to approve it. Committees are where creativity goes to die.
No one has
So
said
under my leadership, the policy has been people are free to take shots. People are free to make mistakes sometimes. And we have made mistakes. I'm not here to defend every tweet we've ever made. I think we've made a number of mistakes. Okay. I think we have posted things that aren't correct. We've clearly posted a lot of things that are correct. There's a reason the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire has over 100,000 followers.
Oh,
on
here we
X,
go. Bingo.
a state of 1 million people.
Oh,
Yet we have
followers
something like
mentioned.
70 or 80,000 more followers than the next largest state. We have large teams of people who want to post and create on this account because of our procedures and the types of people who participate here.
Did he mention
You can
post
ask your favorite
impressions as well?
LLM, however you do research.
No.
What's the most successful Libertarian state affiliate on social media? They'll tell you the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire.
On social
So what
media.
we've done has been successful. Have we made
Wait,
mistakes?
successful
We
is-
It sounds
absolutely
like a
have.
very
I'm not here to
democratic
defend
argument. It
everything
sounds
we've
like you're
done.
arguing about like the
So I'm
majority
sure
of
we've made
people
mistakes,
agree that
but I
you're
do not
correct.
think the solution
So we should just take
to
that.
human creativity is to channel it through a committee. I think that's a tremendous mistake.
Also,
Mr.
they
if you
only
don't mind,
when he says on social
Dr.
media,
Moulton,
they only do well
was
on
up
Twitter.
next, and then I see Ms. O'Brien.
They don't do well
also
like
raised
on
her hand.
I think
Facebook.
I've
Their
suggested that
accounts
you
just
have
hitting their
follow-up.
Twitter.
Well, I think his answer was thereby
Mr. Grant,
that
do you have a follow-up that's directly
LPNH
related
did
to what
approve the
Ms.
tweets,
Jingle has?
just not through a committee.
Yes, it was a question inspired by one of Jeremy's answers just now, is I wanted to ask Jeremy, has the tweet endorsing LPNH endorsing Donald Trump been removed from Twitter?
No, it has not. No, it has not.
I'm happy to let Jeremy answer that question.
I'll bet
You
you
don't know
are.
it, jackass.
I'll bet you are.
I'm actually checking right now.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
As of
I'm going to tell you right now, if it hasn't been, I'm going to delete it live on this call, okay? Because that's not something we stand by.
as of
have
2
this
hours
up.
ago, it was still up. So
Okay.
just
I'm going
clarifying.
to tell you, it's going to go down right now.
The
I can
remorse
tell
Here it is,
right?
Ms.
right
Janelle
here.
thinks I'm perhaps throwing my client under the bus, so I should add that. I mean,
He
at this
threw himself
point, I
under there,
don't
man.
see how
I don't know.
LPNH's position can be any clearer. LPNH did publicly post a statement saying
wants the
this was
questions to
completely
stop.
inappropriate and repudiated it for very specific reasons.
Actually,
I
follow
pruned
up on
my
that,
hair.
Ian. Sorry.
I didn't ask the question. Yeah.
Is so as you said, they made a public statement. I mean, I saw the
Or they're
petition
fighting
and it
behind
had
the
that
scenes to see who
statement.
got to ask that.
I know that when the tweet endorsing Donald Trump came out. That was a tweet about a resolution that the LPNH made. Was there a tweet regarding the repudiation? I know that maybe that doesn't make good
Yes,
social
there
media
were.
content,
Yes,
but
yes, we did.
there was.
And you're
Okay.
correct, Evans. It doesn't get any attention because it's not a good play on social media. But we did publicly.
Did you use any fun language? Because you use very colorful language. Did you go "Oh, we fucked up," and did you do anything interesting to make people pay attention to it?
But we weren't.
Just
We weren't
curious.
trying to. We didn't.
Like,
This isn't
language
something
laughing off the
we
street.
very.
I fuck with
Were there
Mary.
many words?
Again,
she's like a
I
spirit
didn't
animal
do
right now.
this, and we can have our disagreements. But I actually feel very strongly in
Some tells me
following
she
the
also makes a
rules
mean
of the
tea. Like, if you were
groups
over at her
that I am a
house,
part of.
she would
I
make
think
a
that
mean
is a
tea.
sincere
I
and
make
important
good
part
tea.
of being a
Shut up.
libertarian, that you respect the rules on other people's property, that you respect the rule when I go into, when I
whole
go into a
pick-me thing is not
restaurant, I
working,
follow
Amanda.
their rules.
I'm not
Okay,
being a
everyone
pick-me. I'm just saying I
is
make
in
good
control of their
tea.
own private property, and they get to set
You're
the
always
rules for those
dissing me.
things. Okay, and I understand that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, that is a voluntary relationship with the Libertarian National Party, and it is not our ability to do whatever we want. That is not our relationship. I understand that quite clearly, and I'm happy. Again, I've been chair since
Define
March.
understand,
I have
Jeremy.
not been in charge of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire for most
Stands
of these
under it.
actions. I've been in charge of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire for 6 months. It's not even 6 months. I can't do math. It's 5 months.
And how many
for the last
Republicans
3
have been
months,
endorsed
this
in
whole
that
battle
last
has been
6
going
months,
on.
Jeremy?
At no point did I get any requests. At no point did I get any of this feedback. Okay? What happened was 3 minutes after the new LNC was elected,
Because you block every libertarian that provides criticism in any public forum you allow.
Clearly plotted.
I thought it was supposed to be premeditated. Wait, I thought it was supposed to be premeditated. I thought we were supposed to have a resolution.
That this is what the JC members were running on, or this is what the LNC members were running on. Quite frankly, I think the voting results would have been different if people had made these positions clear. This was something that was kept secret.
I think we all kind of talked about this pretty
without
publicly.
notice.
I don't know if
without
that's
due
like a
process.
thing.
And we're supposed to be better. That's
Partly
the
news,
whole
yes,
point.
that's a
If you
relationship
want
between me and
people to
Amanda.
Yeah,
follow
he'll be
you,
better. Listen to Jeremy.
you have
Be better.
to be better. You have to
have
be
to be
someone
better.
that they look up to
Listen
and
to him.
respect. Libertarians sometimes think it's
Look
about
up and
philosophical
respect as
argument.
you
You're not gonna care about
scream
your
slurs
philosophical
in
argument
parking
if you're
lots with
a
your
fat
children around.
loser with Cheeto dust on your shirt. You have to be someone that people want to listen to and want to follow, and they do that by seeing who you are and how you conduct yourself and how you behave. And I know some people might not like how I conduct myself and how I behave, but there are a lot of people who are clearly attracted to it because I don't back down. I don't apologize if I think I'm right, and I bring facts and evidence, and I go very hard. And there's people who like that. There's people who like the way that LPNH conducts themselves. And for people who are supposed to understand concepts of revealed preference, it'd be nice if you could apply them in this matter.
All right. I'm going to move to Dr. Moulton, and then unless there's a motion to extend, I see Mr. Dixon's hand. I assume that's going to be a motion to extend. Let's hear from Dr. Moulton, and then I'll hear your motion, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a bit about cause. So there seems to be two causes that were alleged. One was endorsing a Republican nominated candidate over a Libertarian nominated candidate, and the other was repeatedly posting statements to social media that directly contradict the statement of principles. So what I've heard throughout this hearing is collateral attacks on both of them, talking about notice or an investigatory committee, or that it wasn't a valid endorsement under the LPNH bylaws, or that there's different people on the board, or in the case of the social media statements, that they were not stated with specificity, listing which statements were problematic. So I just want to directly ask, hypothetically, if the LNC had an investigatory committee, followed all the process that you wanted, it was the same people on the board, it was a valid endorsement under LPNH bylaws, do you agree that a Republican endorsing a Republican nominated candidate over a Libertarian nominated candidate would be valid cause under the bylaws? And do you agree that repeatedly posting statements that are directly contradict the statement of principles would be valid cause under the bylaws if they were stated with specificity? And that's for Mr. Hewitt.
Well, this second part of your question is very easy, which is absolutely not. I mean, that statement is just, you're doing bad things. If there's one kind of statement that can't possibly be a specific for cause allegation, I would say it's that kind of statement, repeatedly doing bad things. It needs to be specified even to meet bylaws 5.6. But to the first part of your question, my answer is a little bit more nuanced there. I would say the bylaws require that the action be for cause. For cause is defined in Roberts, among other places, to involve some sort of elementary process, especially, by the way, 63.7. If you're going to look at one place in Roberts, I would say look at 63:7, because there they say that the default period is you need to have some sort of fair disciplinary process with these elements to oppose a disciplinary sanction. And then that's contained within this larger discussion of what for cause is. So theoretically, you can imagine a for cause process and disaffiliation against an affiliate who had endorsed another party's candidate. But I happen to think that if the LNC had followed that process, and this I think is probably part of why this didn't happen, if there had been an investigatory committee, that investigatory committee would have gone into all the details I just tried to develop in that brief 20 minutes of questioning, but in much more detail, and it would have seen this Bloodworth board vote thing was a silly stunt. This did not have the support of the members of LPNH.
Again, you're talking about collateral attacks on this by talking about procedure.
But it's not collateral because it's part of what for cause is.
Would that be a valid cause, endorsing a Republican over a Libertarian? Under the bylaws, is that a valid cause if it happened? You're disagreeing whether it happened. If it did happen, would that be a valid cause?
You could disaffiliate an affiliate through a for cause process for endorsing another candidate. I just think
Thank you. And secondly, could you disaffiliate on a for cause basis or making statements that contradict the statement of principles if they were stated with specificity, which statements, if you had an investigatory committee, that type of thing, like taking out the procedural collateral attacks? Do you concede that that is a valid cause for disaffiliation?
It is not a collateral attack because it's part of the essence of what for cause is. It's throughout 61 through 63. But no, the reason I can't concede that is there's no specific statement. And that's precisely the problem.
He said if there were
having
statements,
a generic statement that you are bad and say bad things and trying to have that be
Isn't the purpose of specificity and notice that letting people know what they need to defend against? And weren't you given that notice when LPNH was censured 8 months before that, when people repeatedly complained to LPNH? And these weren't private statements. These were all public statements LPNH put out for everyone to read. So why are you acting like you didn't know what the statements were?
It's a moot point because Article 5.6 of the bylaws says just on its
bold
face,
choice, Cotton,
the
to say
motion for
your point
disaffiliation
is not
needs
valuable.
to contain the
Bold
notice
choice,
we're talking about here. It needs to state with specificity the cause of disaffiliation for cause. So even if this September 2025 censure had been some sort of notice, it wouldn't comply with the bylaws, to say nothing of Robert's rules, to say nothing of what for cause means in the case.
You think Jeremy is no longer smirking because he recognizes that this is not turning out well for him?
No,
All right, Mr. Dixon, I know you wanted to, I believe, make a motion.
No,
I guess
think he's
the
not
real
used to
question
smiling, and
does
his
anyone
face
else
muscles
want to
are
speak
sore.
other than Mr. Dixon after this? Because if so, we can just let Mr. Dixon go. I'm not hearing anybody else say anything.
I do have one other follow-up question. It's a brief one, so I could go after Mr. Dixon or right now.
Is it related to what you were just talking about?
It says follow up.
It's related to what earlier people were talking about.
Okay, then we're gonna hear from Mr. Dixon, then Dr. Moulton, and then without any other motions, we're gonna wrap
Evan's
this section
beard
up.
is looking a little bit
So,
regal
go ahead,
today.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much. I may actually have more questions, but I'm going to do this the right way. So, Mr. Hewitt, a lot of your brief
Hewitt's like, why
referred
did I sign
to
up
the
for this?
so-called Dixon Committee, and I have to admit, when I first saw that, I said, "What
Dixon
the heck is a
Committee
Dixon
mentions.
Committee?" I started doing
Dixon Committee
Google
mentions.
searches trying to figure out what a
Google.
Dixon Committee
Sorry,
is.
bingo.
Until I found, that was my committee.
Kyle, bingo.
So that committee,
Dixon Committee
That's Earl Warren.
I guess I have.
Why can't I
I'm
find this
famous
stuff?
or something, but so that committee that I was chair of when you reference it, you're saying that established a precedent.
Dixon Committee. It's on the others. Sorry,
And
not this one. Never mind.
The motion that
lied to us?
enabled that
Hampshire strategy has been
committee
used, right?
said it was for
No.
internal issues
If anyone does have Dixon
not
Committee on
covered
theirs,
by the
mark
Judicial
it.
Committee bylaws and policy manual. When we have 5.6, wouldn't that say that 5.6 is in the bylaws, so the so-called Dixon Committee doesn't apply to that?
It said we were establishing a precedent for the internal affairs of affiliates not covered by the bylaws, JC rules, etc. So
Right, but the 5.6 is in
process
the
with
bylaws,
bylaws.
and that's what the LNC used. So are you saying that in order to do it the right way, you had to use a so-called Dixon Committee, or could it be any investigation, even if it didn't follow the so-called Dixon Committee model?
well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So, one separate argument
Dixon
is
one.
there was this motion creating what's been called
Dixon
by
who?
us and some amici the Dixon Committee, and that created an expectation if you're intervening
Does
in
Sam have a
an
giant
affiliate's
Yes.
internal affairs, you're
staff
going to
in the
follow some
background?
sort of
Yes,
elementary
Rebecca.
process. Then
I have many
separately,
questions
there's,
about
I
Sam.
pointed particularly to 63:7.
very
I
cool.
think that's actually the most on point Robert's Rules provision to your question, because it says not every society needs to articulate in great detail what your disciplinary process is, but it's at least got to follow some of these.
If that's a
basic
cat
elements.
tree
Notice where you can
that
respond,
looks like it's from the Lord of the Rings,
some
I'm gonna be
kind
so
of
stoked.
It looks like
investigation
a
or
bird
trial,
tree.
and some findings.
Yeah, that's what I was
So,
thinking.
at minimum, this would be a much different case if there, and I wouldn't have been able to say 90% of what I just said if
They
there'd been
shouldn't
at
have said
least
90%.
some
some
kind
other
of
bullshit.
elementary pursuant to 63:7 notice. You can show up. We're going to cross-examine witnesses. We're going to do some kind of report, even if it hadn't followed exhaustively what we're calling the Dixon Committee model.
Well, imagine, just for the sake of argument, the LNC motion just was the Trump endorsement. That's it. They didn't mention the tweets and other things. So it was just the Trump endorsement. Wouldn't an investigation just say what you've already admitted in your brief? It's proven. What investigation would there be? Why would there need to be an investigation?
Are you investigating Colorado?
Because
Mark it.
Article 5.6 says you can only do this for cause. So,
Has anyone gotten a
you can
bingo
say,
yet?
well, in principle, shouldn't we be able to
Was that
kick
right?
them out if
She said hasn't
they
gotten a bingo.
they posted something that
No.
we think
Well,
is in
we
violation
have.
of the
Dave
bylaws?
Davis
But
said he did, right?
that's not what
Oh.
5.6 says. It
Sure.
says you can only do it for cause. For cause entails some sort of
9:52.
rudimentary process
Almost
in
9:52.
every source. So the LNC doesn't even have the power to do it unless it is for cause, which means following this process. And yeah, I gave a couple of examples of why I think the outcome would have been different. If there'd been some sort of process, they would have seen it doesn't really make sense for fundamental fairness reasons to disaffiliate this chapter. Most people aren't on board with this. And one thing I mentioned is they would have seen the board members who did this didn't even have the authority to do this. This was just an ultra vires silly virtue signaling
wasn't-
stunt by some board members that was
Okay, but
completely
what I-
outside of line.
What I want to clarify is if the LNC said, let's appoint Pat Dixon again and have his 3 people do an investigation, and we said, we're done. It took 5 minutes. Here's your report. Would that satisfy you?
I want to hear from Sam's dog.
If it was similar to the Dixon Committee process, then the LNC would be discharging its obligations. It would be for
All
cause.
right. I'll move on. I'll pass the baton.
I'm seeing that Mr. Neal has his hand up. He has not spoken yet.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I know I already am, but I will. All right, so the New Hampshire Executive Committee meeting where a vote was taken, an endorsement of Donald Trump passed by that body. Is that in written minutes?
Yes. I believe
Why
that
do
we
you need a
included them.
committee to read official record of an executive committee?
I'm
Seriously,
sorry.
why?
Could you repeat that again?
Why do you need an investigative committee to read the minutes of an executive committee? To me, that's sufficient evidence to end that is cause.
Because you
Well, a lot
don't
of people
have the
can't
legal
read.
power to do it otherwise. The
Oh
bylaws
my
give
God.
the LNC the power to disaffiliate
Jeff's
for
eyebrows.
cause.
Just what
Every
happened?
single
These
source for
eyebrows, oh,
cause
man.
involves some process. Throughout Robert's
Those
rules
eyebrows have
and
not
this
been that
committee's
high
other
since he found out
cases,
they
in
fucked
the
up the
case
building.
law, for cause means some elementary process.
Oh my gosh.
Whether you think it makes sense to disaffiliate or not, they can't
I
do
feel
it
bad for
except in
any
the
of this
manner
guy's other
prescribed by
clients
the
if like this
bylaws,
is the way
which
he's
are
going about it. I'm not gonna lie, you know.
I
And he
think the
probably
lawyer's doing the
charges
best he
too much
possibly can.
anyway.
I think the
so
LNC
Michelle,
is
you
not.
said
Oh, you can tell he
you're
charges too
done
much.
with your questioning.
In fairness to Ian,
He's got
consider his
country
client.
club.
I'm satisfied with
Dr.
Mr. Neal's
Moulton,
questioning.
you were up next, and I think
Yeah.
Mr. Dixon would like one more bite at the apple after
Sure.
Dr.
Oh my God.
Look at
I'm
Mary.
gonna be
Dude, I am
really
fucking with
brief.
Mary's
This
vibe
is
so much. I
a
don't know who
factual
she is,
question for Mr.
but I'm fucking
Kaufman.
with her.
You
Mary
mentioned that
Jane, she's a
several
former
problematic
chair and has
tweets
been
were
around
deleted.
the LP for 40-something
Could
years.
you let us know the timeline? When were these tweets deleted? Were these tweets deleted after the vote to disaffiliate,
the one
or
just
were
now,
these
Chuck.
tweets that were
We know when it got
problematic? Were they deleted
Well,
like a
one
long
was just
time
now.
ago? When did these deletes happen?
Mr. Kaufman.
You know, LPNH has probably deleted 20, 50 plus tweets over the years. You guys haven't even seen all of our bad tweets. There's bad tweets you don't even know about. There's secret bad tweets that no one's ever seen. I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's helping your case,
Look, I'm being
Jeremy.
straightforward.
I mean,
The
that's my
way
drafts
that,
folder. Secret
you know, we
bad
do
tweets
things,
that no
and I
one's
explained it
seen. Everyone
earlier.
has it.
We encourage people to take shots. Creative and capable people will not thrive under committees. I have an entire anti-committee. You know, I don't even believe in the concept of committee. There should be one single person owning
This is directed
everything.
right at you.
There should
and
always
me.
be a single individual responsible. That individual may choose to use a team. They may choose to work with others. But
I
the
actually
idea
strongly
that a bunch
agree
of
with
people
this,
would have equal status
but
to
with
decide
elaboration.
things, nothing great, nothing even good has ever been created via these procedures. These are the procedures where good things go to die. So that is not how we do things.
That's
That's
not
not
the
how
committee's
things
fault.
work.
That's Robert's
And
fault.
our methods work.
That's parliamentary
Jeremy,
procedure.
right now,
I
There's
agree
this
with him.
myth
It's
that I make
parliamentary
most of the
procedure.
tweets. I've made less than 25%
against
of the tweets
everything
that LPNH
Ian
has
has
made
already said.
over the last 5 years. Probably less than, probably even lower than that. A variety of people make the tweets. Sometimes people make mistakes, and we talk about them. And if a mistake was
Boil
made, we
Jeremy's
correct it. That might be a
logic down,
tweet
and
that
he's saying
only got 30
Ken
likes. That
Molman
might be a
should be
tweet
able
that
to
got
just
10,000
decide
likes.
whatever he
Okay,
wants to.
we've deleted a variety of tweets. I actually instituted a procedure called Tweet Court, where people can pay money to cause an argument about tweets. But capable people will not do work when there
Okay.
are 50 people backbiting them and judging them and criticizing them for every mistake.
Yeah, stop. Yeah.
Not that many
The Trump
people will stand
endorsement,
up
the
and go
problem
through
is you guys
procedures like
criticizing.
this. There's a reason that the LP has driven away so many capable and creative people, and
Yeah,
why you're
you're
stuck
right there,
with the kinds
Jeremy.
of people who put their finger in the air and will only make a decision if enough people agree with them, and why you're devoid of talent to a substantial degree. And it's because
All right,
of-
I think that's quite enough, Mr. Kaufman. We don't need to listen to your criticism of the Libertarian Party. That
Oh,
is
you
not
do.
part of this, not part of this procedure. And I would ask you to behave yourself and to be quiet, or I'll ask the chair
That
to
is
mute you
definitely a call to
permanently.
order.
Well,
That's
you
a
should
call
listen
order.
to people who know more than you about social media. I'm better at
Hold
social
on,
media.
stop.
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 It's
You
called
guys
order
should
to
be
mark
asking
it.
questions on how to do things better, and I could teach you.
Can't turn him off, please.
Hang on. There's an objection to continuing to hear. It sounds like this is tangented into something else beyond the answer. There's objection to hearing anything further down that tangent. Is there objection to ending
Alan
the tangent?
Rickman was a beautiful
from the
man.
committee?
Alexa, you are correct.
Not seeing any. All right. We're going to hear from. Okay, Dr. Moulton was speaking. Dr. Moulton, are you done with your questioning?
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Kyle, did you mark
I'm
call to
from
order?
Kentucky. I used done and finished
I
wrong.
did.
I don't see it if you don't.
And Mr. Dixon.
I even said
Take us
Thank
home.
you. I think I only have two more, so hang in there. We'll have a break after this. So, Mr. Hewitt, in at least two of the amici roots and ruse, they make this argument about compound motions and the concern that there was not individual 3/4 votes on each of, I'm going to call them causes, but each of the causes. Are you concurring with that interpretation?
I read most of the amici. I'm not in a position to comment one way or another.
What a
on
weird
those particular
point.
Briefs.
Okay.
I'm not in a position.
I mean, you
put
can
it
have,
this way.
compound motions.
If
you just
the
move to divide, but you
if
don't
I
have to
say
divide.
I want to disaffiliate them because they endorsed another candidate,
I mean, the LLM
and
wrote
because
it,
it's
so.
raining
Or generated it.
and my baseball team lost. Do the other two things that are obviously not germane taint the entire motion, or is it sufficient just to say one of them is clearly a cause?
It also
mean,
doesn't
both
matter.
of
It's
It
an
doesn't
interesting
have to be a
question.
motion to
I did
divide.
read all of the relevant Roberts or most of the relevant Roberts rules provisions, but I did not read the provisions on
Compound motions are not required to be divided. There was no motion to
Okay,
divide.
very good. Here's my last question.
Legitimate.
Someone could have moved to do
In
that.
quite a few of the amici, including your brief, there's reference to case law. In your brief, for example, Campbell v. Lowe's Incorporated, which is a Delaware state case, as I understand it. And the National Party is not a Delaware corporation. If it's governed by anything, I assume it's the D.C. circuit
They
or
have said
something.
repeatedly that there
So
needed
my
to be due
question
process. So is that no trial?
when we make our ruling, should we really care about these?
Well,
these
yeah, they have said there was no
external
there was no
to our
trial, there
own
was no
rules?
investigation, anything like that.
You should, because the bylaws
call
are a
that.
contract. So the terms in the contract do have legal meaning. And for cause
Wait, he
has
did
a
do post impressions
normal
at some point
legal
too,
meaning.
right?
No, he
You
didn't.
can
He just
thousands
he
of
just
followers
did
and
some
tons of
cases
Dancing
as
right around.
examples
followers,
that
not
are sort of
impressions.
cases that are commonly cited in the case
Although
law.
he said
but
likes.
for
That's a
cause
type
has
of
a pretty
impression.
similar
Yeah, that's what I'm
legal
saying.
meaning
Okay,
if you
mark
look
it.
at it in the corporate governance context and other cases as well. You should consider, there was the attempted amicus briefs from various affiliates mentioned this concept of promissory estoppel. When you induce reliance on a certain procedure, you can sort of be held to it. Even if, this committee doesn't see itself as, having the job of applying the case law, the bylaws are still a contract, and the contract, its meaning still comes from the way the legal system operates.
Right, but for example, just in the case of Campbell v. Lowe's, my understanding is that's
Dude,
the
LPNH
state
is
of
posting
Delaware.
for the 9th time
Is there
tonight that JC
something
members are yelling. When
that
did
is
JC
binding
members
from a
yell?
case in the state of Delaware on the Libertarian
Tim
Party?
Goldstein arguably yelled.
We cited the cases that we cited not to suggest that these particular cases are binding on the LNC, but just to give examples of the sorts of ways legal terms of art like for cause are used in the case law.
Should we be concerned that whatever our ruling is, if there's subsequent lawsuit, that we should make ourselves airtight against that case law? Because then we're kind of opening ourselves up to the universe.
Look, you want to. Obviously, I can't legally advise the Libertarian Party, but any person who's anticipating possible litigation, of course, wants to know first and foremost the way terms are used by the courts of the relevant jurisdiction, the jurisdiction where you anticipate doing litigation. But nonetheless, it's very common, don't take my word for this, talk to other civil litigators. When there are kind of common terms of art like this, you're not going to see, for example, a trial court in Florida say, oh, I'm only going to look at the Florida case law to determine what this term means. If there's a big constellation out there of cases that define a certain term a certain way, you're probably going to see that definition be authoritative.
Thank you very much for your answers. I very much appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
All right. Committee members, we are well over time. I'm going to look and see what time we started this. Looks like it was 9:09. It is now 10:16, so we've run an
Kyle, refresh.
Oh my God, I paused the YouTube.
Every time you get a phone call, Kyle, you can't do this.
It wasn't a phone call.
Yes, it was.
Was everybody taking a
No,
break?
it wasn't.
Every time you start,
it detected that I have
every time
earbud
you
out.
start bit torrenting the member data.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Flowers and cathedrals, pollen and dust. Sorry. My speed's definitely worn off.
If someone says, whoa, I get a bingo. So, damn it.
Says,
so okay, I'm gonna text
message
the back
Alvin
room.
O'Brien.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna text We have been alerted that if someone says the word woke,
well, why are we helping Archie here with this? I don't
one
think
of
we like. What are you doing?
bingo
What is
players.
this nepotism for Archie? What the fuck is that?
A bingo at Jonathan McGee. You know what
To
to
do.
do.
God.
See, I knew you rigged elections. just like when you rigged the JC.
That's exactly.
Oh my God.
This is exactly what Mimi was doing
Exactly. Yeah, this is the Mimi.
when she called for
Robson
following the
method.
rules.
Oh yeah, we've been informed that discussing bylaws is illegal. It's
Is
a criminal
violence.
act.
Discussing
Right.
bylaws is violence. And you know what? I
No,
think
it's a criminal act.
It is a
Well, it is the
criminal
law.
act.
It's vote
It's
rigging.
interference.
Oh my God.
Yes, only one faction is allowed to have floor strategy meetings, guys.
Gonna use the bathroom. I cannot. I can't believe
What
I
is
did this.
Jeffrey Neal's
Kitty!
background?
Oh my goodness, so pretty.
Huh?
Autumn's, we love your cat.
He lives in a church.
Yes. You're so sweet.
Dude,
That's
Spike posted a
beautiful
picture
cat.
of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Is that actually what Myrtle Beach, South Carolina looks like? There's no way.
What do you mean?
What?
We can't see what you're seeing, Phil.
Well, like,
Yeah.
just go look at Spike's page and look for it. It was like August 10th he posted it. It looks insane. I did not know that's what South Carolina beaches look like. It looks like it's on an island somewhere. Maybe I'm just.
I
If
feel like
that's
a
the case,
social media post picture could be cherry picked, maybe.
dude, I don't know. Look at the photo. It looks crazy. Palm trees and all. Like, if that's the case, I might need to take a trip to South Carolina.
They do have a good libertarian party.
Well, I know Rob's in North Carolina, right? I could go crash at his house for a little bit.
Well, they're not doing anything. So how do you think the JC appeal went? I feel like it could not have gone much worse for New Hampshire.
I mean, it's such an open and shut thing that like it couldn't go well for them.
I don't.
But
see,
I really
yeah,
wish
I mean,
that the LNC was doing a better argumentation job itself.
they didn't really ask the LNC many questions.
Sure, but Jonathan only had like a 38-second statement.
That's true. That's true. He did leave a lot of time on the floor. I don't know that he really needed to say much more.
Okay.
Like the LNC had the authority to do, to disaffiliate. I'm not really sure how you get around that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they needed to be a bit more aggressive, like with how they argued, or if they said what needed to be said. I mean, obviously it is fairly open and shut, but this is just, to justify the disaffiliation.
Right, and to overturn it, you have to affirmatively show that the LNC violated its own bylaw, and I
Right.
don't do that.
So, how's
I was
everybody
expecting
doing?
people to like read the tweets on screen or something.
I mean, they might. There's still time. There's still time.
Okay.
I would prefer it not be advertised, but
Okay, fair, but. So there's still time for somebody to win at bingo.
Apparently, Dave already won bingo, but
Okay.
Archie
Somebody
needs.
did say woke, I thought, or did I?
I didn't see anyone.
I've been
I didn't hear
listening
anyone
for
say
woke.
Yeah, Archie's been voting.
Okay.
Quite attentively.
Yeah.
Never mind. One of
like-
you mentioned it, and I got confused and thought
Yeah,
somebody
general
had said it on screen.
leftism was mentioned.
But like not the word
that's
leftist.
just
Not
general
the word
leftism
leftist.
is just my
General
nickname in high
leftism is my
school.
military title. Amanda, general leftism is what they call me, the
General
commissar for
leftism.
war.
Like they've talked about their winning strategy, but they haven't said the word winning strategy. They've talked about how everyone else should be learning from them, which is basically the allergic to relevance, but they haven't
Sorry, I was
said
making
allergic to
coffee.
relevance.
This is the less than 1 minute warning, if I'm reading my clock right.
Less than 1 minute warning.
Yes, less than 1 minute warning.
Yeah, they skirted quite a few of these. Allergic to relevance was almost. Define endorse was almost. Authoritarian 49 was almost.
Dustin points out that sometimes you say far more by saying less, which is fair.
I don't know about that. I talk a lot.
I mean, not if you got the what was the term? The implicit affirmation.
It is now 10:25 p.m. Eastern Time. We're back, and it is time
lol,
to
they're back.
Q&A with the respondent, the LNC, through Mr. McGee, their representative, and hands are going up. I saw Dr. Moulton first, and then Mr. Dixon, and I thought I saw Miss Jingle, but then she seems to. Oh no, she's there. Okay, something moved. So, so I
That's
have
why you
Dr.
use the
Moulton,
list, Ken.
Mr. Dixon, and then
How long has
Mr.
McGee been with the party?
Mr. McGee, are you ready to
Forever.
go?
4 years?
I am.
Since like
Excellent,
1917.
All right, so
I think he
we're
was an
starting at
MC person,
10:25,
but has
and
He was.
go
Yeah.
ahead,
woken
Dr.
up to
Moulton.
the evils.
He was an MC
Okay,
person until Angela was
I
announced.
am
I
going
just
to
hear woke?
focus in on I think the
Did you
best
really?
arguments for
I think
LPNH
so.
because I think
When do you
most
say
of the
woke?
procedural stuff is complete bullshit. But
When do you say woke?
I have three specific questions
I'm
for
guessing
They
it
Mr.
just
was
McGee.
Phil
woke
that
on
said
the stream, I
woke.
believe.
First of all, are there any time limits on
Okay, mark it.
endorsements constituted in
No,
cause
I don't
for
think it happened
disaffiliation?
on
So
stream.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical.
okay.
Oh.
Suppose under state law, the
it
Libertarian
did.
Party of Texas can't block a candidate from the ballot if they pay a filing fee or collect thousands of signatures.
So
If the Libertarian Party of Texas publicly endorsed
Chuck arguing
Ron
this is
Paul
a
for
good thing.
Congress
Chuck is also a
over a
lawyer.
libertarian that
So Chuck
made
being
the
like,
ballot
you're just
under
spouting
state
nonsense
law,
is at least another lawyer coming back against
back
the
in
lawyer.
2010, long time ago, could the LNC disaffiliate the Libertarian
another
Party of
lawyer here?
Texas
Moulton?
right here, right now,
Moulton.
for an act done 10 years ago? And if it can't, what is the line? How long do they have to
Oh, God.
actually
Hewitt just
disaffiliate
became Ben Shapiro.
after
Look at
some
how he's
bad
looking.
action?
Well, hypothetically, yes. Certainly, I think certain consideration should be given to a 10-year gap, especially if there's other underlying evidence that could potentially mitigate that. However, obviously, that's not the case at hand.
Okay, my second question. In your brief, you said calls for political violence violated the statement of principles, citing specifically Libertarian Party of New Hampshire's calls to violence against State Representative David Muse and President Donald Trump on social media. This was in your brief, not in the original motion that was passed by the LNC. Does this still constitute valid cause when the National Committee itself is also calling for political violence, as with the guillotine tweet from a few weeks ago?
Which was
First of all,
removed very quickly.
I did not see National Comms do any such thing. If they did,
Oh,
shame
fuck
on
that.
them.
I think that post
But,
is for me.
it would still
Fuck.
constitute valid cause.
Thank you. My third question, why didn't the LNC include specific tweets in its second count about violations of the statement of principles?
I actually cannot answer that because I was not the one that drafted the motion.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr. Dixon.
I'm sorry. Could I ask, since there are witnesses here, do
Yeah.
you want to defer that question to anyone else present, or do you think no one can answer that question?
I mean, if Mr. Nikela has any additional information about that, he can take a crack at that, but otherwise, no.
I mean, I think it gets bogged down if you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. No more
There's
questions.
there's no reason to list individual
Great.
tweets
Mr.
when
Dixon.
they endorse Donald Trump.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, one of the items I'm wrestling with in your brief and several of the amici is the notion that disaffiliation is a de facto motion to rescind. And in your brief, you seem to suggest that a 2/3 would have been allowable, even though in 5-6 it requires 3/4. And it's not clear
Under
to why
Roberts,
you're
it
even
would
bringing this up. How are we
He's just
supposed
saying that the
to
threshold was adequate.
interpret this idea that it's really a de facto motion to rescind? Why is that pertinent?
Well, it's pertinent because because it would be a lower threshold, and because it's a different threshold than other procedures found elsewhere in the bylaws, such as Articles 6.7 and 7.5 for at-large and officer removal, and 14.5, I believe, for recall of presidential and vice presidential candidates.
Well, all right,
And
but
so,
are you suggesting that it really is not 3/4 as in 5-6?
No. The point of bringing that up was to state, was really just to say that we
Was
cleared
overwhelmingly supported.
the LNC cleared any vote threshold short of 7/8.
Okay, but I'm not. It doesn't seem to add anything to your argument, and that's why I'm asking about it. If you hadn't even put that in the brief, are we missing something? If 5-6 says 3/4, I don't know. I don't understand the motivation for that interpretation.
It was just used as a comparison, and certainly if you remove it,
What Roner
the
would
argument
have,
doesn't fall.
Jonathan.
Okay, all right. I'll pass the baton and ask for it back later.
All right. Next up, I see Mr. Neal, followed by Mr. Goldstein.
Okay, I had the opportunity a few days ago, maybe a week ago, to talk with a member of the LNC the last term. And I said, why wasn't New Hampshire disaffiliated last term? And he said, because the votes weren't there. Now, what I'd like is if somebody else who is on that committee can say whether that is an accurate statement or not. Because, I mean, some people I know have said, well, geez, you're taking action now and it's almost 2 years after the fact. Why didn't you do it more timely? And that would be, in my opinion, one explanation why. So
convention,
I know Mr. Nikela was on there. I don't know whether
Trump supporter is
if anybody else here was on that committee.
McGee was and Evan was.
And yeah, Stephen was.
Somebody care to speak to that?
I would defer to
Certainly,
Nikela.
if
Come on,
Mr.
Stephen.
Nikela or Mr. Bowler, who were both on that previous committee, want to speak to that, they can.
The question is whether the conversation, if there was a conversation about votes not being there, on whether or not to pursue this. I don't remember having that conversation, but I do know I did have conversations with colleagues that had disdain over the fact that LPNH had endorsed Donald Trump. So I can't speak to any motivations behind why somebody would or wouldn't take action at that time.
What?
And Mr. Buller, I didn't know if you were going to jump in there as well, but you were muted. So
I can jump in. So I didn't join the committee until I believe it was August of 2025. The censure motion was in September, and shortly after that, the censure motion didn't seem to have an effect. So we had actually started the process of documenting everything for a motion to disaffiliate, which we had planned on bringing at the November meeting of 2025, but we didn't have one. And there was talk that it would be better to do it at the in-person in December, since it's such a big issue, a big thing to do. And then once it was too late, we found out that we couldn't do any type of motion to disaffiliate within 6 months of the convention. And so we wouldn't be able to move it back in December. So had it not been for those things, we would have tried to move on that around November of 2025.
So it's fair to say then that there was consideration of doing an affiliation prior to the first LNC meeting of the current term. This wasn't somehow an imported conspiracy that came up after the fact, after the convention.
Correct. I spoke to several other LNC members and started trying to get co-sponsors in case we wanted to do it by email ballot, but the consensus was that would not be the best way to go about it.
Mr. Neal, are you satisfied then with your questioning being completed? Mr. Neal, you're good?
You're muted, Jeff.
I'm sorry, my hand's down and I'm all done. I'm
Okay,
done.
just making
That's
sure.
it.
All right, just making sure. Mr. Goldstein and then Mr. Brown.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. McGee if he would defer to the national chair who's on this call, and if the national chair is willing to answer a couple questions. You're muted, Evan.
I was waiting for Mr. McGee. I wasn't listed as a witness. I was here to.
Is that? I guess I have to beg the indulgence of the committee also.
Boy, I guess I mean I did ask for a list of witnesses, and I don't know that that's necessarily fair to toss new witnesses in, but I'd leave it to the committee to decide. I just, if it was up to me, I'd say no. So, because he wasn't noticed as a witness. Is there objection to my ruling on that?
I support your ruling.
All right. No objection to the ruling. Then please do not. Please keep it to the main people and their witnesses, please.
Okay, Mr. McGee, then perhaps you could answer a couple questions I have about the process as to how this motion came about. Who made the motion at the LNC meeting following the Grand Rapids Convention?
I would have to check the minutes.
The chair did.
Give me a second.
I think it was the national chair who handed his gavel over to the vice chair, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. You are correct.
Okay. Did the national chair give any notice as to the structure or the rationale behind this motion? And perhaps you could give a synopsis of his arguments at the time he made the motion? That's kind of why I wanted Evan to talk, but.
Right, and that probably would be preferable because I was not the one that drafted that motion, so I can't really speak to what exactly the motivation was for the language used.
Okay, I guess I'm at a stop point now because I can't get the answers I wanted.
Sorry, Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Bryan.
Sure. I'm trying to figure out if my questions were kind of previously asked. I guess these were kind of already asked, but I was going to specifically ask Mr. Michaela, when he became chair of the LNC, were there discussions of potentially disaffiliating LPNH at that time? I guess that was
supplied the
sort
list
of
of witnesses should have included
by
Evan.
McGee and Buller, but Stephen, if you'd provide more information.
Sure. I know that the censure motion that was passed, I believe in November, had some language tied into asking the LPNH to self-disaffiliate. At the time, the only conversations, or most of the conversations, were around social media and things of that nature, things that we believe harmed the LNC. And at that point, I engaged in some conversations with Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Weir along with Vice Chair Paul Dar and our communications director over the course of several sessions, which I believe was done in good faith, which did get the memorandum of understanding, which lasted some period of time. And that was between the LNC and the LPNH, not necessarily the Libertarian Party membership and the LPNH. And I think we stuck to our side of the agreement for as long as that lasted. So as far as conversations amongst LNC members, there may have been some. I may not have partaken in them, but I know there's been rumblings about disaffiliation for at least since 2024, or at least conversations about the endorsement of Donald Trump at the time and concerns about that.
Fair. Were you on the LNC in November of 2024, like when the endorsement happened?
I was.
Was there any discussion at that time?
There was discussion amongst some members. I remember at the time during that LNC, or I guess it was the same LNC, but during that year, before I became chair, there was some discussion that if something would come up, I know there were some members that said they would vote for a motion to disaffiliate LPNH. Many of those members are no longer on the board, and I don't recall conversations after that, at least not until November of regarding the social media issues in November of 2025.
Fair.
So that would be the only other time.
Understood. Trying to think of the way to phrase this question. Would you characterize the former chair, the chair of the LNC at the time of this endorsement, would you characterize Ms. McCardle as having potentially endorsed Donald Trump, even in some way?
She did
Well,
say,
I think she
"I supported
disavowed
Donald Trump."
our candidate, Chase Oliver, and essentially told people that the strategy was to take votes away from Joe Biden in order to secure a Trump victory, in order to try to make concessions with the Republican Party, which I believe is a de facto endorsement. So yes, I would characterize
say
it
that's
as
a de
a soft
facto
endorsement.
endorsement,
Although I would argue it was
Fundraising
pretty
for him,
explicit
telling
for many of the people that would expect a national chair to endorse their candidate, regardless of whether or not they like them. I think it's important to stand behind the product of the organization and the will of the body that enables you to have a candidate. And so I think that was not very smart on her part. So yeah, I think it was an endorsement in a sense. Yes.
Archie's like, she said it was to
So
fight the vote.
on a scale between Chase Oliver's "the gun would go off" and like Bill Weld's I vouch for Hillary, somewhere further along, somewhere closer to endorsement.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you disavow your own candidate and tell people you essentially want the other side to win, it's essentially an endorsement.
So I apologize for this line of questioning also probably seems like irrelevant, but I'm just kind of understanding that the leadership of the LNC at the time of this endorsement did not seem indicative to necessarily want to take action on LPNH's tweet at that time. Or
I would say that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Lastly, so you had that agreement with LPNH regarding online decorum or how tweets or whatever the specifics were of it. How long would you say that agreement lasted before you feel that one of you deviated from the agreement?
That's a very good question.
At
I
least
think that
minutes.
the LNC stuck to its part of the agreement, at least for some length. I'm not sure when that
It was the same
line
week.
would have been crossed. I'm not sure when that line was crossed in the mind of the LPNH, because that was an agreement between the LPNH and the LNC in order to try to come to terms on messaging. This was a voluntary agreement, essentially to lower the temperature in the room when it came to some of these tweets that I felt we felt rather, that they got the LNC in hot water, or they got candidates in hot water, even candidates that weren't from New Hampshire. I know candidates, at least one candidate in New Hampshire that says they didn't want to run LPNH because they would lose 10,000 votes due to the association. So I believe
Vote
they're
for
running
Trump in red
independent.
states and vote for Oliver in blue
And this
states is what
unfortunately hurt
Angela McConnell
candidates
called
in
for.
other state parties as well. Or I
Keith
felt the
and Amanda,
LNC
did
had
you
to
see
take some
my
action
last comments
and try
inside the
to
chat?
assuage some of those concerns
What
by
chat?
Private
coming
chat.
up with
Private
some
chat.
A little chat.
There's a link
ideas
to something.
that we could
I think if one of those, if
try
something similar
to.
came out
I'll give you an
during this, that
example.
would
If the
be
LPNH put out a
wonderful.
tweet making an inflammatory
But,
statement, it
you
would at
know,
least have a follow-up.
that's
Let's
just a
see.
To
personal
explain
preference.
why,
What's happening?
XYZ, it has to be that way, or the
Super-
suggestion was made, if it doesn't have to be talked about, then why talk about it?
Super messed up interaction
But
happened.
we came to some
Perfect
terms and
opportunity
included
to say apologize.
not personally attacking members
I do
within the
not have
party,
direct
I
access
and
on
so
see
that.
it.
on and so
I don't have
forth.
direct access,
And
but I can
as long as the
try.
LNC, or really not even members of the party, but members of the LNC, because I can't control what everybody in the party does. So I don't know when it fell apart. I think it was done in good faith. But it sounds
It
like
was
they
not
thought
done
it
in
fell
good
apart
faith.
at some point. I
was-
couldn't
If
tell you
anyone
exactly
calls us
when-
right-wing
when
freaks,
that
the
would have been,
agreement's over.
but
Fair.
maybe a
Even a
couple months
rando on
after.
the internet.
All right,
If
thank
any
you.
person,
I
yeah.
think that's the last of my questioning for now,
Good
so I'll yield
faith.
to the next person. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. I have more than one question, but I'm going to ask my first one and pass the baton. If no one picks it up, I'm going to keep it. All right. Would you agree no notice was given to LPNH prior to this motion to disaffiliate?
No.
So when you say notice, you mean notice of the motion, correct?
Well, I guess that's arguable. Would you agree there was no effort made to say, hey, LPNH, we may disaffiliate you?
No.
I
No,
would
the
argue
entire
that's
party
was saying
false.
that.
I would argue that the censure motion itself, given the text, actually put them on notice that disaffiliation is potentially on the table.
Okay, so you're saying the censure motion was noticed that they should expect something, but there wasn't anything formal saying, hey, we're planning to do this, you better prepare, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the minutes of the meeting on May 25th, this was the meeting where the motion was passed. It says the chair previously submitted a proposed agenda as follows. And in the agenda, item J was LPNH disaffiliation. So
That is correct.
So was it what, an hour between adjournment of the convention and commencement of the LNC meeting? Roughly an hour or maybe two?
You are correct. It's an hour.
So within that hour, the
It's an hour
chair
and a half.
sent out an agenda to all the members of the LNC, and they would have, if they read it, they would have seen item J, LPNH disaffiliation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It was sent out. I don't know at what time it was sent out, but I know it was available prior to the meeting being called to order.
It was
Are
sent
there
out.
any LNC members that are LPNH affiliated people?
Yes, the region
Yes,
rep.
they have a region rep.
Well, not necessarily
Yes, they
directly
have a region rep.
affiliated, though. You could certainly argue
Alpha Shaw.
that both Mr. Shaw and Mr. Ford, as the region rep and alt for the region that contains New Hampshire, would be considered, at least in some sense, a representative of New Hampshire.
Okay. Let me ask one more, and then I'll see if I'll pass the baton to Jeff. This may be a tangent. It's really our focus should be interpreting the laws, but this is on my mind as somebody who's been on the LNC before. Typically, the meeting immediately after the convention isn't meant for substantive motions. It's, hey, everybody,
Well,
here, introduce yourselves. Let's talk about when our next meeting is, what should be on the agenda. Unless there's some sense of urgency. Was there some sense of urgency that this disaffiliation motion needed to happen right then?
I mean,
Yes,
I can't
optics.
speak for the entire LNC, but what I will say is that certainly there were some members that I talked to
donations and new
who,
memberships
again,
afterward because of
had been discussing this for over 6 months, and because of the provision in the bylaws that doesn't allow the committee to exercise that power within 6 months of a national convention, this was the first opportunity at which the LNC could exercise this.
Right.
While
So in the
while I would
hypothetical,
agree it's not normal for the LNC to exercise such a power at what is ostensibly a pro forma meeting, it doesn't prohibit it either.
right. That's when I asked Mr. Hewitt the hypothetical where there was clearly a case of urgency and the LNC needed to respond to get control of the situation. There was nothing like that here, right?
There was an optical urgency.
Not as
There's
posed in
a
your
public
hypothetical, no.
urgency.
Okay. I'll pass it to Jeff.
Well, I'm not sure I really have a question. What I have is, as a point, having been national chair, yeah, your first meeting as a chair, you start with nothing. And the first thing you have to do is present an agenda. That's the chair's job.
Oh.
If the chair says, I've got notice on this, it goes on the agenda as an item with prior notice. Doesn't necessarily mean it's gone out to everybody on the committee. And then you go and you review the agenda and you approve the agenda. So it's not like, I'm sure that was followed, because that's just standard practice at any LNC meeting I've ever been on. And I'm sure that Mary could
The agenda was
attest to
adopted,
that as well, having been in that exalted position like me. So that's one thing. But the thing I'd like to say is, yes, there was probably a majority of LNC members, in my opinion, that felt that disaffiliation was the appropriate action to take, but it wasn't 3/4. And a lot of those people carried that with them for that period of time. Did they have a little bit of built up resentment and anger and finally say, let's take advantage of this? Yeah. I don't, however, think that that's something that in itself is indicative of any kind of attempt to hoodwink anybody. It came out. They had the opportunity to not put it on the agenda. They had the opportunity to speak against it. The people there had the opportunity to say, let's defer this. Let's do it. Let's have some investigation. Maybe
hearing you in 16 minutes.
Do that. But surely that was completely within the realm of what would be considered pretty normal. I mean, look, the number one thing that DLC has to do on its first meeting is to fill the committees that are required by the bylaws. Some can wait. Bylaws, platform, and commission oversight and stuff like that, but other ones have to be populated immediately. I mean, that's in my recollection. That's what always the first LNC meeting is for. And I'll shut up now.
I was going to ask if you had a question because it sounded like you were making a statement.
No, I don't. I said I don't have a question. I just want to say something.
Okay. All right.
Fuck yeah. Speak your piece, Jeff.
Q&A.
Speak your piece.
Ken's right, though.
Speak your truth. Yeah.
Well, Jeff's comments brought this to mind. It sounds like some people had this cooking for a while. Some people on the national committee. I don't know what the division is.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Is this a statement or a question for?
No, it's a question. It's a question.
Okay. All right.
It's a question for Mr. McGee, and Mr. Nicola could also answer. But so there have been some references in some of the amicus briefs about actions taken or not taken by the convention having to do with New Hampshire. Was what, Mr. McGee, is it your feeling that, okay, you've got these people that are already cooking for 6 months or whatever. Now, are the people that are now at the convention getting more stirred up? It was, in other words, I guess what I'm asking is,
yes,
did you have
there
the
was an
impression that
urgency
it
following
was
the convention.
Yeah.
It was a campaign pledge for people running for the national committee that they would take care of this as soon as possible? Question mark.
Certainly, some candidates of the LNC made that explicit. I was not one of those people, but there were several members of the committee or people running for the committee that made that a part of their, campaign.
We needed to immediately distance ourselves from your actions.
I
at
wasn't there,
convention.
so that's why I'm asking, because I don't actually know
Can I get up
what's
there?
going on behind the scenes.
I should be
in the scenes, whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, there is an argument made in at least one of the maybe more, that LPNH was seated as a delegation at the convention. And that presumably the Credentials Committee could have raised an issue and say, hey, delegates,
No, you can't.
they
right? It's got to be
violated
6 months.
5-4.
6 months before,
It's up to
can't
you
do it,
whether
right?
we seat LPNH.
No, they're still an
The point
affiliate.
is,
authority to do that, right?
They're still an affiliate.
Nobody on the convention floor.
Yeah, they can't.
Credentials does not have that authority.
Oppose the
Yeah.
seating of LPNH as a delegation, and therefore there's an argument that the LNC is overriding
They
what
would
the
have more of a
convention
case
delegates
if that's the way it was done.
did.
But it wasn't
Can you
done that
speak
way.
to that
Are you
argument?
saying that there's a hypothetical disaffiliation motion that didn't
sure.
happen?
I think part of the problem with that framing is that the Credentials Committee, if the LNC is not empowered to disaffiliate an affiliate within 6 months of a convention, certainly I think you would be able to argue that a Credentials Committee can't thereby do the same thing.
Yeah, they're not empowered to
yeah.
do that.
It
Okay.
also wouldn't disaffiliate
Maybe
them.
I didn't follow that entirely.
There's no
You're
will of the
saying
delegates that's overridden just because
that
the delegates didn't make a motion.
the convention that
Yeah.
do you believe that convention delegates can have more power than the LNC? The LNC is there to do the duties for 2 years, but when you have a convention, the delegates really have the power. They're the ones who can change the bylaws.
The part's clear.
To a degree, yes.
But
Right.
it-
So
again, this may be
Within-
contentious.
within the
but
confines of the bylaws.
there's
You'd have to
actually
alter the
no
bylaws beforehand. yeah.
actual provision that I know of, at least directly, where
It's also
the convention
debatable
is actually
whether
empowered
the
to do so.
members can disaffiliate a
right,
convention.
there was one suggestion
I
that the
suppose we could have
delegates
amended the
moved to
bylaws to grant
disaffiliate
that
on the
power.
floor, and I don't believe that's the case.
This is very
I don't think
frustrating
that
not being
happened.
on this call.
But that could have happened. The delegates on the floor could have said, we disaffiliate LPNH. Would that have stood?
That would have
think
gone to the JC.
That's a real question that I
We
don't
don't
have the
know.
answer to.
We
And
don't
if
know.
they
It's
did,
ambiguous.
we might be in this whole thing of, hey, we need a
We'd be in a
Dixon
different
committee and
JC
all
hearing.
that, but I'm not even sure the bylaws provide for that. So I'm not sure what the answer is. I just wanted to see what your interpretation was.
I think honestly that could go either way.
Okay. Could I keep the baton and keep asking questions? Do I have time?
I'm muted again, talking to myself. I see no other hands raised, and therefore, Mr. Dixon, if you have additional questions, go ahead.
All right. Not too many more. Let me make it easy. Mr. McGee, is disaffiliation a disciplinary action?
In the context of Ronner Section 63,
Richard is.
I'm
learning
saying this action that you took, is it disciplinary? Does Chapter 20 of Roberts apply?
I would argue in the context of
They're not members.
Roberts.
But they're members when they're
no.
disaffiliated.
No.
How
but
could
the-
we resolve this?
the
Because
members have
obviously
rights
Mr.
there.
Hewitt has a different
The
interpretation.
affiliate is
Okay,
not a
yes.
member.
Yeah, it's not a member discipline.
What should
no.
we look at that
So it does
will
not. The affiliate
give
does
us
not have
this
member
answer
rights.
and give us the proper
The
interpretation?
bylaws. He's feeding it to you, Jonathan. Come on. The bylaws.
Well, I think the way you get the proper interpretation is by looking at Article 5.6
Thank
as
you.
written and not importing external standards not written explicitly into the provision.
All right. I'm gonna.
That's like,
This is a-
good job, Jonathan.
different
Put me the
point.
fuck in, coach. Come on.
I had asked
I
Mr.
am
Hewitt about
dying.
the applicability of case law. And I think in your brief, you mentioned, you had some references and there's several other amici. What is your recommendation on how we should look at case law that's external to our own bylaws?
Case law should not be brought into
I
the
think
bylaws.
certainly in cases that are similar that they could be used as
no, it's not precedent. It's not precedent at
a
all.
way
Yeah,
to
that's not how it's
reason
framed.
through how to figure things out.
You could look
However,
at it, but you're not bound
don't
by
think
it.
that external case law is in any way binding on this
yeah.
committee's decision.
It's in no way
Should we
informative.
exclude anything that, for example, a Delaware
He's
case
shooting it to
that
you.
seems to apply only to entities in the state of Delaware? Should we
Yes.
ignore
Again,
that?
if it doesn't really apply, if it's not really a good fact pattern match to the case,
Basically,
at hand,
Addison,
it
if I had
probably
to
should not be
sum it up
relied
thus far,
upon.
their
All
lawyer
right, I think I only have
Hewitt,
two more questions.
has been a better arguer, better
going,
counsel
Okay.
than McGee has been able to keep up with. However,
If we
the case has been so
if we come
strong
to the
against
conclusion
LPNH that there's
that
been not a
the
whole lot he could do about
Trump
it.
endorsement
How are you going to
is
argue that?
clearly a cause,
And
we
then,
understand the nature of cause, and there's no need for
GC has been very good
investigation.
at asking the right questions.
And it's clearly covered in 5.4.
Like to make
The
sure that
other
this is as
two
fair as possible.
causes, which have to do
They
with
rip
social
both sides
media
up pretty good.
posts and treating our candidates, they're not called out in 5.4. So the cause is not really in the bylaws. Should we?
Well, one would also presume
I guess my
thereby
question
that
is,
cause
should
includes,
disaffiliation
and cause includes
only
things that are not
apply
just
to a
endorsements.
violation of
Cause can
national
include
bylaws?
violations of the statement of
or-
principles, right? Like
Yes.
We have
Otherwise, you wouldn't say
excluded
cause. You would just say
the
for
Trump
endorsing.
endorsement and just
yeah, you would have
say
a specific
the
defined
tweets alone were
endorsement
bad,
clause
even though there's
versus a-
nothing in 5.4 that says you can't do that.
Yes, the existence of the phrase "for cause" implies that there is more cause
Well, I
than
guess
simply the
first, I
endorsement.
would argue that 5.4 actually says that you cannot do that, because
I would
the
not
very
argue that.
end of 5.4 states that no affiliate shall take actions that are contrary to the statement of principles, which some of
Okay.
those tweets did.
So you're saying the statement of principles, and in the statement of principles, there's the clause about we're not violent, and some of the tweets alleged violence. So that was a violation of the
and
statement
the
of principles,
argument
right?
that like certain people must be restricted in the way
Yes.
they live their lives if they
In
don't
the opinion of the
align
LNC, yes.
with cultural conservatism.
Okay.
Like it's
Here's my last question.
we should just be up
This
there as a
argument
panel.
about the compound vote,
I am going
that
to.
there weren't
Yes.
separate votes on each item. Where should we go to resolve that question?
Robert's Rules of Order. There is no
Again,
requirement to
as I
divide a
stated
motion.
in, I believe it was one of my amicus briefs. But again, any member that had a concern had a direct remedy at the time, and that would have been to move to divide the question under Roberts. I believe it's Roberts 27. Don't quote me on that. That if that was seen as legitimately being in doubt, that should have been the course of action of any member genuinely concerned about that sort of a threshold argument.
So your interpretation
And
is there
it
was
was not
no,
even
no
brought up.
motion to divide. So we should interpret 3/4 to apply to every
Yes.
single cause, right?
Yes, thank you
That
for
is
spoon feeding it to
the
him.
position I'm arguing. Yes.
All right. Those are my questions.
Does the committee have any other questions for Mr. McGee, the representative of the respondent LNC? All right, I'm not
We are now
seeing
50%
any.
over time.
I actually had one, but I've lost it in my note taking.
Oh no!
Give me just a moment here.
This is why you should have separate
actually,
notes.
Give
for
your time,
different things.
Ken.
I actually think Mr. Dixon did hit it already.
Mr. Dixon hit it.
Endorsements of statement of principles compound. Case law.
Kaufman's just reading the comments.
Actually,
and
Mr.
happy
Dixon
because there's chaos.
did cover it, so I think we're good there. I don't have anything either. So if no one has anything else, we had a break scheduled here. I think we can take a shorter one than 7 minutes. We would go to 5-minute close by the
Jeff
LNC.
Neal's like, I'm going to get another couple
and
of
then followed
shots in
by
my glass.
last statement, 5-minute close by LPNH, the appellant.
Keith, can you put those tweets in the social media channel? I don't
Sound
have
good to
signal on
everyone?
my
Take a couple of minutes here.
computer.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good deal. So let's take a couple minutes. We'll come back. I'm going to just go ahead and say at 11:06, since we're already past the 3 mark, So about 2.5 minutes.
Do people like enjoy this sort of stuff?
We'll
Like,
get
are there
started
people
on
that
the
like
closing
live for this?
statements. Don't forget
I would have liked to have been making those arguments. And like, to be fair, I have no idea whether I would have frozen at certain moments. So, you know, you always want to be mindful of that.
I don't know, man.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
once, like you've been in thesis places where you have to defend ideas.
Thesis
before.
places.
Like,
They're called universities.
well, no, I
Philians.
mean like thesis procedures is like probably the
Yeah.
proper word. We have to defend an idea.
Well, yeah,
Like,
and that's
you're put on the spot there.
Yeah,
and
you just have to
challenged, like,
really
dramatically.
bullshit. Yeah, you just
No, you don't
project-
bullshit.
but
You
I
just
no,
know
I,
what
I'm
you're
sorry.
saying. You know what you're talking about.
I meant that differently. You have to project confidence, right?
Yeah, I mean, during my defense, I exuded confidence. I was walking out there in a fitted suit.
Yeah.
I was like,
well, I mean, I wouldn't be too confident if I were in a fitted suit if I were you. So, yeah.
I think it depends on what you're defending. Like, yeah, if it's hard science, you have to know what you're talking about. I guess there are other subjects where you can bullshit your way through it.
As evidenced by their attorney.
I will say, I do feel really bad for any of his clients because that was rough.
I mean,
like these
yeah,
are
but
your
look at
arguments, dude.
But look at his client in this case.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a situation where you.
I think the lawyer. I think their lawyer's been phenomenal. He just has nothing to argue.
Considering what he had to work with.
Yeah, he was handed a turd and told to convince the court it's a diamond. That sucks.
Yeah, and it came out kind of like a mashed potato sculpture, but definitely better than the turd.
I mean, he gets paid either way, so.
I don't know if he's getting paid for this or not.
He is.
I'm not sure that we have the same idea of what mashed potatoes are.
Define mashed potatoes. By the way, they're starches. They're not vegetables.
I'm also not a fan of mashed potatoes, but if you fry a potato in any format,
no.
if it's put in
Yeah.
boiling
Especially in
oil,
animal oil.
Come on, yeah, no,
oh yeah,
no,
some beef tallow.
no. What is with you and the beef
So-
tallow?
Freedom potatoes.
Both.
It's
yeah.
because
Both Amanda and I are going to be in Chicago soon.
What? We're gonna be
get
what?
her to meet me at some. We're both going to be in Chicago soon. I'm going to get her to meet me somewhere and walk up with a raw ass potato, just eating it like an apple.
Yeah, enjoy that.
That is toxic.
It's going to be horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not if you bake it first.
He said
No,
raw.
I said raw
He
egg.
specifically said raw.
Yeah, but that's just going to give you a tummy ache. You got to at least bake it to break it down a little bit. Break down some of the starches.
11:06 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, we're back.
I do have
That
a
was
timer
fast.
out
Oh, we're in
here
bubbles.
with 5
Amanda
minutes
just
set.
chasing things.
I really want to keep this to 5
She
minutes.
doesn't know how to drag.
Sorry,
these
I
are
thought it was
closing
over.
Statements starting with the LNC as the respondent.
Nikki, you better
when you
like
are
nail
ready,
this
I
out of
will
the.
start my timer.
Get him.
Thank you.
Diaphragm.
Members of Judicial Committee, I will keep this
Members.
brief and focus on what actually decides this case. The endorsement is conceded. In November of 2024, this affiliate's executive committee endorsed a candidate of another party for president in direct violation of Article 5, Section 4. This has not been disputed, not in the appeal, not in any brief, and not tonight. It is specific, it is dated, and it is sufficient
And it
on its
actually
own
was
to sustain
disputed
the
tonight.
disaffiliation under our bylaws. Everything else you have heard is an argument about what should follow from a fact no one contests.
But they
Article
went back around to admitting.
5.6 of the National Bylaws asks the National Committee to specify the cause for revocation. It does not ask for a trial. It does not ask for the procedure this party uses to remove an individual officer, a procedure our own drafters of the bylaws wrote elsewhere in Articles 6.7 and 7.5 for officer removal, as well as separate language that was used for recall of vice presidential and presidential nominees. That choice is intentional and deserves respect. 8 months before the censure vote, LP New Hampshire received a formal censure and an explicit invitation to correct course voluntarily. It declined that invitation. And the conduct the censure addressed did not stop. An organization that extends a warning and watches it go unheeded is not required to extend it forever. I would ask you be cautious about any rule that says otherwise, because that rule would punish every future national committee that chooses initial restraint and then reward none that do. You heard tonight about the process this party used once before in the LP New Mexico situation. This account is not disputed. because there's no need to. The LP New Mexico case turned on facts that were genuinely contested, whether a convention was properly noticed, whether a board held authority its members never gave it, and that dispute required investigation because there was something to investigate. Nothing in here is in that sort of doubt. What remained for the National Committee to decide regarding LP New Hampshire was not whether the endorsement happened, but what should follow from it. And that judgment belongs to the National Committee first, and then to the Judicial Committee on review. The endorsement was a violation the day it happened. The official communications of New Hampshire were consistently in violation. The warning that followed went unheeded. The vote that followed was properly specified, properly noticed, and properly taken by as the substantial margin our bylaws require. As such, we ask you to affirm the decision of the National Committee. Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah,
that was good.
That was very good.
He was saving up.
This is your turn, Ian.
Mr. Molman, you're muted, I believe.
I will someday learn to use a computer. You know, hey, it's what I do for a living. Thank you for that. Mr. Hewitt, you have a 5-minute close as well. You can give it yourself, or you can hand that off to any of your witnesses as you choose.
Well, some quick factual corrections. Region 6 Rep Alpha Shaw did not, I just spoke with him. He did not receive any agenda before the LNC meeting disaffiliating LPNH. He is checked. He didn't receive any electronic communication. He was given a paper copy of the agenda in the hallway as he walked into the LNC meeting. Austin Martin has also confirmed he was never provided the agenda in any form until he sat down at the meeting. And in the convention, not one person ran on LPNH disaffiliation. They did not say they wanted to disaffiliate
Simply
LPNH
untrue.
in their speeches, even if they may have said that in some signal group somewhere. Mr. McGee said that you should just look at the text of Article 5.6. Don't look at all this outside stuff in Robert's rules.
Well, don't let the
Article
he
6
actually
of
did
the
mention
bylaws
our Robert's
says
rules.
The rules contained in Robert's Rules of Order shall govern where they're not inconsistent with these bylaws.
Where
so
they're
if
not
Mr. McGee
inconsistent.
doesn't want them to bear
not.
here and wants the LNC to just have unfettered discretion in how it interprets the four corners of the bylaws, he should remove Article 16 from the bylaws. I think the LNC is between a rock and a hard place. The only
I
thing
don't think
even
so.
they claim was some sort of prior notice was this social media censure in 2025. But the disaffiliation motion on social media could not possibly be any more vague or more defective. If any part of a decision upholding disaffiliation here is reliant on this totally vague social media language,
the LNC could have
there
voted it
is
down.
no reason in the future that any LNC should ever spell out with specificity what the cause of disaffiliation is. They shouldn't
has
do
to have
that
the exact
because
URL
spelling
in the
out with
motion.
specificity the cause helps the appellant prepare their defense. You put them at a disadvantage if you're allowed to not specify. So if that's the precedent we set, you can just disaffiliate at will when you don't like an affiliate. You just need to wait until you get the votes. There's a right way to do this. This committee can write an opinion saying our decision is not with prejudice. LNC, you have another bite at the apple. Just do this for cause and spell out specifically what the reasons for disaffiliation are. We can have an investigative hearing and we can look at all the tweets and we can make a reasoned decision about what to do. This rescission argument is neither here nor there. 35:2 in Robert's Rules, which talks about rescission, that is basically a limitation. It's a bunch of limitations on rescission.
That's a lot of colons.
Because rescission is disfavored under the principles underlying Robert's Rules. So there's a heightened 2/3 standards for rescission there. That doesn't mean that any vote that rescinds any prior action only requires a 2/3 vote. Removing an officer is rescission. And 6116 says you can remove an officer with a regular rescission vote if they are not a fixed term officer. If they are a fixed term officer, it's a for cause removal and you go through
Not
a
an
process.
officer.
Lastly, I want to give an analogy. There's a lot of stuff in Robert's Rules 61 through 63 about
There's a lot of
for cause.
words.
It's very extensively
anal
defined.
G.
But it's true. 61 through 63 mostly talks about for cause removals of members and officers. Now, what if, hypothetically, Robert's Rules had all the same stuff in these chapters, but it was just about members. It only explicitly addressed members and for cause in that context and not officers. Would we then seriously have a JC hearing where we considered an argument by the LNC that changing the context from
members is
expelling a
inclusive of
member
officers
to removing an officer, that somehow means the term for cause is completely different. It's a completely different concept now. And in fact, would we hear arguments that
words
that
in
means
different
these
sections
general
can have
principles
different
in
meanings.
Roberts about
Can
for
apply
cause
to
they have nothing to say
you know,
here?
different
And
nouns.
in fact, would
like
a JC
members
member say
or
that
affiliates.
if we take the concept of for cause
For instance,
in
if
member
you say
expulsion and
mutualism
we
in the same
carry it
sentence
over
as
to
free
officer
exchange,
removal,
you're probably
that's
not
actually
talking about the labor
bullshit
theory of
to
value.
import that concept from
Context.
Robert's rules. I don't think we would. For cause in any authoritative source includes a basic, fair disciplinary process under Robert's rules, which is part of the bylaws or in this committee's decision under Phillies. So the JC should reverse disaffiliation. And if it says it's doing so without prejudice and the LNC appoints an investigatory committee
Maybe
and
the first
checks
time
the
New Hampshire
boxes
did
and
anything
does
without
this right,
prejudice.
we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt.
Does the vote happen now?
Thank
or
you
no?
to everyone.
No, I mean they can issue they can issue their decision like in
thank
5
you to
minutes.
everyone who
but
watched
they
it.
have 30 days.
Yeah, but they're not.
I guess.
I mean that'd be really funny
I don't
though.
know why people want to watch the inside baseball of this. I hope it was only party people. But
All right, so we're voting right now.
It's everyone who
none
thinks
of us
I'm
want to be here.
gorgeous.
We have 10 days as a judicial committee to vote
10 days.
and come up
10
with
days.
a preliminary decision.
Speed
and
running.
then that's per our rules, and then up to 30 days past this to publish our decision. So just so everyone knows what's happening next. I see Dr. Moulton has his hand raised. Yes, Dr. Moulton.
It's my understanding under the JC rules, we have the option of deliberating in open session. If enough people vote to do that, would this be an appropriate time to make that motion?
Oh,
Please, 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 please,
I
please,
think we can make
please.
that motion here, yeah. Actually, come
I
to
didn't
think about
parse
this,
what he
this would
said.
be the
What'd he
only
say?
place that we could really do that.
I would like to make that
Ooh.
motion.
Right?
What was the
Dr.
motion he
Moulton,
made?
you were
Nice.
mentioning that
To
we
do
could
it in
do
open
it
session.
To have the debate in like public.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And that, if I remember correctly, takes 2/3.
Pat's already got his hand up. He's like, "Sheesh,
Believe?
put me
Do you have that
down."
in front of you by chance?
I don't have it right in front of me. I can go
I
look
was
it
not
up.
prepared for that motion, so
I think
Sorry.
it would be majority unless you're suspending a rule.
No, it's explicitly in the rules, so it's definitely not majority, but I can go look it up what it is.
So let's put it this way: the hearing portion has ended. So anyone who is not on the committee is welcome to leave. You're not going to miss anything other than procedural, but you're also welcome to stay. We will continue the recording. We're not going to stop until this meeting closes. So 100% up to you. I know people have things to do, and it is 11:16 on the
Wait, are we
East Coast
deliberating in
anyway,
open session? What's happening?
PM. But I just want to make sure that everyone understands
We
where
are?
we're at. There's been a motion made. Dr.
No,
Mullins
they're-
made a motion
they're
that our
voting
deliberations would be
as
an
to whether
open
it will
session
be an open
rather
session.
than the default, which is executive session or closed session.
Mr. Chair, I've looked it up. It's JC Rule 8.4 says the committee may by a 2/3 vote deliberate in open session once the hearing concludes. Otherwise, deliberation shall be in executive session.
Okay.
My motion is that we deliberate in open session.
Yes.
So
What is the distinction between those two? I know executive session is like private, but like
Open session means
open
we can
session
see.
is
So
like
the question is, do we keep the YouTube going and let people see us deliberate?
Yes.
Or do we
yes.
deliberate in
yes.
private?
Yes.
but I don't know about you. I don't plan on deliberating this evening.
I
Yeah,
don't
that was
either.
my question.
Oh, okay. It could be another time then. That's
Yeah.
I'd
fine
like
too.
to I'd like to reread through everything like and compare it to
Yeah.
what we just heard.
Yes. So
Just talk, Pat. Just talk.
Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm trying to do this the right way with my hand
you're fine,
raised.
Mr. Dixon, go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to take
All
notes
right.
and I'm trying to, yeah.
So I have to ask Chuck, are you saying that we cannot have any executive sessions for the next 10 days, or that we will have some? I'm just trying to understand the logistics, because if you're saying All of our
I
deliberations
wasn't.
are open session.
No. What I was trying to do, and maybe the committee doesn't want, I mean, it's a high bar. Maybe the committee doesn't want to do it. I mean, there's a distinction between the vote and the opinions. The opinions are going to take like a while to write, clearly. But I didn't know whether we wanted to discuss things and then have the vote in open session. That was what I was proposing. But
okay.
I can withdraw. I can withdraw my motion if the committee doesn't have an appetite
All I'm
for
trying
that.
to do is understand what your motion is. It sounds like your motion is when we get to a vote, that will be an open session. Deliberations would still be executive session.
Well,
and when we
I
do
would-
the open session, it would be just like this, where YouTube can see, but
Exactly
they
like
can't
this.
talk.
Right. Our rules just say
final deliberation.
that the committee may by a 2/3 vote deliberate in open session. Once the
Chuck,
meeting concludes.
how was this done in prior JCs that you
Can
served
and
on?
must, I guess, is that thing that they
no one
can
wanted
do
to do
it in
open
open
session.
Yeah, no, he
prior
acknowledges
JCs.
they don't have to.
This seems like, to me personally, a case that deserves to be deliberated in open session,
It
but that is
deserves
not
it.
the usual procedure, for sure.
I suggest we table this
Give
and
the
discuss it
people what they
offline
want.
and take a vote.
Yeah.
Because we're all kind of exhausted.
That's fine with me. I will withdraw my motion at this point.
Dr. Moulton, I'll just note, even though you've done that, I'm not opposed to it, but I want to get the details of when we're doing all, get it a complete noticed, this is what we're going to do, and put it out before we do the thing. So we have 10 days, which means we should probably figure this out tomorrow or the next day. I believe, if I remember correctly, the committee, there was talk about having a meeting on Thursday between some members.
No,
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay. We'll figure that out. All right. We have 10 days. That's all I know. We have to figure this out in 10 days. So
I'm clear on the 13th.
What's that?
I'm clear on the
Thursday, what
13th.
they just
We're
said
gonna
again.
do.
That's what I said.
Let's
10 days.
figure
Thursday.
this out offline.
I
Yeah.
am not.
Let's figure this out offline.
Yep. We're going to take this offline because we're not going to settle this right now. So what I'm going to do is say
Motion to
thank you
adjourn.
everybody who tuned in.
Thank you,
to those who
Ken.
participated. Not exactly
you,
the
Unholy Armor, that I had in the chat.
meeting that I'd like to chair, but we did it.
Are we going to have
and
a little recap
we'll
afterwards?
get
Get some McGee up
we
here.
will follow the rules as they are
So we
written.
can
We will
chat
get a
some.
meeting.
Hear
We
your
will get a ruling
voice.
in 10 days. We do not have to expose that ruling to the world.
Was that too
if we
low?
don't want to, but given what's going on,
Say, are we gonna stay
we'll
on?
see what
Yeah,
the
for a little
committee
bit, just to
decides, and
say
it's up to
good
the
night to the
committee to
Unholy
decide.
Army of
See
the
if we can-
Night.
We will definitely.
Well, I was gonna say, are we gonna
have
get Daniel
written
McGee in
decisions
here to whip him?
with everyone's names attached?
You know, so you can whip
in
him a little
30
bit.
days.
Daniel McGee.
I mean,
That is a rule.
you can
So
tell
no matter what,
Jonathan
in
that
30 days,
he can come in
we
and
will
then
have
I'll whip him a little
everyone will know
bit.
everything.
He's into
So,
that.
there you go. And with that, I don't think there's any other business to do tonight except adjourn.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank
All
you,
right.
everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh,
Blitz, good
Hi.
morning.
yep. Speaking of taking things offline, I am going to go offline. So that
Oh,
I can go to bed.
Keith.
Oh man, someone's
Buzzkill.
to give a family and stuff to do.
know.
Jeez.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
So
Good night,
our-
Keith.
this is the oh, Amanda just got rid of our bingo board.
You can bring back. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I
Well,
literally
we
made it
didn't
full
win
screen and then
anything.
Amanda killed it.
We didn't win a single thing.
Yep, I was gonna say this is our final. I don't think that we missed anything.
You know, I think the real bingo was the friends we made along the way.
I demand a
Okay, Amanda's
retrial. This is bullshit.
Yeah, I rigged the bingo, everyone.
This was rigged, okay?
Rose is a frog in her microphone again.
It does keep doing this weird, like,
One sec.
thumping noise. Well, that was
a thing
like
that
pulling
happened.
teeth, but yeah, but it was also good to see people squirm a little bit. That was pretty fun, I will say.
I was not enjoying not being able to answer the question.
Well, yeah, because you want to talk.
Well,
about
no,
everything.
but like
You
when
wanna
it got to like the things and I had the responses and the whole like, was there an urgency? Yes, motherfucker, there was an urgency.
Yeah.
You should have had a
I would say there was an
direct line to
urgency.
him. Like you should have had.
I should.
He should
I
have wearing a
should.
bug so you could
I
talk
should.
to
I
him.
should have had. He should have been in the signal chat.
He should have just been in the stream.
He
Is what he
should've.
should have been. Prepping the JC appeal on bingo, on no bingo. Yeah, I agree with that. And if you need somebody else to write an amicus brief, let me know. Well, I guess if nobody else is going to come up here, we could
We have
wrap things up.
well, we've also got
What's hilarious is
go on.
what do we have?
I
was gonna say we had more viewership than the national, which was basically flooded by nothing but LPNH members or people that like to follow them online.
Yeah, it
We had
was
more
just,
of them in this stream.
I don't think we had
bunch
any
of
bots.
Kaufman fanboys crying in the comments. I don't know. I threw in a few comments because I couldn't resist.
We do have 2-hour lunch hour tomorrow at 1 Eastern. Don't forget, everyone.
Oh God, you're reminding me of that. I have to do that.
You
tomorrow.
love doing it. Remember the time when you didn't do it and it fucking sucked, according to you?
It was
It was
bad
great.
without me. I will say, like the star of the show.
Star of the show? What are you talking about? Your
Well,
argument
the guy-
is the
the
entire
guy-
show exists to make fun of me, which I never consented to, by the way.
Well,
You
know,
did when
since
you
I'm the
joined,
star
though.
of the
It was
show-
implied consent.
It was implied consent.
Yes, exactly.
Didn't you read the fine print?
There was-
Oh gosh,
It was part of the
in
social
bylaws,
contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the social contract, by the way, Amanda.
It's not the social
Yeah,
contract. There's no fucking social contract. You
By
did.
existing in LP Alliance, you're consenting to being made fun of. I
Oh,
mean, look at
that's true.
Kyle.
Yeah.
That's true.
We all make fun of
No,
Kyle.
but that's
Did he
ground. I mean,
consent?
what we make fun of Kyle about is grounded in reality. That's just
Well,
a fact.
He consents by
Oh,
being
yeah.
named Kyle. Like if
Yeah.
your name is
Do
Kyle,
you
you,
think-
consent to being
The
made
Rose
fun
Frog
of.
is amazing.
The Rose Frog is kind of amazing. We need to send you some Lavalier mics so that way you don't have this trouble. Are you on a PC or on your phone? Because I will Amazon you
I'm
with
on
some
my
Lavalier
phone.
mics.
I can try. I can log out
Okay.
and log back in, and that usually fixes it.
Oh my gosh.
It hasn't this time around, but we need to solve this problem permanently. So I have some Lavalier mics that I use that were really, really good. They plug in via USB-C. They can work on your phone as long as your phone has the ability to select microphones. So, Meredith, what the fuck is 2-hour lunch hour? Oh,
No,
so
it's
see,
about
I knew
about
this.
roasting status and occasionally poking fun at the host. Occasionally.
Oh,
and Phil takes
occasionally.
this way
Most
too
of the-
far. And it's basically just Phil just body shaming me is
We
what
lost
it
Rose.
is. So
Well, Meredith, we postulate on really famous lines like his time is very important to history.
Greetings, Chicago.
That's like we
Just-
start
no,
talking
time,
about that sort of
oh
stuff.
gosh, it's a meaningless phrase. Just like what was my title? Many
Well-
words contains many words. Greetings, Adam from
Yes.
Chicago.
wordy
Words.
wordsmith or something like that. Isn't that what the
That's-
lawyer just said?
Well, I
that
put it in
thing?
my
You saved
yeah, I
it.
saved it. It's in my Kyle. Put
Oh.
our labels on.
But Meredith, we literally
name
just
tags
it's
on.
basically nothing
Or
but
name
like
tags on.
satire and
Name
like
tags.
us kind of dunking on each other, saying absurdist things, and occasionally you'll get like a moment of like actual
Full of
libertarian
words.
philosophy
There we
kind
go.
of thrown in. But the majority of it is me threatening Amanda that I'm going to dart her with
This-
ketamine.
This is the
put her-
majority of it.
No, stop, would you stop it? That's not the majority of it, and I wish it would stop.
Baphomet is
Would
looking
you
into your
stop?
soul.
And also, it's Phil calling me a stick bug.
Did that
Yeah,
solve the frog
Meredith.
problem?
So far,
Oh,
there
yes,
is
it's
no
so good
frog.
now, it's so
yeah.
better.
Okay, that usually
Um,
fixes it.
I think Meredith is an astute
Mhm.
individual. I think she would agree with me when I say that Amanda is like a stick bug. I feel
Meredith
like that
will
is the
be
only
pissed. She'll be
scholar.
like, "You shouldn't body
the
shame
only-
women." That's what she'll do.
It's the only scholarly
The only
answer.
scholarly answer.
Oh no, there's no rape
No.
involved. She's going to a mental institution. What do you what like what?
Phil,
no,
Phil
God,
thinks that
no.
there is
Wait,
something
what?
like diagnosably wrong with me, which is just untrue, except with libertarianism.
I mean, yes,
Yeah.
because you're a libertarian, so that kind
Yeah.
of implies that not
Ketamine
because
is
there's
also a
actually
veterinary
something
drug.
wrong.
She's a stick
It's
bug.
that-
Stick bugs are animals.
Dart stick bugs with ketamine. What is wrong with you?
Well, I
It's
think the
also an
dose would be about the
antidepressant.
same.
You can
Yes.
get diagnosed ketamine for.
Thank you. See,
You just-
Meredith agrees you should not body shame women.
Oh God. So now I'm
It's
being
not
shamed
body
here.
shaming. Look at her. She's happy about it.
The happiest I've ever seen Amanda when I was like, "You're so thin, you look like a stick bug," and she's like, "Oh my God, thank you." So like, no, this is not body
There's
shaming.
no correct
This is-
response for this.
What are
Okay,
you talking about?
Hold on. I'll show you what Amanda actually looks like. I gotta
Oh
change
gosh,
the
not
picture
this
here, but here you go.
bullshit.
So, Meredith, this is what 2 hour
She
lunch
is the
hour is
Leon
like. By the way,
Trotskyito.
I am Leon Trotsky.
it's the only thing I'm good at is me being not good at
Yeah.
other things and
Yeah.
harassing
and
Kyle
not
Amanda.
getting almond mice for your. You stop for your experiments.
We're still waiting on the almond mice.
Yeah,
He
on
said
the
he was going to
sublingual
engineer
Loretta.
those.
No, I did not.
Kyle
This is an
is
Amanda thing,
trying
not
to
me.
get almond mice, like slightly underweight mice, to test
have a Karen Ann.
Retta on.
She is.
Still waiting on our
Hello, Karen
LPA
Ann.
biotech startup. Any day now.
That's right, with the almond mice. Hello, Karen Ann.
So how amazing was that, Karen?
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Freaking exhausted and
Yeah.
I don't know how many were paying attention to what I was saying on my stream, and I'm sure I'm going to offend a bunch of people. Like that's unexpected from me, and like I really care. Super disappointed in the LNC showing on this. They are so lucky that LPNH is so bad that the LNC didn't even have to show up, in my opinion, to win this.
Screaming the responses that I wanted them to be giving, and it was, there were other responses that could have been given. Jonathan's closing statement was really good, I would say. I liked his closing statement. But
you know how I feel about Jonathan. I love him to death. His closing statement was really good because he pre-wrote it. Jonathan
Kyle, can you send a link?
is an excellent writer.
Mm-hmm.
Even back when he and I disagreed, like the stuff he wrote when they were trying to remove me, which he has apologized for, so I'm not throwing any shade.
Right.
It was really good.
Yeah.
He is a good writer. He's not as good of an extemporaneous speaker.
Yeah.
Or debater. And it's a skill set. Before I was in the Libertarian Party, I used to be a theological debater.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a while to get in that, to know what to say, and to have a real...
Like media training basically is very similar.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, put me in, coach. But again, you never know when you would freeze. But yeah, I was... I think there were some things, and it might have also thrown him too to have had the Zoom not working for him, have his computer freezing.
And I could say something else, and a lot of people will think what I'm saying is a bit self-serving, and I don't really care because maybe it is a bit self-serving. It is intimidating to go against a lawyer, and that lawyer was really good. I know a lot of people want to say he was bad because they don't like his client. I'm telling you, I've worked with lawyers a long time. He was a good lawyer. And sometimes going against a lawyer is intimidating. I can tell you that if I were presenting that, I've been working for lawyers for nearly 40 years. None of them intimidate me. Not a single one. But it's natural to be. That's what they're trained to be. And anyone who says that attorney wasn't good, they're just not being honest because they don't like New Hampshire. He was very good, but he didn't know Roberts. He was really good at pretending he knew Roberts, but he did not know Roberts.
I was like, how much of this is getting by Karen Ann? None of it.
He also, he had nothing to argue, so he had to go on procedure, right? He had to be like, no, this is procedurally wrong. Yeah, they probably fucked up. No, they definitely didn't endorse them, though. Probably, maybe. But procedurally, there had to be problems. Because there's always problems. Y'all should do a different procedure. Even if you decide to get rid of them, do it a different way. It's just like...
I guess I expected a lot more pushback because I watched JC meetings from last term, and I feel like there was a lot more pushback against the people who were like presenting the case or the people who...
Yeah. I won a cross-examination, but that might not have gone as thrillingly as I hoped.
I was disappointed that there wasn't.
Hey, Kyle.
We did have Dixon basically spoon-feeding answers to Jonathan.
And I have to get this out. Am I allowed to cuss?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Angela McCardle fucking lied through her teeth, and very few people would know that as well because they weren't on that prior LNC. Let me tell you categorically, at no point prior to the whole New Mexico thing, no matter what anyone's opinion is on this, I'm just talking about procedure. There was never any discussion that if disaffiliation was going to be considered, we had to have a disciplinary hearing and all of that. That was never brought up because none of us, believe it or not, wanted to disaffiliate them. They forced the hand with their disaffiliation. That happened within the space of 2 weeks. If you listen to all of those meetings leading up to that, I'm one of the most outspoken people. I do not want to disaffiliate them. I don't think anyone wanted to. So in that 2 weeks, she's saying we had all these discussions about a discipline. No, we didn't. She lied through her teeth. And that wasn't called out on. But again, Jonathan wasn't on the LNC at that time.
Right.
Hey, Kyle.
I sent Omar a link, but he's not seeing it in a signal.
Well,
so
it felt like a lot of people were lying. Like,
but
everyone was
Archie's trying to
lying.
say a thing a couple times. What was Archie saying?
Do you know who made the LPNH files and do they want to be public?
I have not seen who made them be public. The link has been shared around. I saw it from John Ponte's amicus brief.
Because that site looks awesome, but it should have been made before the motion was even made. That would have shut them down so hard.
Well, I think it's somebody responding to the fact that they see it happening and going, "Hey, there needs to be a record of this that's accessible." So I don't think it was a plan of somebody on the LNC or something like that.
I'm saying that the LNC did drop that ball.
I mean,
I wish they had made the case this tightly.
We don't.
Maybe they in the same way. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know it's anybody on the LNC. Whoever it was probably busy with other things leading up to a convention.
I will say we do have 2 women in this call that were negatively affected.
We have a lot of women in this
Well,
call.
no, I'm saying directly
noticed.
affected in LPNH, either as a member or a victim of a member. So I feel like maybe we should go around and see, because they wanted to hop on here. So we have the worst woman in New Hampshire. I don't know if you want to turn your camera on and introduce yourself and your bunny again or not.
I want to see the
We
bunny.
need a bun.
Bun.
Yeah,
Let's see the bun tax.
I was hoping we'd
I think
get
you're
witnesses
muted, by the way.
from New Hampshire.
Yeah, you think
The
they would.
bunny hates people.
But I'm not really a person. Can I see the bunny?
There's Omar.
Omar!
Yeah, the bunny really hates people, so he wasn't gonna let me hold him for a long time.
I like the
We
bunny.
got a sneak glimpse of it. Is there anything you want to say, particularly about LPNH, this process?
So this is why I should have actually put the time in and submitted my amicus. One of the fucking opposing amicuses does lie. It's untrue that no one in LPNH was aware, because there were 3 lifetime members of LPNH in the room. If any of them had objected, they had time during public comment to object, but none of them did.
Good
Yeah.
point. Good point.
And there was also debate about the agenda, and there was debate on the motion.
Good evening, beautiful people.
Good evening, Omar. How are you doing?
And I'm going to tell you why it's BS they didn't know, but I'm also going to qualify this by saying them knowing a few minutes ahead of time isn't quote unquote notice, but I don't think notice was required.
No.
But I didn't see the motion. I mean, the agenda. We were standing outside, if you remember, because Pat Ford fucked up the convention and that room wasn't available. So we were waiting for a while. I heard that was on the agenda from people just milling around outside. So that word had definitely got around. Somebody definitely got on their cell phone and let them know. I think all of that's a red herring, because that's not notice, but notice isn't required. I don't like that bylaw. I do think that bylaw should say that notice is required and that the LNC should hold a hearing, but it doesn't say that. And for him to import in officer things, I wish McGee had gotten this in. There is a qualitative difference between removing an officer and disaffiliating. When was New Hampshire affiliated? It was affiliated in the 1970s by an LNC however many generations ago. When you remove an officer, you're removing someone that was elected by a superior body, the convention, within the past 2 years. Obviously, that is a much more serious action. It was in fact a rescission, and it's not just a rescission, it's a rescission of something nearly 50 years ago. And I really wish that had come up, but I don't like that bylaw. I don't like the burden of proof, and I do wish that a hearing was required. But the fact is, it is not.
Okay, so I'm like losing my mind a little bit because there were some things that both sides said, and I expected Pat Dixon because I've known him for a while, and when I look at the makeup of the JC, I said, man, Pat's gonna be the guy that's like right down the middle. He's gonna be what he's gonna be, and so he asked some fair questions on both sides. So I guess we'll just have to go step by step. I caught on to your live stream late, Karen. It's good seeing you, by the way. It's good seeing everybody. Too. Yeah, it's good seeing everybody. Love you guys.
So
I want to say that when in regards to the meeting, I was like screaming right now. I'm sitting here going, yo, the meeting was noticed, and it was 2 hours, not 1 hour. McGee said 1 hour. It was 2 hours. It was announced several times, and it was on the agenda at the convention. 2 hours after convention gavels out, we go to the room. Karen's right. I forgot about that. We had that kerfuffle of which room is it. And I was telling people, hey, because people were asking me, hey, where's the room? Where's the room? And I said, hey, this is where it's going to be. There were a lot of people at that meeting. And Evan opened up the meeting. First of all, the agenda was adopted, yes. And it was amended. Item J was brought up in order to be taken up earlier in the meeting because obviously people were going to be leaving early. My region rep left early, which is why I was the one that voted for Region 2. But make no mistake about it, Joe was going to vote the same way I was going to vote. So that whole notion, or that, I guess, still questioning the process, to me just blows my mind because Evan spoke. He passed the gavel to the vice chair and said, when I announced that I was going to be running for chair, if elected, at the first LNC meeting on the agenda will be the disaffiliation of LPNH. So you understand what you're getting if you vote for me.
Yep.
I wish that would have been said at the meeting.
Well, I think a lot of people publicly came out and said
the bunny's back.
Also, make the camera big on the bunny as while we're talking, because that's honestly what people are here for. So if we're talking while there's a bunny cam going, I will say that I think many people that were running, either in private had kind of met around with people or publicly stated the intentions to disaffiliate New Hampshire based on their prior actions. And then since then, their continued actions, which I think also was not brought up during that discussion at all, is the fact that they still are out there publicly endorsing Republicans. Right. And so it's not even that they hey, we corrected ourselves. It's like you're still doing it post disaffiliation.
Yeah. On top of that, we did everything, I think, the right way, because I would have been the first person to object to anything. And I mentioned this during Karen's show, and it needs to be said out loud. All of us come from different places, different backgrounds. It was insinuated by Kaufman that this whole thing was thought out and planned ahead of time. I spent my own personal money to go to Grand Rapids, and I was plotting with 750 other libertarians to disaffiliate New Hampshire. I had no idea what was going to happen.
Right.
I literally came to the convention to see what was going on because I've taken a 2-year break from the party. Well, not from the party, but just being as active as I am. I'm very, very active. Everybody knows that about me. But I took a little bit of a break, and so I could say for myself, I wasn't informed of what was going to happen. And so to say that there was this huge conspiracy theory, it was another thing that blew my mind. And there's all these jokes about libertarians not getting along, and that we could, how many libertarians walk into a bar and we argue about 100 things. 3 libertarians walk into a bar and disagree on 100 things. 15 of us agreed on something so profound. I know that I wasn't looking at this and going, oh, this is an easy decision to make. This is disaffiliation of an affiliate. And I want us to be one whole party when we get to 28 and have 50 state ballot access. So it's mind-boggling to think that 15 different people from 15 different backgrounds who had to go through a process. We were grilled. Our region thing lasted for like 2 hours. We were grilled by 5 different states before we were elected. What conspiracy was there? Like that's the argument I would have made. I'm not criticizing McGee. McGee did great. He did awesome. We just got to get his internet connection a little bit better. But I'm just saying that my argument would have been
his internet connection to exist.
Yeah, one of my arguments would have been it was such a profound thing that you actually got libertarians to agree on something. A 15-2-1 threshold on the LNC is pretty, I think, wow. Now you can also argue about sham conventions, and Kaufman kept talking about, well, I was elected at the LPNH convention and all this other crap. You were elected by kids who were delegates. I mean, seriously.
And the purposely weaponized process. I mean, they purposely weaponize the electronic failures into their process. They don't give people any recourse when the systems fail. To become a member, you have to
improperly
jump
noticed
through
the
all these...
convention too.
Yeah, so like the can't even
the
like
website went down when they had when people were trying to register for it. Like it just mysteriously crashed when people needed to register, and these people were given no recourse. Things like that. It seems like they had all sorts of failures leading up to their convention multiple times.
So I don't know who this
McPone.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm also in that region, but the minute they said, "Hey, we're having LPNH be a part of the region," I walked out. I was like, "I'm not being involved in this." And so then Alpha gets elected to this position, but in reality, like I was told at convention in LPPA this year, so just before this major national convention, that no decision would be made about it without basically finding out from the membership beforehand which region we're going to join. And this was a big contention, and it was the only reason why I think the current chair got the votes that they did, was because there was trust that everybody that showed up to that convention would have a conversation before any decisions were made. And boom, nope, did not happen. It was already made. Super messed up.
Yeah, New York and New Jersey left the New England region because we did not want to be in the region with New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think their current region map speaks volumes.
Yeah, regions are not really what you could call what you could reasonably call regions anymore.
I don't know. The Badlands is clearly a region. Yes, you have to take a tunnel to get up to the Dakotas. Counts.
Well, the government already has those tunnels, man. Think about it. Yeah. They got them. They just don't tell us about it.
We still need a cool name. We were going to call ourselves the Leftovers, but
Karen's got a puppy.
For it.
Yeah, we have bunny camera. Let's get doggy cam going here.
Rose, if you guys
noticed the.
If you guys call yourselves the Leftover, you're gonna trigger so many people. I'm just saying.
Oh, you gotta look at his face.
Oh. Someone in Facebook chat is asking about the LPNH conventions, and they act much worse at their state conventions than they do at the national one.
No, I'm sure.
I was.
Did they hit women?
Another thing too is their lawyer should have stopped Kaufman from talking. It really should have been paid.
Considering
say yes or no. As soon as he started going off, I mean, everything he said became a confession.
Well,
he kept saying he wasn't on the board during the Trump endorsement, and then he didn't have the power to vote against it. If you look in the minutes of that meeting, he was put on the board right before the Trump thing was discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that his hand was involved in that based on the writing of the endorsement, his own personal writing.
Okay. Dog's gone. And in case you all were curious, that is a Chug. She's Chihuahua and Pug.
I mean, it's kind of like a spirit animal in me. It was shaped very much like me as a person, so.
She's really grumpy because she's tired. Listen, I got one more bitch.
Most of the tweets.
I got one more bitch about the JC hearing that hopefully in the future they won't do. So again, I think we can all agree LPNH was way more prepared. But also the LNC should have had more witnesses lined up, even if they didn't call them. That's what you do in these sorts of things. Like, you have, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 people, because you don't know what points they're going to bring up to rebut. They had Nikela, who really, he did okay, but he didn't do great. The fact that they didn't have Evan on the witness list, are you shitting me? Like, that's bad shit. How did they not have Evan? How they saw their list? How did they not have someone? Never mind. You all know what I'm really ass mad, or as somebody here in Colorado would say, my ass is really red over this.
Yeah, I was disappointed there weren't more witnesses called.
Yeah, I think both sides actually could have been better prepared, because again, I feel like while as things transpired, their lawyer, their attorney, who was well dressed, by the way, Ian and Evan were both well dressed, and I want to give a thumbs up to that. That's very important. The optics matter. I thought as time went on that their attorney became more and more uncomfortable and kept saying weird things and kept counterpointing himself
I
as
defer
well.
to Coffin. I defer to Jeremy, and it's like, oh, you.
Yeah, and then he said when he was asked about the minutes, oh, can we read minutes? He said, no, you don't have a legal right to read minutes from an executive committee. I forgot who asked that question. It might have been Jeff Neal who asked that question about why do we need to have an investigative thing when we could just read the minutes and the minutes say that they endorse Trump. No, because you don't have a legal right to read minutes from an executive committee of one of our affiliates.
Well, let me tell you also.
There were things that both sides said that I thought were as time went on, it looked like both sides were a little unprepared. We could have been a little more prepared. I'll say that. I don't agree, maybe respectfully, that we were less prepared than LPNH. I think Angela sounded very unprepared. Oh my God. He was stumbling. We need to get ambulance.
I agree with you there, but I'm sorry. I think it's without question that New Hampshire was way more prepared. But let me tell you an existentially, just like completely circular argument that he was making that I really wish somebody had capitalized on. He would not admit there was a nomination because the board could not make a nomination, and also because it was against their bylaws. Well, it's against national bylaws. So by his argument, you could never violate that bylaw because it was against the bylaws. So it wasn't a legitimate nomination. So you could never punish anyone for it, or you could never disaffiliate over it, or you could never censure over it. It was a self-refuting argument. Yes, they did it, and of course it was against the rules. That's why it was disaffiliable.
Yeah,
I think
I knew. Oh, go ahead.
I think that LNC should have had Justin as a witness.
I mean, LNC should have had Evan as a witness. I don't know who made the who the fuck is Chief Ass? Oh gosh, it's Nathan fucking Mad.
I've been asking for a while, about JC info, and thankfully I messaged McGee and he explained some things to me, because I was like, "Yo, where's all this stuff? Where are these amicus briefs? Where is everything?" I understand that JC kind of operates in secret, but I thought that we would be getting more updates from Evan, and I'm going through my emails, going maybe Evan emailed us about the whole process. And
It's on LPedia and Third Party Watch.
Right. Yeah. I only remembered about today. Thank you, Karen. I meant to say that. I only remembered about today because I found it on LPedia. Yeah. Thank you, Karen.
I mean, I thought the lawyer's argument was over when he mentioned the definition of for cause and what that meant, for the 50th time.
That's although it is valid to argue that there's a specific definition of for cause and under Roberts, but again, it is a term of art, and it's a term of art that's left deliberately vague, and the bylaws do not say that we have to default to Roberts for the definition of for cause. I thought what was very interesting was him arguing that if the JC is illegitimate, then that automatically reverses the decision to disaffiliate. I was like, no, honey. That I thought was not a good argument.
Their whole argument was we didn't do it. It was somebody else, and the JC is illegitimate. That was their whole argument.
Yeah.
Oh, you forgot
They're
you
pushing
didn't
that
put the
very
specific
hard.
tweets in the email or in the whatever the thing was. Like it was like, do we really need specific? I mean, that would have been a really, really long.
You would have had an appendix attached, essentially.
Yeah,
they're pushing the idea very hard that the JC is illegitimate. But yeah, I mean, even if the LP does not have a JC, then the LP just wins by default. Like if they can't get a hearing, the disaffiliation holds. So that would not go well for them. Maybe they think that it'll go well for them in court, but like.
Nathan does sound like he's drowning. I do feel like we need to respond to Oddnova because it's saying that LPNH is propagating theory and whatever we're doing here is not. How about the theory that you can engage in voluntary association with other people, form an agreement, and then operate under that agreement? And that's how the entire LP is formed.
My theory caused international scandals. Genuinely.
If you don't want to be in that and you disrespect the agreement that was done, then you should get kicked out of it in the same way that there's physical removal in Hoppian covenant communities. So that's what's happening right now. And they're going to get removed. And if necessary...
LPNH literally is violating contracts everywhere. And bro's like, no, they're not violating contracts because I like them more than you. And
That's
it's like,
the thing.
I don't care if you like them more than me. Go fuck yourself. They broke a contract.
These people love physical removal until they're on the wrong end of it. Then all of a sudden it's some grave injustice.
Okay, should we all talk about theory to meet this person's
half a
demands?
paragraph on Wikipedia on Carl Schmitt thing.
You're reminding me of the Tate brothers in prison. Like LPNH is reminding me of Andrew Tate in prison. That's all I can say.
No, this is actually important. No, but not everyone agrees. Not everyone agrees that LPNH should be sued on IP laws. This is about whether they're part of an organization and whether they violated a contract in that organization. This hearing had nothing to do with IP.
Yeah, there hasn't even been a motion to consider suing them yet. Like that hasn't even been discussed. So, I don't know where they're getting this idea that we're suing them.
To sue the party on Twitter, and all of
Right.
these people only
Probably
get their
will.
information from Jeremy's Twitter.
Yeah,
They don't realize
direction.
that Jeremy lies 90% of the time he speaks.
Yeah, I prefer fraud to be handled outside of the court systems, but that results in people getting physically harmed. And we kind of say we're not going to do that when we sign on to the political party because it kind of hurts our case. I prefer it to stay outside of the state.
Right.
The affiliate agreement that is signed by every affiliate is a contract. The bylaws are a contract. The things that you agree to as becoming part of this party is a contract that is signed. When you run, you understand there's a contract. That's why when you change your affiliate, you have to change who's on the legal paperwork that's given to the government, because every one of your affiliates is a separate business that is affiliated with National. National, as its own free business, has the ability to disaffiliate with whoever the fuck they want because they are separate businesses and they can choose not to do transactions with you. I understand, again, that you don't like contracts because it hurts your feelings, but no one here gives a shit. Fuck you.
Well, so I'm not even going to say fuck you.
You don't even have to call it a contract. It's a voluntary association.
I'm fascinated by, certain group of people like to call Chase Oliver all kinds of like homophobic names, but I'm just really fascinated by this homoerotic love that these men have for Jeremy Kaufman. I've been with him in person, and he smells so bad. Like I guess men aren't as picky, so go off, Queen, in chat. Just that's all I can say.
Observation in the official stream chat too.
Parties, and if you look at him when he's holding a drink, he holds his drink like in the most like effeminate way. Like most women don't even hold a drink in this manner. It's distinctively like a bottom twink way of holding a drink.
I've seen the way he puffs out his ass.
That's why I don't drink anymore.
Ass
I have no other option.
Wait, does he hold his pinky?
But
out when he
Austin
holds his
Peterson
drink?
does that too. I noticed Austin Peterson
What,
does
the
that.
ass puff?
Well, he does that, and then he does like the teenage girl MySpace photos, where he'll kind of do the camera tilts which like I've been guilty of too. But he'll do like the little camera fill. He duck faces. Austin Peterson does. It's adorable. He's like libertarian nationalism. It's darling. It really is.
Well,
I'm like
I think Phil
2016
just-
called. They want their MySpace codes back. Lovely.
Phil,
But-
didn't you discover though that like he won't come over to you and try to start shit if you look him straight in the eye? It's only if you break eye contact
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
come over to you.
Yeah, he basically picks the people that kind of like turn away from looking at him, and then that's who he's going to go up to and start causing shit.
So he's a beta.
Well, I mean, whatever. You can tell in some of his things where he's getting loud and he puts his hands on his hips like he's like doing his power stance to make himself feel better. Like it's very obvious, I think, that he has some inadequacies that he's worried about projecting. And I just want to tell Odd Nova here, we have plenty of conversation all the time about libertarian legal theory, both on a propertarian versus a self-ownership perspective. And we have an entire journal. And so if you want to submit your ideas to that, you are more than welcome. Many of us have.
You do have to have an idea first, though.
Yeah, including, some pretty revolutionary ideas that would, maybe lie even closer.
It can, and I say this to everyone, it could be a regurgitation of something like Hoppe or Rothbard or Mahno or anything. I mean, you can draw from them, but it needs to be original. You can't be like doing exegetical commentary on so-and-so says this, so-and-so says that, right? Although I guess you could do a lit review, I suppose, but even then you're sort of organizing.
I mean, I offered. So
I would take a lit review. I would honestly. I would take a decent lit review on property theory.
I read Democracy: The God That Failed.
I would take a lit review on
Hans
Hoppe.
Hermann Hoppe.
I would.
In it, he says that some people don't
purpose
understand
of a lit review
argumentation
is to
ethics, and thereby they're
discuss
animals.
the progression
This
of
really speaks to
ideas
me
and
because
the
I like
relationships
animals.
between them.
Stop talking over one another.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kyle. Stop talking over me. But no, and then some of some of my shits cause international scandals. So because people can't read.
So I think Odd Nova is probably closest to like a Zulu-ish type of person in the way he thinks of theory, which fine. I remember at one point when Zulu was basically taking propaganda against some of our members, I reached out to him and said, hey, come on, discuss. We can talk theory. I'm probably pretty much as close to being radical as you, and the idea that we're somehow pragmatists is astonishing. So, if that's something that you want to do sometime, like I said, Odd Nova, write it out. We can have a conversation. But if it's just going to be, hey, you need to have a monarchy because one theorist said that, then we're going to reject that, right?
Also, we won't spread. We've done entire how many theory discussion streams have we done?
I think one of his
it's
points
been a while.
is audience. But again, if you're talking about, there has literally been multiple libertarian parties worldwide discussing an essay that one of us has written, multiple ones. It says the room's full, by the way.
Yeah, someone's just tried to join, but
And I
spots.
would also say that I mean, we're talking about democracy. Likes and visibility are very important. They aren't everything, right? Especially not when you're trying to get a particular audience for a particular purpose when it comes to movement dynamics and movement psychology. So this is... Sorry, go on, Kyle.
I went ahead and pulled our traffic up. We have, in the last 24 hours, 14.76 thousand people that have checked out the torch with an average view time of 26 minutes and 43 seconds. So, you can say that we're not spreading our ideas as far as Jeremy Kaufman, but he gets people for 8 seconds so they read a tweet, and we get people for half an hour a day.
Well,
I think
gonna
the
start
LP
being
Alliance
really obnoxious
attracts
about it?
actual libertarians instead of inbred Nazis from the backwoods of New England. So
I am curious too about what the allure of this guy is, because at this meeting today, at the JC meeting, he says that he would prefer it just be one person and not a group of people making decisions, and that stops things from happening. And so it should just be one person. And I just think to myself, isn't it the same thing that every single dictator has said throughout history? One person should just make all the decisions. and he was implying that that one person should be him.
He's got this weird cult leader mentality.
They really should have stopped him from talking. The lawyer should have tackled him.
Well, what I say to people want to do that, why don't you go do that?
Yeah.
Go, as I've said so many times with people, go roll your own, bro. Like, if that's your ideal world, then go do it. But no, you want forced association and you want forced audience with other people.
I usually, by the way, I usually don't engage so much with people in the chat if they're going on, but Odd Nova used to watch our shows, and so I feel like I owe them a little bit. So LPNH is not radical. They actually say they spread and promulgate very kind of milquetoast messaging that has already been accepted by people within the establishment. They do it in edgier ways, but they compromise on principles to sound edgy on message. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm mostly lizard, but like a little bit of stick bug, apparently, according to Phil.
I co-sign that. Actually, you are barely a person.
I am barely a
you
person.
Weigh as much as a stick bug. So this is just a reality.
That's the truest thing that Odd Nova has said. Really, honestly.
But I make up for it in my mass, right? So like it's.
Well, you're also barely human because you're just your overall girth is superhuman, quite frankly.
Yeah, it is something to behold. You know?
Yes. Yeah. But no, be radical on libertarian thought and on your own thought, quite frankly. The point is to concoct your own ideology and realize that through political action.
But also radical for radical's sake is not good, right? Like even if no, because like you could have radical fascist ideas or radical state communist ideas,
sure,
and you may signal to that and be like, we're pushing this boundary to more pro-state behavior, right? Like that does not make somebody a good ally for radical libertarianism. That makes them the antithesis of radical libertarianism, right? So like when they blend this sort of statist, ideology and do that edgy attachment and then put in like a tiny little bit of theory, that doesn't help anything. It makes it worse.
Once again, this is not about using the state. This is about a voluntary association that has now been terminated. So it's not about using the state at all. There was no discussion of IP. There might be. I don't know. I'm not privy to that. There are some people who do want to go after them for IP. There are some people who very much don't. One of them is actually Rose. So this is not about IP. This is about severing a voluntary association. Archie is saying that he wants to talk, or somebody it is. Yes. Alexa is, yeah. But sorry, Karen Ann. I'll let Karen Ann finish, then Alexa.
Okay, it's not about IP, no matter what anyone thinks. This is all still about contract because, before someone says you don't have the original affiliation agreement with New Hampshire, that is in fact the case, but we do have the exemplar of the affiliation agreements from that time. When they signed up to be an affiliate, they understood that was the granting of a right to use the name, and without that, they did not. You don't need IP for that. That was a voluntary agreement. Then they stayed affiliated it's in the 90s when that clause was put into the bylaws, as their lawyer repeatedly say that the bylaws are a voluntary contract, that the national party retains the right to say who can use the name. The fact is that the state has abrogated to itself the enforcement authority. I'm sure if we had every right to just go and enforce it ourselves without using the state, we would. But trying to say you don't use the state to enforce a contract is making victims of the people who are upholding the contract. That is domestic abuser language. That is Darvo techniques. And those kinds of arguments can really literally go fuck themselves. This is a contractual agreement.
Alexa, what's up?
Okay, I guess I was gonna say, well, one on Nova, like, okay, if we are so useless and so stupid and, just so utterly worthless, why the fuck are you here? Like, why aren't you like, going and sucking off Jeremy Kaufman, metaphorically or literally? I don't know what your preference is.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Wherever you are, like, you're wasting your, like, if we're such a waste of time and horrible, like, you're spending time here with, like, trying to insult us.
If you don't want to use the state to enforce the contract, then why don't they just voluntarily adhere to the contract?
Well, no,
If
there's
they
two
don't want
options.
to associate with them any longer. They want to force us to associate with them. Okay,
right.
It's kind of our only recourse under the system that currently exists.
It's the state or it's private violence, right? And private violence currently to enforce a contract is against the law and will automatically have violence done against you by the state.
I think it would go pretty poorly for Kaufman too, given what he's given the fact that he can't maintain eye contact, or rather, if you maintain eye contact with him, he won't approach you. So I don't think he'd fare very well in private violence. I think the state just gets it.
There's all this talk about like free speech and like voluntary association and stuff like that, but it's like, okay, LPNH does not want free speech because they flip a shit like when they have to face like significant detraction. They start spreading lies and stuff. Like Jeremy Kaufman throws a little hissy fit like on the convention floor when people just like when like people won't be completely silent and he's like, like, respect the room, man, like, Stephen, make the delegates obey. And then when his speech doesn't rouse people as much as he thinks it does, they attack women who may or may not be me. Yeah, like, Stephen, get the delegates under control. Like you're they don't want that.
Well, you stand on stage and insult the delegates. You want them under control.
Yeah. They don't want free speech. They want free.
Omar's trying to talk.
Chamber.
Omar's trying to talk.
No.
Sorry.
I want Alexis to finish her thought. I was just trying to queue up and say that I agree with a lot of what Karen said. Someone in the comments is saying that we're taking down New Hampshire. They're doing it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The bylaws are a contract that we voluntarily agree to. I do hate that the state has this. When we look at what the state should be at the bare minimum, libertarian level, and I keep a copy of the Constitution with me, and I'm using a fake background, but behind me I have a life-size copy of the Declaration of Independence.
You dirty statist.
Because the Declaration of Independence is the only thing I think is the most radical document that still exists, where it says you can abolish, your government. And either way, people risk their lives. People risk their lives to sign that document.
I gotcha. It's not as bad as.
Hold on, we gotta let Omar talk.
No, okay, yeah.
I would just say that in the Constitution, it does say that the state or Congress has a oversight on science, arts, and things like that. So that's where IP comes from. So people kind of forget that, like, oh, IP, where does that come from? I don't like IP personally. I don't, and I'm not saying I want to go after New Hampshire for IP. I'm worried about stuff that's going on in my own state and my region, and doing what I can to help move this party go forward. If it comes up, we'll deal with it when it comes up. But to Karen's point, we could argue it from that point that it's a contract and you're in breach of the bylaws. Now, the weird thing is, how do we get them to stop? That's the thing. Like, how do we get the LPNH X account or whatever it is, wherever they're spewing their nonsense from, to stop? Because it's not radical. Anybody that says it's radical, what's radical is actually introducing a solution. You have a problem. Here is a solution to the problem. Oh my gosh, that's radical. And that's what this party is about.
Yeah.
Can I make one argument?
Quickly, Jeremy Kaufman doesn't have an obligation to sit through a hearing. The appeal was launched by Jeremy Kaufman, so he asked us to sit through a hearing.
Yeah, we had to be stuck with him. I will say, though, the idea that the argument is that it's a non-scarce means, and so then you have no right to it. Can you make contracts about how you behave around non-scarce means? Of course you can. Otherwise, all of the idea of cultural agreement within contract of Hopi and Covenant communities falls apart, dude. Like, you can literally say, hey, you're not allowed to walk around in a pink shirt. Pink shirts, that's not a scarce means. You can do that, but no, it's a part of the contract you signed to be in that community.
Commodities. What's happening?
It pisses me off because the idea that like a contract around non-scarce means is somehow going to say that you can't have that is a ridiculous argument. You could make an agreement when you purchase something to say, I will not reproduce the item that I purchased, even if it was a digital item. If you do violate that, you have violated your contract, not some sort of IP law.
Correct.
A title transfer is a type of contract. That is not the only type of contract that exists. Like, you
This
can
is
put
the
anything
thing
you
that,
like in a
like,
contract. People may or may not be willing to sign it.
I can
In a free
go
market, people would probably not sign contracts that were extremely one-sided or unfair.
I can go up and demand to somebody. I can go up and demand to somebody. What is mutualism under libertarian theory? What is mutualism under libertarian theory? And like expect one particular definition of mutualism from one particular school of thought, and get upset when they're not giving that to me. But that doesn't mean that is the only definition of mutualism in libertarian theory. So again, we can talk about various schools of libertarian thought, and I find propertarianism is incredibly popular in the US. We've got propertarians on this stream, but it is not the only definition of contract that is available. I did really enjoy Phil ranting about commodities, though. It's fantastic.
The other argument here that like if you can only have 100% title of anything is a stupid idea. You can have shared titles in the real world for tons of things. People do it all the time. And then if there's a disagreement, you have some mediation that you've agreed to, ideally set forth prior in the contract that you sign, i.e. a marriage contract when it comes to purchasing a property. That's why you have prenuptial agreements included inside that contract. So the idea that a title can only be a 100% thing is ridiculous. And so the same way when you purchase something, you could say, actually, I still retain this very, very small portion of title that says you cannot reproduce this, right? That's a section of that title that you've agreed to.
Well, you have a really good point, Phil, because a lot of libertarians will talk about you need the state to be out of marriage, and it needs to be a private contract. Are you saying that in a marriage, like actually my husband transferred title of himself to me? It's just ridiculous. And when it comes to people like this making these type of masturbatory arguments in chat, fine. We're not libertarians. Go find your little group and go and argue with them, because right now, really, we all are, and this is why I don't engage with people like that. I don't like this non-consensual masturbation. He could go do that on his own with ever kind of like midget lesbian porn that he likes and be happy. We don't have to be part of that.
All right? You leave that out of this.
I mean, think about the amount of choices you had to make. You had to actually, from like a few, however long, maybe a month, a week ago, whatever it is, buy a plane ticket, okay? Then you also had to book a place to stay. And then once you actually went to the airport, however you did that, and then get to Grand Rapids, then you have to get to the place where you're staying, and then you have to get, sign in and be a delegate. There's like a whole bunch of choices and things that had to be done up until the point where we gavel in. And then there's also a little bit of luck involved that you don't get into like a car accident like that. Now, knock on wood for any of us here, right? But that, like,
the only the ones here.
I'm making Karen's point as to say there are so many choices that you have to make, and you're continuing to be here with a group of people that have this thought process that revolves around the non-aggression principle and our philosophy. It's like, go find somebody else. make different choices. Make different choices in your life and just go find somebody else. Like Karen said, that you guys can all.
There are lots of homeowners associations. I feel like those are really good, examples of happy and community.
Kaufman would fit in really well in a homeowners association.
I don't know. Hopper might change his theories if he had to deal with a homeowners association.
Oh God, I think this has been brought before though. Like, we're not infringing on LPNH's freedom of speech. Like, they are more than welcome to go and be the biggest pieces of shit they could possibly want to be in their own little group.
Freedom of association is a type of freedom of
speech. The Libertarian Party does not need to associate with them.
Because again, if you're being forced to associate with someone as part of a group, then their speech is being attached to yours. So to not be able to sever an association is a form of compelled identification. It's a form of compelled speech attaching it. So again, I don't usually love argument. What's up? I do,
but like you don't have to be here. And on top of that, it's like, well, Well, I'll just go to the Libertarian Party so I could say whatever the hell I want to say. We're a private group. And when we say, hey, listen, we don't want you here saying those really awful things. Oh, but I have a right to be here. Really? Okay, I'm reading Roberts here, and then I got the bylaws on my computer. Please show me where you have a right to be here to say really awful shit, and that we have to agree with your really awful
And these
shit.
guns right here.
Well, so like, I actually don't mind arguing theory with this guy. He's talking about we don't spread theory here. One of his arguments is that you can't make a contract that violates the NAP, right? I think you absolutely can. Otherwise, when you initiate violence in mutual combat, if you make the decision, now are you all of a sudden doing that? So it's all about consent. Violating.
Well, then there's no aggression.
Well, this is the argument, and the same thing happens. There's no aggression if you've made an agreement on a contract. It's the argument comes down to consent over property and action, right? And that's what it really comes down to. And the idea that it can all be reverted.
Self-authorship and self-ownership, or self-determination.
Well, Archie made a great point in chat, and he didn't say it on the mic, but he said it in chat. And too many people don't know this, and I'd more than love to get into a debate with anyone about party history, is that the pledge that we signed is not ideological. I know to somebody who doesn't know party history may think it is, but David Nolan, the author of it, explained it himself. Is because we were founded during the time of the Weathermen and the Black Panthers and political violence, it was an assurance to the government that we are not violent revolutionaries, which of course is another cause for the LPNH's disaffiliation because of their advocacy for political violence. Now, is there an ideological component that is orthogonal to the fact that it's in the bylaws? Absolutely. But David Nolan said, bad people will lie. You can't make people sign a pledge as to what is in their mind. That is thought crime. This is more to the government. We are not violent revolutionaries.
I hate because that stopped the government from thinking we were violent revolutionaries. That stopped the Department of Homeland Security from saying that libertarians and anarchists were terrorists. No, it never did, and it never will.
Hey, Odd Nova, why did you sign a contract? Why did you sign a contract that you would work for 10 million years and not stop? That sounds like a you problem.
He brings up an interesting. Well, he brings up an important point. But so, a contract requires continuing consent as well. Like, if at any point you have the right to withdraw consent and exit the contract. For example, if it was like a contract to work for a certain amount of time and you don't finish the work, okay, then you may be losing out on pay, or you may have signed a contract that you agree to pay a certain amount if you don't finish the work. However, you have the right to back out of a contract. Rothbard made this very clear when he was talking about military contracts and why they're illegitimate, because you could be imprisoned if you try to back out of them. So, yeah, you agree to work for 10 million years, okay, but you have the right to back out of that. Otherwise, if the person tries to keep you there after you've withdrawn your consent, that is a violation of your right to self-ownership. Similarly, we have the right to back out of our affiliation agreement with the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. They have the right to back out of their agreement with ours, because otherwise...
The flimsiness of trying to distill a very complex, multidimensional theory, doctrine, ideology into a single word or thought, right? Because you can build up from that, but then you always encounter contradictions. So I think this is also part of the problem, where when there's a continuous defaulting to like the current thing or the doctrinal thing, you stop actually being able to try and extrapolate a core component of doctrine outward and see, okay, where are the deviations there? Why would I apply this here? Why would I not apply it there? Am I really applying it? Or is there something else at work? So again, this is why I don't like any attempt to try and distill something to a single thought, because you miss a lot of the richness and the opportunity for innovation. And honestly, awareness of how to defend certain principles and values.
Oh my God.
So, anyway.
Yeah, but what is a principle if it's not a distilled thought? This guy wants to accuse us of violating the NAP. He's the one that wants to.
Well, my point always was
he told us to read
said,
Ethics of Liberty. Y'all read Babby's First Rothbard?
Yeah, he said that something was signed, and my whole point was what was signed in the purpose of the bylaws isn't what he is saying. So anything that I've said has nothing to do with whatever meaning he's importing into it. I am putting it in its historical context, that was never intended to be an ideological purity test. Someone could pass it, someone could not, but that wasn't the intent of it. And it also isn't an argument about whether it fulfills its intent. I'm just trying to state a historical fact of what it is. I'm not making a judgment call as to whether that was a good idea, bad idea, whether it works or whether it doesn't work. I am just saying it is what it is, and we should not make historical fallacies and make it something that it was not. Do I like that's all it is? No, I don't. I actually fought against that for a real long time until historical reality slapped me in the face that was Nolan's intent. It was not intended to be some kind of ideological litmus test. Now, however, you can look at the statement of principles and suss out I wouldn't call it the non-aggression principle. I think that's actually not a good name. It's the non-initiation of force, but that doesn't sound as cute as
but even then it that explains where it derives from, right? It explains that it derives from these notions of self-determination, and so you actually get the grounding for it, which makes what you stand for, what you stand on, more powerful, and you're better able to defend it. So yeah, I like that articulation better because it's more holistic, and you see the principles from which the opposition to coercive action and the rest derive. But anyway, I'm loving Pinochet smothered in maple syrup sentimentality about New Hampshire. That just made my night. So thank you for that.
I am reading the JC's rules. 9.2, preliminary notification may be made orally, either in person or by telephone. Official notification shall be made in writing as soon as all participating committee members have voted on the matter in question, or 10 calendar days after the hearing if all members have not voted. It's a little clunky the way that's written. That says that they have to, Karen, okay, go ahead.
It's an appeal of a disaffiliation. This was not a disaffiliation hearing. They were disaffiliated. That's
right.
The entire point. The appeal, the hearing is because of something that Kaufman initiated. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
No. What I'm reading is the JC's rules and publication of decision, section 9.
And
the end of it.
And I got into this back when Angela was trying to, throw me off the Allen series. There wasn't written decisions yet. No. In disaffiliation, I have to relook at that bylaw. I think they are required to have a written decision, but if they don't, the vote still stands. But with officer removal, they don't necessarily. So a decision could come tomorrow. The old practice of the JC, now this is before Zoom, and when I say old practice, I'm like talking 1970s. They would vote immediately. And I kind of wish that is the way it still was.
They should be able to.
I was screaming with you, Karen. I was screaming with you. Open session. Open session. Do it right here. Like, I'm sitting here going, Ken said, we have to go to work tomorrow, whatever else. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, man, if I was on the JC, I'd be like, I would have said the same thing Kaufman said. We could sit here for the next 6 hours and hammer this thing out. We're making a decision right here, right now.
Call in sick to work tomorrow.
Okay, I'm going to be a real heretic here. I think the JC discussion list or whatever it is that they have should kind of be like the LNC list. I think it should be public. I think people should be able to subscribe to it. And in certain narrow circumstances, such as, I don't know, there's a contract or something. I'm trying to envision things. I'm sure there's some things that I just can't envision that would be kept private, like, I don't know if there was really like some serious accusations of physical assault or something where you're protecting a victim. I don't know. I'm like dreaming up stuff. I can't think of very many things where the party should not be able to observe what they're doing. Right. I think the JC should even be more open than the LNC. And the fact that they're going to be discussing this now over the email list, I don't know. I wish Moulton kept his motion forward and said, I don't know, those emails will get, they have that website now where you can submit amicus. They could easily put a portion on that website that reproduces all their emails and makes them public. I wish someone on the JC would make them an open body. You want to know how the LNC became open? I know I don't have the whole story on this, but it's close enough. And I know I'm going to say a name here that's going to make people go, but Nick Sarwark is the one who really made the LNC way more open.
I was cute.
And credit where credit is due. And it was Andrew Chatterton that got it all closed again. Yeah, got it all closed. And here's the funny thing. Andrew Chatterton and I are still friendly. I disagree with him on, like, obviously the LP stuff. But unlike Austin Martin, he can have a civil conversation and be a decent human being when he's talking to you. We just had a chat the other day about somebody who passed away. It was a friendly chat because he's not psychotic. He might serve evil empire with the Mises Caucus, but he's not freaking psychotic, unlike somebody in Hawaii.
So I want to say that's a good stroll down memory lane. What is this website that you just mentioned? There's a website?
Yeah, so if you wanted to submit an amicus, Ken Molman, I think it was Ken. It was the JC, but I think Ken created where you upload your amicus because a lot of people didn't know how to email the JC.
A lot of people didn't know how to use email.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make people. I realized once that came out, I was like saying most people are stupid. That isn't what I meant.
You're not wrong.
No,
It's not that easy to find that information.
This is all news to me. Like there was actual way to contact the JC. There was a website. I'm on the LNC and I don't even know this.
It should be on the LP website. Like there should be a section in the footer on how to file an appeal and stuff. How is this a bylaws right when there really isn't clear instructions? So Dan Reel, when he submitted his amicus, he sent it to the LNC because he didn't know any other way to do it. So there is a website. But otherwise, you could forward the emails to Third Party Watch. You could post them on LPedia, which is a much more neutral ground. Chuck, if you're watching this after the fact, or somebody email Chuck, please push for transparency on the JC. Please push for transparency on the JC.
Yeah. At least in the last part of the process, the latter part. So
Yeah.
Angela made Sarwark look like the GOAT. I think I'll second that.
I mean, it's
Even
not
though-
a high bar, but yes, I agree with that.
People are mad at me nowadays for not still being mad at Nick for various things. Except for things like embezzlement, there is a statute of limitations. I'm not going to stay mad at people for like ever. And the last time I was super mad at Nick was like in 2020. Statute of limitations has run on that. A lot of people don't know, but Nick was just elected communications director for my county affiliate by a unanimous vote. And I was on that board and we are happy to have Nick on there. Unless you really did something foul, like, endorse Trump, sell out the party, violate your fiduciary duties. Did Nick do political things that I don't agree with? Is he far more left than I'm comfortable with? Yeah. But I'm not holding grudges forever, and we're grateful for his assistance in Douglas County.
The real question is, did you also have to vote in his chops as like a separate entity?
His
He doesn't have chops anymore.
Does he not?
He got rid of the chops?
Man. He just came out for convention. There's convention chops.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have chops. And he's also, okay, cue up the Rees, just warning you all.
Okay.
He's also the platform committee chair of the LPCO.
Oh, kind of gross. Kind of gross.
So pull up the.
Kyle's just laughing because now y'all get to hear the sounds that I make to him on a regular basis. If I'm upset with him,
true.
it's just like this high-pitched shrieking noise
Well,
that
stick
eventually
bugs aren't
his,
supposed to squeal.
it's maybe evidence
they
of me
are.
not being a stick bug. I don't know.
Does he hold the
definitely.
phone away when you guys have your conversations?
He does.
Because
Well,
he's-
eventually his phone cuts me off. Eventually, like
Yes.
I'm screaming, and then the sound just goes, and he starts laughing and tells me that he can't hear me anymore.
Hey,
And then
Oddnova.
He basically
and that's when
decides
switch
that
to
she must be, like,
detecting the word
noisy.
read.
I could
Oddnova,
be.
keep that same energy when it's LPNH is the one that does the lawsuit before anybody else. Just keep that energy,
Right.
buds. Keep that energy.
I do like the energy tonight.
You keep saying that this is a real libertarian project. They're so successful. Like, by what metric? New Hampshire has only gotten
They've
more
got lots of
Democratic.
followers.
They've become more blue, if anything. Like,
They
wow,
actually
they've
did.
got
If
lots
we
of
looked at the
Twitter
numbers, yeah.
engagement.
Yeah.
Yes, anyone can get Twitter followers if they just shout racial slurs. It's not difficult.
Yeah.
If you're pandering to the lowest common denominator, that's the thing. You can be edgy and still be principled. Like, libertarian principles are, to most people,
Innately edgy. Yeah.
Like,
Right.
racist stuff
Right.
is like, that's just like the lowest level
Right.
of edgy. That's like the most basic generic edgy you can get.
Right.
Because
I feel like being
original
here is radical enough. I feel like being in the LP is radical enough.
There's no such thing as radical.
No one said anything
Yeah.
about votes in democracy, but like, if you're defining success as getting people elected or making their state more libertarian, like, that doesn't even appear to be the case.
I mean, if you're defining it as Twitter likes, that does sound kind of like democracy. Like, I have more likes than you do.
This is
I have more followers. The people.
You're questioning everything, and this is your JC hearing, and you're sitting here saying, "I could teach you all how to be more successful and get more likes on the internet."
edgy tweets spread far.
That was your argument tonight.
I don't
There's
want the
actually
people to be
advanced liberty,
who
though.
are persuaded and like who read things because it has a racial slur in it to be endorsing my political theory. I'll just put it that way. I don't think they would. I'm
Tweets
not
are going to
worried
reduce
about
the
that.
size. Tweets are going to
But,
reduce the size, shape, and scope of the state. Yeah, let's go tweet hard.
I'm going to say something.
Nice if that were true.
What?
So I'm going to say something that neither Omar, Rose, or Amanda can agree with.
Oh no.
So yeah, just be careful.
Okay.
So Ad Nova was going, oh, I hope LPNH sues the fuck out of the LNC. You want to know what something, dude? I hope they sue too, because they're going to get their ass handed to them. And the fact is, if they sue, the LNC's E&O carrier is going to cover it. So it ain't going to cost them hardly anything. And I hope they get every single cent that they can out of those absolute attempted party destroyers in New Hampshire. So this isn't on behalf of the LNC. I'm just a heretic here on the outside, but make my day. Go ahead and fucking do it.
It's not a
I'm
reflection of
saying
the LNC's
I wasn't
position.
sure if that. I wasn't sure if that was public knowledge. But yeah, like the LNC has insurance. They only have to owe up to a certain amount. So
everyone knows that. That's common knowledge that we have E&O insurance, because that happened with because listen, everyone knows I filed a derivative lawsuit against the LNC, and all it cost the LNC was the whatchamacallit, the deductible, and then Angela resigned, and as far as I was concerned, we got what we wanted. But all these threats from Kaufman, they're either blowhardery or they're ignorant, because it's not really going to harm the LNC. I know they don't want to go through the hassle. It will be a hassle. And obviously no one on the LNC can endorse what I'm saying. In fact, I expect them to repudiate what I'm saying. I'm just saying, as a party member, dude, y'all are a bunch of blowhards.
So it's also he's grifted. I've said this before. If you're dumb enough to donate money to save LPNH, you know that Kaufman is just grifting, right?
Right.
Can we also bring up the point that this motherfucker was sitting here and be like, if you sue over IP, it's communist and aggressive, and then he's like, I hope they sue. It's like, dude, how do you keep these contradictory ideas in your brain without exploding?
Yes,
because like Amanda pointed out earlier, he used to watch our shit. He's nothing but a troll. He has no value.
He wasn't a troll. He was not a troll earlier. No.
Oh, bullshit.
He was not a troll.
He wasn't truth. He wasn't bad as truth, but he was like 0.76 truths.
No, he just didn't say nice things to you. He was nice to me and Rose.
None of us say nice things to Kyle.
That's true. That's very true.
That's fucked up.
I think
This is burying my boy, man. God damn.
In general terms, you get the contradictions when again you try to reduce your ideology to a single word or phrase. It's for anyone. So to answer Phil's question, but
I
just doesn't remember this guy.
What?
Everyone's saying that they remember Odd Nova. Like, I don't remember this guy at all.
Odd Nova was the one who thought that we were the same person.
Oh, okay. I knew this was someone. Okay, I vaguely recognize the name as someone who used to watch our streams, and then I'm like, why did this Odd Nova person block me? Isn't this someone that used to watch our streams? And then forgot that they even.
I can't say like what Karen said, that I want
No,
to
you can't.
to sue anybody, because that's obviously our fiduciary duty is to not do stuff like that. I guess we'll just have to see what happens. I think we will have a strong case if it does happen, because again, everything that just happened today, was a confession. So I'm also not a lawyer, so I don't really know how that process will work out. So if Karen is saying that
I'm not a lawyer either.
Yeah, if her opinion is that they're going to get body slammed through court, let's see what happens. The ball, I think the ball's in their court. Accept your fate, and we'll go from there. And I also want to echo, if Dr. Moulton is watching, push for transparency. Like I said, at least in this latter part of the thing, I would like to see how see how things work out. Also, I don't see in 5.6 where they have to do anything in writing. It just says you have to appeal.
It doesn't. I didn't have it in front of me, and I'm going to say again something controversial, which some people in the chat won't agree with me with. I've got a decent track record when it comes to predicting what courts are going to do, but of course, courts are going to do what courts are going to do. You never know. Sometimes there's a wild card. I know there's all kinds of differing positions on the New Mexico thing. I don't want to argue that. All I do want to do is gloat about one thing, and you do got to give it up to me. I said the party was going to win a preliminary injunction. I knew that.
You're right.
I knew that for 99.9% sure, and they did. I haven't followed what happened after that. I'm not that invested, but I know this stuff. I'm not even arguing whether it's right or legitimate or libertarian theory or this or that. I'm just arguing the legal maneuverings, because this isn't my first rodeo.
That's going to get misinterpreted as you don't care about whether it's right. You just care about the legal maneuverings. Mark me. I'm waiting for the ellipses now. It's going to be great. It's going to.
Karen Ann just won the next ellipse. This.
Yeah, we have to have the next round of our tone deaf contest.
Yeah, the winner.
It's just in these sorts of things, I've seen it, and obviously there are things that go off kilter. You never know. It is always a crapshoot, but in general, that's just how they go. So I do have a high degree of confidence as a non-lawyer. If something like this ever went to court, it's going to be like not a small win for the LNC. It's going to be a body slam. And in fact, I think the LNC will actually make case law like they did in Michigan. That case, that Michigan case, whether anyone agrees with it, again, status, not status, whatever, that is really important case law that was made in that. And if this happens in New Hampshire, the LNC will be making very important case law again for freedom of association within voluntary groups. And I think that's something I would hope most libertarians would be proud of making case law on freedom of association.
I want us theoretically.
On libertarian theory and action. I want us theoretically to just get along better, because more than that.
everything that we do, when we say, and I love this part of the statement of principles. Our goals are nothing more, nothing less than a world set free in our lifetime. I swear I almost cried the first time I read that. I just think that everything we do is an example of that. What would a world set free in our lifetime look like? And the way we've been behaving over the past 4 years or so.
But I don't.
Not really a great selling point. Not really a great selling point.
I don't think you're saying this. In fact, I'm sure you're not. But I don't believe in getting along for getting along's own sake, right? Like if there is injustice being perpetrated, if there is violence being done by the state, what have you, that is definitely something I don't want to get along with people who sanction that. I know you're not saying that,
That's
But,
not what I'm saying. You know,
yeah.
A world set free in our lifetime is all of us respecting one another, respecting different thoughts, different ideologies, worship, don't worship, all the things, things. Consent, very important. All the things. That is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
I knew
not that we
you
all
were.
have to get along, but
because
I
I'm
mean,
such a violent, terrible person, when you said we need to get along, I immediately,
Yeah,
it was like nails on a chalkboard.
Of course you are. You want to lock us all in a room. You and Rose want to lock us all in a room.
With a Baphomet just guarding the doors until you finish all the convention business.
Oh
Stop it!
yeah, convention is 12 hours per day at least for a week straight, and nobody leaves the room until all business has been finished. You get maybe a 15-minute break every 4 hours.
Stephen Nikela has like these fluffy handcuffs. He says so. He's already ready for the.
We didn't need
whatever
to
we're
know that
calling
he
it.
has fluffy handcuffs.
Yeah, I
guys.
didn't need to know
Like,
about Stephen Nikela's
No, no,
handcuffs.
no.
How do you know
Fluffy
about those
handcuffs,
things,
man. That just
No,
ruins
they
it.
came.
That's like having
They
a pink
came free with.
vibrator. Like, it just
Didn't he say they came
It
free
must
with
be
a
metal. It must be
copy of
metal and
LP
cold.
News? So
it's getting late.
We're gonna have.
Oh, but Omar is correct. I looked up the bio. It doesn't say anything about written decisions. Are this there's some.
We have some work to do in the bylaws committee this year.
Exactly, Omar.
We do.
Well, I should say this term, not this year, this term, and this particular term between now and El Paso.
Yes.
I would say that the bylaws conflict with the JC rules. The JC rules say they have to rule within 10 days. I don't think that's correct. I think the bylaws give them 30 days. And if they say 10 days passed and not all of the JC weighed in on it. How many JC members are there? 7, is it? I don't even remember. It's 7, isn't it?
7.
Yeah. Say 6 of them voted and one of them didn't. I think that person would have cause to complain if they declared a result before the expiration of the 30 days saying, I have 30 days, that the rules can't override the bylaws. Now, do I think that's going to happen here? No. But I've made no secret that I think the JC rules suck. And I wish the LNC hadn't approved them. But
I mean, would you prefer to go back to the ones before? Do you prefer the ones prior? Because that's where it would default.
No, they suck too.
Okay, but I mean, like, that's the thing, because we wouldn't have that many options, which I don't like that part of the bylaws either.
There should have been 2 readings.
Well, the JC, let me tell you something I think the JC got wrong tonight, and I think New Hampshire's lawyer was right to complain about it. Why are parties who are the most involved, the LNC and the LPNH, only allowed 1 filing? Meanwhile, I got to file 5 amici, and I'm just a member. LPNH absolutely should have been allowed a reply brief, and so should the LNC, because they tried too. That's why McGee did 2 amicus. I think the parties should get to reply as much as they want, since most of these arguments are on paper. The fact that McGee had to do 2 amicus was kind of us winking and crossing our fingers behind the back, because we all know that was on for the LNC, but he had to put his name on it. To me, the LPNH should have been able to respond to every amici if they wanted to, and so should the LNC. And that's the way past JCs handled it. I think it's completely incorrect the way that was handled.
I would have liked 2 readings of the rules, like the way that the bylaws are structured, and that it's just the JC puts up the rules, and then we had to discuss this. Then the LNC only thing that they could do was just, I think, by 2/3 yes or no, and I'm like, that's weird. You know, because there were some good points brought up by a number of people about concerns in the JC's rules, and I think if the JC could go back and just redo it one more time, maybe they could have been improved.
Right.
Next time, whatever the next JC is, they need to scrap everything and not even look at them and start fresh and go, how do we want this to go? And perhaps even hold public hearings. What would you like to see in JC rules?
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned 2 hearings. I mean, that's why I mentioned 2 readings. Yeah, some sort of thing where, hey, this is what we're thinking. Even if it's just with the LNC, that's somewhat public.
Well, I did a show on them going over everything I didn't like.
You did. I started to watch it, and then something else came up, something else Vice Cherry. Yes, I do remember that.
I'm going to say something positive about the hearing tonight, though.
Yeah.
Michaela was mogging the whole thing, man. He was just sitting there.
He was like staring into everybody's soul the whole time.
Freaking, port wine face. He didn't have to try too hard. Jeremy's face was basically the color of Karen Ann's hair.
Yeah, he needs to start wearing toner that has SPF in it.
Yeah. But Karen Ann's hair looks good because it's hair and it's cool.
And he's in New Hampshire. Is it hot in New Hampshire right now? He was like so sweaty.
I don't know. See, I try to like maintain my ghastly pallor so that everything is I just blend into the wall.
Yeah, that's not a choice. That is not a choice. You you have like 4 blood cells that are like.
Oh no, it's up to 4. Before it was 2. I'm doing great.
I think the only red part on your body is maybe your lips. That also could be like painted on. I don't know.
That's definitely lipstick, I will say.
So that I don't even know if it's 4 red
blood cells.
Blood.
It's blood of tyrants.
It's the blood of tyrants and statists and tankies and fascists.
What happened to Archie? Archie's still here. But he's still not. Here.
Yeah, I'm just being quiet.
I'm starting to fade. I really am.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time people were falling asleep.
Yeah.
All right. Me talking theory and getting angry about it.
You're talking about my blood cells. I don't know.
We all just kind of we just
blood cells are theoretical.
You have blood cells in theory.
I have theoretical blood cells.
I hate the whole like bureaucratic bylaws arguments. I don't like it. It's not my type of thing.
Hush your fucking mouth, man.
I hate it. I hate every bit of it. I understand the necessity, but I hate it.
I actually hate it, but I enjoy I don't enjoy the necessity. I hate it, but like I really enjoy structure to condition function, and that's kind of my jam. I try to figure out what structural conditions certain function.
I hate all of it. It makes me want to die. And so like if there's a break where I get to rail on Amanda making fun of her, or I get to talk theory.
The two are not mutually exclusive, dude.
That's like, honestly, yeah. If you're talking theory, you are probably going to verge into making fun of me in fairly short order. And I mean, I think you should know that, quite frankly.
Yes, that is true.
And that will eventually lead into Kyle, because he's always fair game.
Kyle endorses it and he enables it, both the theory and like everything for which you can make fun of me. So, and those overlap.
I think you just said that I enable theory.
You enable my theoretical work unless you're calling me in the middle of something.
Did you just call him your muse? Are you going to paint him like a French girl?
No, I'm not going to paint him like a French girl. I would not do that to anyone. So
what are... I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but like, fuck it. What's the guess on JC votes? Do we have any feel? I actually
I never blocked you, dude. I never blocked you.
I have been very busy. So I'm going to say 2 things. I've been very busy in my own personal life with things, and then also we've had a lot of meetings. The LMC's had a lot of meetings. It's crazy. I'm hoping that when we get to El Paso, we actually don't have too much business and we can actually do more fun shit. And then I've got a lot of stuff going on in Florida, and I'm my county chair. And so what I'm trying to say is, even if I didn't have all this stuff, it's like there's a buffer, and you really have to do these things. And I have not spoken to Ken or anybody, and I am friends with Ken. I'm friends with Alvin's.
No, but what's your Twitter
so
handle?
I can't even guess what would happen, because
I don't think it's going to be unanimous either way. I think there's going to be abstentions, and I think there's going to be contrary votes on whatever side. That's my prediction.
I don't know if
I'll just say I won't say this out loud. I won't say this out loud, but there's one. When I looked at the makeup of the committee, I thought to myself, there's at least one person here that's 1,000% going to be against LPNH no matter what's presented.
No, but what is your Twitter handle? Because Twitter's been dumb with this before, and so I want to see if that's what I looked up, but I didn't find them.
I don't have time to be on Twitter. Let me tell you, I'm too busy. So yeah, I haven't talked to anybody.
I don't make bets about
Amanda expands her
I
time.
don't think we've been given.
I don't make
think
bets
we've
about
been-
how things are going to turn out, how votes are going to turn out.
I don't think we've been given specific instructions not to contact the JC, but I mean, it just goes without saying. Like, if you're a board member, just like there's a separation of board and JC and all that stuff. So, again, I wouldn't even know because I haven't talked to anybody.
On Twitter, I block the fuck out of people, and I'm proud of it. So I don't care. I think everyone has a responsibility to curate their life, and if there's someone that brings zero value, I got a limited time on this earth, man. Like if you looked at my,
I never blocked
there's
you,
a
dude.
lot.
I'm sorry. I never. I
banned.
Okay. Well, you got banned, so that's why I couldn't find you.
You're
I never blocked you.
No, I was definitely blocked, and that's the only thing that I ever blocked are like actual spam bots.
Yeah,
and
I've
people who
blocked
are straight up
companies so that I
harassing
didn't
me.
see ads. I've muted people before. I don't think I've ever blocked anyone.
Oh, I
Like
blocked the
unless
hell
it was
out-
as a
I've
joke,
blocked
and
the hell out of people.
like I think Kyle and I have like play fought, and I've blocked him and then unblocked him.
I don't block anybody.
Well, sometimes you have to refollow if you block someone, so that makes it annoying.
Twitter's
But
made
I
me
have
unfollow
had
people before.
I have had Twitter unfollow
Yes.
people
Well,
that
and
I
that was the
didn't
thing. So
unfollow.
Donnie got rightly upset because she thought that I had unfollowed her and the LPA account had unfollowed her because it's linked through me. And I was like, what the fuck happened? But yeah, so Twitter has definitely had me unfollow people.
I have it unlike things I know I've liked. That's annoying. I don't think I've ever had it unfollow, or at least like not that I have noticed. But I know it does happen.
I think they do purges to try to claim like, oh, they're purging
Yeah.
followers from bot accounts or whatever, but they just fuck up all the time because Elon can't do shit right.
Let me tell
The
you,
code base is atrocious.
Stefan
It was already
Kinsella,
bad, and
it's
then they
it's
fired
unfollowed me from him several times, and I've known Stefan for a while. I know whatever people have, whatever various feelings. I've met him in person. He's a very nice guy in person, and it's unfollowed him multiple times when I haven't done it. So it happens.
I unfollow people, and that's it. Like I unfriend people. I have a huge list of people that want to be friends with me that have sent me friend requests. I don't like Facebook. I'm hardly ever on there. I'm only checking in once in a while because I'm on the LNC again, or really I'm active in the LP again. But so everything else I don't know about. But I just if I haven't met you, or it looks like it's like a stupid account where it's just nothing but memes and stupid shit. Like Karen said, I have a limited time on this planet. I got shit to do. Like this is not important to me. And so if I haven't met you or whatever it is, it's still sitting there, friend requests. And then I would say during COVID, I got to learn a lot about people. And I was like, wow, holy shit. Like, what the fuck? Okay, unfollow, unfriend. So, and that's it. Go on with your life. Because, like, it's just not important. Some people really take this too personal.
People obsessed. No, I have to block because I'm also a Twitter whore, and I'm sure that's going to get totally taken out of context as well.
An ellipsis whore. Yeah.
I follow everybody back,
Yeah.
and then they earn a block or an unfollow. But when I see a follow, I follow back. And
Well, you
then
know
we
what?
find out later that they're wearing a hood at some KKK meeting. I'm like, oh no. Bummer.
Yeah, I look at the account before I follow back.
But see, that's what I mean. Like, okay, if you like it, cool, great. You like to be online and all this stuff, great, cool. But don't let it be such an anchor on your life. So I saw this the other day. It was a really good thing about pressure. And it was a professor. Maybe you guys have seen it before. A professor was saying, "Hey, how much does this glass weigh?" People were guessing 8 ounces, 6 ounces, 10 ounces. He says it weighs as much. He was saying that listen, the glass it doesn't weigh anything right now. If I hold it for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, if I hold it for an hour, my arm starts to get tired. If I hold it all day long, my arm is just going to give way. And what he was talking about was stress. He was saying, don't forget once in a while just to put the glass down. If something is causing you stress, like social media, put the glass down. Take a break, whatever it is.
No.
If the LP is causing you stress,
No,
it shouldn't
don't put
be.
the LP
It
down. The
shouldn't
part,
be.
no,
It
just-
shouldn't be. The LP
All right.
shouldn't be causing people
Amanda,
stress, man.
Vice Chair Griffiths, I would like to
Yes.
file a formal complaint against my region alt.
Okay, wait, hold on.
No.
Somebody is saying I blocked them over like what's your screen name, dude? Banjo.
Banjo.
Oh.
Banjo. Because
By the
I'll
way,
unblock you.
Somebody take a look at Austin Martin's latest hit piece.
Oh God, no! See, speaking of people I have blocked,
He literally asked what could happen with like the JC tonight
on X
between like a gulag, a nuclear blast, or drop from a helicopter.
What?
And a
Yeah.
volcano.
You want me to pull it up? Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Nova, I read for A New Liberty when I was 14.
Yeah, that's
Right?
a baby's
It is
first
a
libertarian
children's
book.
And quite frankly, I am
this is someone
embarrassed
on-
both
this
that it
is-
took me that long and also that I spent a ton of time reading it. It didn't need all those annotations.
What?
look, we got to. Okay, I can't read. What is most?
Yes. Yeah, I'll make it bigger.
That is so against the LNC code of conduct.
Yeah,
I
it
can't
is.
even tell you.
Check the quote tweets. I quote tweeted him.
I mean, he keeps doing
I
this
haven't checked
because
quotes
no one has stopped him yet.
Look, view quotes. You say view quotes. Can you read?
I mean, I'm just ignoring him because I got better things to do. But it's just
He's blocked, so
He-
I don't
he
usually
just-
see his shit.
he really wants to keep pushing. He really wants to keep pushing. So just let him keep pushing. That's all I'm going to say.
Again, that's one of my good blocks. Angela is one of my good blocks. Michael Heiss is one of my good blocks. The LP Mises Caucus is one of my good blocks. But I also unblock liberally. Like if someone says, "Oh, you blocked me because you were in a bitchy mood one day," which is entirely possible because I'm in a bitchy
I
mood
also
every other day.
liberally is going to get ellipses clipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I also liberal.
But
I also liberal unblock.
Yeah, all liberals. I unblock them.
That's what I heard.
So I want to tell you a funny story, and anyone who's listening who's on an LP affiliate, and the LNC could probably learn from this too, even though you guys don't do this. So LPCO and I, we had a struggle session on Monday. They put public comments at the end of the meeting. And you want to know how that makes members feel? It makes them feel like they're an afterthought.
Yeah.
So you come into that meeting thinking maybe you're mad at the board. But by the end of the meeting, because they shunted to the end, you are fucking positive you're mad at that board.
Yeah.
And I came in with one thing to say that was somewhat positive. By the time I had to sit there wondering if we're even going to get to public comment, I had a fucking list at the end.
Honestly,
it was
that's how the
Festivus.
LP Discord is when they turn on like 7-minute slow mode. Like you start out being a little bit ticked. By the time your 7-minute timer gets up, you're ready to give everyone a death threat.
And
And
imagine if you add executive session to that.
I know. So you guys have public comment in the beginning, so that's fine. But they put it at the end, and they already say they're leaving at 9, and you're watching this discussion go. And boy, I was so frothy by the end of that meeting. Meanwhile, I came to that meeting with the intention of saying one thing: please donate money to the Independence Institute for letting you use their meeting room. By the end, I had a list of grievances. That was like
Festivus for Karen.
it was Festivus. I was on the pole, man.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fall asleep, and I never sleep. I'm gonna fall asleep.
The aluminum pole that has great weight.
People, I'm about to call it.
Yes,
Tomorrow,
I'm big
1
tired.
p.m. Eastern is the 2-hour lunch hour. It's the best show. It's Phil's favorite show.
Yeah, that's
he
just
just
you
gets to knock
around.
me with abandon. Yeah.
Because we don't have to talk about bylaws at all, and I get to make fun of
No,
them a lot.
stop. Wait, hold on.
I'm going to talk about bylaws tomorrow just to piss you off on the 2-hour lunch hour.
I think.
Okay,
bylaws
but
are
Banjo,
Read the bylaw.
did Banjo give me his screen name so I can
He said he doesn't
unblock
use
him?
Twitter anymore, so he can't.
Oh,
so he doesn't care.
okay.
But I will say, like, I think you will feel the wrath if you try to bring up bylaws tomorrow, Amanda. And I don't think you want the smoke.
I'm fine with the wrath. Like, you have no idea how much wrath I can bring. Have you ever felt the wrath of a stick bug?
Well, all I'm
You
saying
know
is,
how much wrath he Johns?
yeah, with a ketamine dart and
Jonathan,
a straight jacket and a sprinter van.
How does this compare to the Wrath of Khan?
It's part 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
not their
one thing, I'm going to invoke Star Walk once again. So again, get your Rees ready. Okay, thank you. He had a piece of great advice because we were talking about blocking on Twitter before. And I always took this to heart. He said, never read the bottom half of the internet. And I think that is like so true. Your life will be so much happier. So that if you wonder why I post and makes it look like I'm just throwing a Molotov cocktail and walk away, because that's exactly what I'm doing.
I want to see Karen Ann Harlow throw a Molotov cocktail. That'd be
I want to
awesome.
see all of us.
That
throw
would be
Molotov
awesome.
cocktail, yeah.
Molotov cocktails for everyone.
Yeah, I need to get better about just posting and then walking away because then I keep obsessively
It's
checking
freeing.
back.
Like it's an
Rose,
exercise.
that's good advice for you, Rose. Seriously, you're like, oh, I'm looking at the comments. No, I don't like the comments, and then you come back and you're like, oh, I gotta get in these comments.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm not gonna get involved. Like, okay, I got involved. Okay, why did I get involved?
Don't do it. Have you noticed, like, I hardly ever engage my comments unless if someone's nice, I do. But that's also why I do No Twitter Friday. Really, if you take a day off of Twitter, you like so don't care by the time. I'm not good at No Twitter Friday. I claim I was good at
I've
it.
never had
I
this
try.
experience where I've gone off of Twitter and then not felt more anxious when I go back on and like have missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you're expecting a bunch of notifications. You're like, oh, when I log back in, how many people are gonna hate me?
Yeah, and
I
and
just
usually the
clear
answer is
them.
many. I
See,
just
y'all are
you
making the
scroll
mistake
through.
of caring that they hate you. The goal.
I don't. I said I just know that they're going to hate me. It's fine.
I'm becoming more
I
desensitized.
know myself by
yeah.
the people who hate me. That's not entirely true because that's far too Hegelian, but it is a pithy remark.
Is that Dr. Moulton replying to
I
something?
like-
He says if the LNC removes Austin for this tweet and he appeals it, will everyone on the JC need to recuse ourselves?
Well, then
Because he's going after them.
Yeah.
Well,
They
first of all,
recuse
the
themselves
LNC can't
because
remove a regional, which is a problem, which is why
Yes.
regionals suck.
Yes.
Sorry, Omar, I don't mean you.
No. I just said
I
yes.
don't
I
believe
agree with you.
Right here. I got the no
No.
regions, no mask.
I agree with you, Karen, because this is the LNC is the highest thing. Come on, this is childish. We have to have something, a mechanism to remove people that violate the bylaws.
There are lesser
And
things
that's
that
it.
can be done.
Not to remove people you don't like. If there's actual legitimate removable offense, that's it.
Yeah, like if they're actually threatening other members or harassing other members, like it needs to be carefully worded because, like last term, there were a lot of very good reps. There were a few very good reps that would have been removed just
I'm
because
about
they
to
opposed
threaten
the
and
Chicago
harass all of you if I
LNC.
don't get off this stream.
But-
I love you all dearly.
So-
I will see y'all tomorrow for a 2-hour lunch hour on Holy Hour of the Night in the chat. And then
But
also,
Dustin is right. I was referring to Dustin. Everything's referring to Dustin.
It's
just so
always
you know.
Dustin. Get
I
out
will-
of
Dustin.
I'm free.
I will just say that I like to be available to the members to answer questions. So that's
We
why
can talk about
that's why-
Amanda now. She's gone.
That's why I come on here and do
She's
and do
got
these
to go.
things.
I gotta go.
We're free.
I'm calling it at that point.